15-minute Q&A follow-up. The daily forum schedule can be found on the Expo website at www.sport-aviation-expo.com, and it lists each day and time with presenter and topic. For the first time in Expo history, daily workshops will take place featuring Stewart Systems and their cutting-edge low VOC water-based fabric coatings. I have been impressed with Stewart Systems since the very first time I saw them. Most of the time when you guys go to paint aircraft, you have to do it in a safe environment, a well-ventilated environment. You wouldn't think about doing it in your garage or in your backyard or something because it just doesn't work that way. Stewart Systems came up with a low VOC, volatile organic compound is what VOC stands for. And they came up with a low VOC method of covering aircraft. You can learn all about it here at the Expo in the Stewart workshops. Lots of good workshops going on, all this great information. You know, a lot of what I'm giving you, folks, is in the Expo program book. You look around the field, you see the Highlands Today. Thank you very much to our sponsors, Highlands Today, for providing these programs for us. There is a lot of great information here. They have we also have a pocket map this year, so you can look at the pocket map. I'd love to say that they tell you can tune in to Expo Radio on liveatc.net/expo. liveatc.net/expo. When you go to that page, actually there's two different links you can click on. One is the Sebring Air Traffic Control stream. That's active year-round. So if you're wondering what's going on out at Sebring, you see a plane flying in or something, you're curious about it, you can just go to liveatc.net/expo. That'll take you to the KSEF, which is the airport designation for Sebring here. Take you to the KSEF page and tune in. And again, huge thanks to Dave Pasco and liveatc.net for giving us the sponsorship of that stream, and liveatc.net frequencies all over the country and the world, actually. It's like worldwide, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they get numbers seeing Frankfurt and Hong Kong. That's amazing. You know, liveatc as a way as a training aid for people wanting to hear what they sound. Dave realized there was no way he could hear what he sounded like on the radio, so he actually created a streaming site with an archive, and that became liveatc.net, and he has just grown exponentially. Huge thanks and kudos to Dave Pasco for doing that, because it's pretty amazing to me. You know, we see all these different things on TV, and they play the air traffic control frequency clip, and most of the time you see them courtesy liveatc.net. So congratulations, Dave Pasco, for succeeding in your endeavor, and can't say thanks enough. Again, our sponsor, Sennheiser Aviation Headsets. They are here on the field. They're premiering a new headset here I've heard somebody say in the budget line headsets. I'm not sure about that, but we will get our friends from Sennheiser over here, Expo Radio, to do an interview so we can learn all about Sennheiser and their products. I'm going to jump in, folks. Earlier I said I'm also chairman. I'm Dave Shellbitter. I'm chairman of Expo Radio. I'm also chairman of Sun and Fun Radio. That happens at the Sun and Fun Fly-In every April, every spring. It's a spring celebration of flight. It is the second largest aviation event of its kind in the country. My understanding is the third largest of its kind in the world. That's pretty cool when you think about it, that we have this stuff going on right here in our own backyards here in Florida, Lakeland, Polk County, a great place to go. And I tell you, there's another event, Air Venture, that happens up in Oshkosh every summer. But my favorite quote is, who wants to go to Wisconsin in July, but who doesn't want to go to Florida in April? So, got a little did you know about Sun and Fun. Did you know the 40th annual Sun and Fun International Flying and Expo will be held April 1st through the 6th, 2014? That's right. I can imagine everything going on. I'm over here looking at these guys intently staring into their monitors, thinking about it. Fun starts on April Fool's Day. That's going to be an interesting day at the fly.
I wonder if we'll have another announcements from our sponsors at Prop Wash. A couple of years ago, April Fool's Day fell during Sun and Fun, and I handed our friend Elizabeth Daniels a piece to record. Here, record these for me so we can get them played. As she was sitting there reading this, thinking that it was a genuine sponsor, she got about 3/4 of the way through, and she went, "Wait a minute," because somebody had written a gag piece about our sponsors from Prop Wash. And for our non-aviation people, the prop wash is the blast from the propeller that goes behind the airplane. So anyways, the dates of Sun and Fun. The 40th annual Sun and Fun will be April 6th, 1st through the 6th, 2014. Sun and Fun is a year-round 501c3 not-for-profit corporation encompassing 176 acres of the Lakeland-Lindner Regional Airport. Sun and Fun has 16 full-time year-round staff and depends on more than 3,000 volunteers for their year-round operation. There's a net proceeds of approximately $1 million a year from Sun and Fun events and facility rentals, benefactors, sponsors, etc. They're returned by Sun and Fun to the community through education programs. Sun and Fun benefactors constructed the Central Florida Aerospace Academy, the CFAA, Polk County Schools Workforce Academy, that will support 499 students, grades 9 through 12. Open since 2008, the school currently maintains a 100% graduation rate. We were actually discussing that in the last hour, and I wasn't positive. I'm glad to read these notes here and find out that they are maintaining that 100% graduation rate. I wonder if there's a way we can find out if any other school in the country boasts a 100% graduation rate. Any ideas, any concepts on how to find out if any other school in the country has a 100% graduation rate? I can't imagine it does, because dropout rates in high schools nowadays are horribly, way high graduation rates, or dropout rates. But the CFAA has graduation rate since its opening. Oh, I was supposed to be. David's trying to beat 20 years of radio out of me, going, "We're on video here, dude." So I'm not even looking at the camera, and I'm, "Hi guys, hi, mom." Of course, I guess I'd do, "Hi mom." And so Polk State College, our friend Eric Crump, who is the director of the aerospace program. Polk State College offers dual enrollment at the CFAA, and students earning an A&P mechanic certificate are often recruited by Florida theme parks because they have achieved the highest level of mechanical skills. Well, that's pretty cool. You go to work to be an A&P, go to school to be an A&P, and wind up becoming a theme park mechanic. But that's actually an interesting use of the mechanical skills they're learning. That's a cool thing. The all students in Polk County all students in Polk County, not just at the CFAA, but in Polk County, maintaining a 2.75 GPA are eligible for a 75% cash scholarship towards the cost of flight lessons from the James C. Ray Foundation. If the student is unable to cover the remaining 25% of the flight costs, he or she can contribute volunteer hours on the complex in exchange for the amount. An additional scholarship providing funds towards 4 years of college for students in Polk County are available from the James C. Ray Foundation. And I had the side note, I had the honor of working for somebody in Fort Lauderdale. I don't do radio for a living at home. I'm a handyman. I run a maintenance company. I'm home inspector, property manager, that kind of stuff. But my main income comes from being a handyman. And I was doing some handyman work for somebody that turned out they worked for the people that ran the James C. Ray Foundation. And I stopped and I said, tell your bosses thank you so much. We don't know what we do without benefactors like you. And talk about benefactors. Sun and Fun Radio and Sun and Fun and benefactors. Sun and Fun Radio does all of our broadcasting from the deck out in front of the radio station. Our current deck has gotten to the point that it's just not safe. It's not usable anymore. It's really slick if it gets wet. Some of our boards are warping. And we moved into the radio studios with the pre-existing deck that was barely big enough to do what we need to do. We have started rebuilding our decks. We're actually tearing down the front deck, and we are in the process of getting everything in place to build new decks at Sun and Fun Radio. We are starting a capital campaign. We are looking for donors to buy a sponsorship package or two. There's going to be a total of 8 sponsorship packages offered. We have already, our friends with Aviators Hotline have really stepped up to the plate, picked up 2 of our packages. We're still needing funds to rebuild our decks at Sun and Fun Radio. There's a $1,500 sponsorship opportunity. For that money, the money will go directly to Sun and Fun Radio to rebuild the decks and improve the station. And you get your name etched into the deck permanently, so as long as the deck is there, you will be recognized visually for your donation. We're also doing announcements on the radio station thanking you for your sponsorship, and it's going to be like, and then we now return you to the Sun and Fun Radio deck sponsored by Aviators Hotline or whatever your company name is. If anybody wants information on sponsoring the new deck at Sun and Fun Radio or other sponsorships, announcement packages, etc. available, please reach out, snfradio@gmail.com. snfradio@gmail.com. I'm going to jump back to some more Did You Know facts about Sun and Fun. Students at the CFAA are restoring a 1952 Piper J3 Cub, and they will fly it at the 2014 Flying an Expo event in Lakeland. So that's really cool. Our students are rebuilding a 1942 J3 Cub. They're rebuilding an aircraft that was way, way older than they were. It's a 52. I'm sorry, I said 42. It's a 1952. Sun and Fun activities go on year-round. Sun and Fun hosts summer camps where students 11 to 18 fly a plane on the 4th day of the week-long aviation experience. Younger students are introduced to age-specific activities in preparation for the flight of their future. All activities include a STEM-based curriculum. Now, I always manage to butcher this when I go to say what STEM is. Science, technology, engineering, mathematics? Cool. Okay, I got it right this time. What do you know? And there's actually another version of that, and I want to say it's STEAM, and they're including arts. Science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, the STEAM programs. And, oh, look at this. Here he comes bounding on in, jumping up and down. Mr. John ZAPP is in the house. The Flying Musicians Association. Woohoo! Flying Musicians Association is here again this year at Sebring. And we are so glad they're here. Got Florida, Florida? Flying? Florida. Blah, 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 blah. I, as a radio announcer, I can do this, really. I'm not a radio announcer, but I play one at Sebring. Now, John ZAPP and the Flying Musicians Association. Come on over, John. Grab a Sennheiser and start talking to me. We'll love it. We'll get you on camera, too. Hello, John. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Good to see you. So the Flying Musicians Association are basically aviators that play music, sing, or a musical talent like I have, and whistle. So we got music going on here at our show center tent, fueled by Aviators Hotline, and yeah, there we go. Little switch there. Hello, John ZAPP.
Good morning, America.
And the rest of the world.
That too.
Worldwide.
It's nice to be in Sebring, though it doesn't feel that way. It feels like I'm somewhere up in the north, maybe North Carolina, South Carolina.
Well, there is like a Sebring, Illinois, or something, and I'm kind of thinking that we just got our with these airliners landing at the wrong airport. I think we just landed in the wrong state.
That's
because
right.
It seems like it's a whole lot colder than you would think for Central Florida. But then again, it is January.
Yeah, Mr. Sebring had a China factory up there. He was world renowned for making China.
Really?
Yeah, plates and everything, pottery. We went to the museum here in downtown Sebring, Florida, and learned all about Mr. Sebring, who came down here with loads of money and built this. Went broke.
And here all this time, I thought that Sebring was known for being the bomber base that it was here.
Oh, or Formula One racers, huh?
Or Formula One. Well, actually, the track there is built over or part of one of the old runways.
I'll be
Their concrete quarter mile, I think they call it here, is
didn't know that.
Used to be a bomber runway.
Be darned.
Yeah.
I've got a guest with me
stuff.
today.
You do.
I do.
Brought someone here to see us.
Sure, Alex Whitmore.
Hello.
Hello, Alex Whitmore. And where do you hail from, Alex?
Southwest Texas.
Southwest Texas.
Big Bend National Park.
I've actually heard of that, which is surprising because a lot of people bring in stuff that I've never heard, places I've never heard of, but that one I have heard of. And what brings you to Sebring besides an airplane?
Well, I mean, we're here to participate in the Flying Musicians programs of music this week, so that's what we're doing, playing music.
Ah, okay. That was you playing last night
Yep.
at our
That was
soiree?
my wife and I.
Great. Well, we're sure glad you're here, and you sounded great.
Thank you.
Enjoyed listening to you for the little bit of time that my poor South Florida body could stand the temperature last night. But
Well,
so-
Alex, Alex and Marty are probably as far south as you are.
Yeah, our latitude's about the same as Sebring.
Oh.
yes, but are your temperatures the same as Sebring?
Most of the time they are, or warmer.
Or warmer? That's nice.
So definitely drier.
Definitely
Yeah.
drier, yeah.
You don't run the 90% humidity year round like we do you?
Nope. No, we have a little more change in temperature daily, and it gets pretty warm in the afternoons, but it also cools off really fast in the evening because it's desert.
Oh yeah, yeah. So now you're a member of the Flying Musicians Association, and what do you fly? Do you have an airplane?
I do.
What do you have?
We have several airplanes. We have a Cessna 180. We have a Piper PA-11, a Luscombe, and home builts. We have a Starduster 2, a Pete and Pole, and a Corbin Super Ace.
Wow, nice variety. I mean, that's a widespread variety of aircraft
That's
too.
You might say we live it.
I would say you do.
That's the Terlingua Air Force.
Yeah,
Lingua Air Force.
Yeah, auxiliary.
90% of it.
So you're down here, and what kind of music? You know, I was listening to you last night. We heard Brendan Pair roller skates, and I heard some other good songs. Is that?
Well, when we're playing this sort of venue, we generally do cover songs. You know, songs that people know or have heard. When we're playing in more of a concert venue, I mostly do my own music and my own songs, and which are folk country.
If I was just gonna ask what genre it was. Folk country songs. Well, that's good. That's good. Now, you guys are playing live over there, John? You're over live all day, or what hours?
Unless we die sometime between here and there, we'll be live.
You're over there playing music when?
When we thaw out, we'll look more live. Right now, we kind of look like mannequins up there, but no, we'll be playing every day, starting today through Sunday, 11:30 to 1:30.
Okay.
In the show center tent powered by Aviators Hotline, who happens to be one of our newest corporate members. So thank you, Aviators Hotline, for...
And Bo.
I tell you what, did you hear that system last night? That was one heck of a system. Brand new. It's the first time we've used it in any of our venues around the country. Bo's just donated the new L1s with the tone match.
2 of them.
Yes, 2. And it's an awesome system, along with some Sennheiser microphones. We're real happy. So
Doesn't
Bo,
get any better.
yeah.
So, well, you had Sennheiser microphones. That explains why you sounded so good.
That's correct.
Sorry, I gotta pay the rent to my sponsors. I had a Bose rep approach me at Sun and Fun. They'd seen these 2 Sennheiser banners that are up here behind us. They'd seen the Sennheiser banners hanging off of the deck, and he says, "Well, how come there aren't any Bose banners up there?" And I said, "Well, how come I don't have any Bose equipment in my radio station?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Sennheiser's been really good to me, and Bose is a huge sponsor of Sun and Fun too. So
And Bose
giant shout out.
Bose and Sennheiser are great sponsors for the Flying Musicians too. I mean, we're all about music and aviation, and so are those 2 companies, and they've just been fantastic. We're still looking for some nice microphones for the fiddles and the cellos and the basses, the acoustic basses, and we're hoping to get some of those from Sennheiser pretty soon to complement the great microphones that we have now, the E800 and the E900 series that we're using. The musicians love them, and they just they like to take them with them, so we really have to watch that.
Yeah, that's the problem. Our gear is so good that it disappears, right?
Well, they try to. I keep a close eye on it. I'm sure you do too.
Yeah, I do too. I keep a very close eye. I do an inventory every time I'm at the radio station. I'm doing an inventory of what we've got in there just to make sure that it's still there.
Yeah.
And it is great stuff, you know. I actually, we're wearing Sennheiser headphones here. I actually bought these.
Did you?
Yeah.
I'll
And
be
do
doing
you
it.
love the sound of these?
Oh, they're nice. What
You
do you
know?
think, Alex?
Yeah.
You hear them?
Believe it or not, I
They're
mean,
great.
these are the Sennheiser HD 202s. And the amazing thing is, you can buy a 5-block of these for $89.
No.
At Sennheiser Gear.
Serious?
5-pack for $89 through BSW is the company that BSW Broadcast Supply Worldwide. I'm wanting to say I think it was bswusa.com or something like that.
I'll be
but-
darned. You didn't get them direct from Sennheiser.
No, I've got a bunch of them at the radio station that Sennheiser gave us, and I'm hoping to get more. But I bought these. This Expo setup is actually all of my gear. I've actually purchased this gear out of pocket. I took on some extra work to pay for it.
Yeah, I saw
And-
pictures of your smoker.
No, that
You're selling smoke.
Oh man, I tell you what, I could get a huge dollar for that. But no, I took on some added work and worked late at night and stuff. And I'm happy to say, if anybody's out there and they want their own internet radio station at their event, I am now fully equipped
I'll be done.
to show up. Give me power and an internet connection, and you can have an internet radio station at your event. So feel free to reach out. And if you're listening to us out there, folks, snfradio@gmail.com, snfradio@gmail.com. Touch bases, let us know you're listening. We heard from our friend Ron out in California. We were teasing him about being up at 6:30 in the morning. Honored that somebody got up that early and could actually listen to us that early in the day. I'm over here looking off to the camera, looking at Ducky over there in his Dolphins stocking cap, slipping his gloves on. So, yeah,
Go Dolphins.
I keep pulling mine off to tap on my tablet, and I put them right back on again. So, Flying Musicians Association, we keep digressing away from FMA.
No.
Tell me about FMA and what it does, what it is, etc.
Never too far from the topic. The Flying Musicians Association is an organization of pilots who are musicians, all genres, all over the country, all different proficiency levels, and primarily we're just a bunch of guys and gals that love to have fun. And we can get together and talk about music and argue about systems, and we can talk about flying and do the same thing, and it's just a great thing to do, not only at Sun and Fun or Expo or AirVenture, or we were out this last year. We were out at MBAA in Vegas, and of course ALPA Summit, the very last one, the final summit we called it, in Fort Worth, Texas, and Lancaster, Pennsylvania, all over the place. And more folks are wanting to have the Flying Musicians come to their event because we inspire. Well, we educate and we encourage folks, not just kids but adults as well, to look at aviation as either a vocation or a avocation, and also continue and pursue their music, like yourself. I mean, I know you've been practicing the Andy Griffith theme
whistling
song. Yes,
That's right.
And
I took guitar lessons a while back. The continuing education kind of courses, and our local school offered beginner guitar. And I envy you guys. I envy musicians because I can pick up a guitar and I can play notes. But there's a huge difference between playing notes and making music. And to me, a musician makes music, and that's I envy that. I wish that I had that natural ability or whatever it's called to do that, but I'm envious of it. So
I just read something that Charlie Parker had said. Everybody knows Charlie Parker, right?
You know everybody.
I don't know Charlie Parker personally.
who's Charlie Parker?
As a saxophone player.
Okay.
Charlie said this quote, and he didn't quote it to me. He's been dead a long time, but he said, learn everything about music, then throw it out the window. And because music, going from playing the notes to actually music is the feel, the emotion,
Right.
and it's you. You can learn how to play the instrument, but once you then forget about playing that instrument and think about the music and let that emotion come through, then you're there. And that's what Charlie Parker said. And he was a great ad-lib sax player. I mean, jazz. He's just absolutely incredible. Died at a very young age, but
Which is all too tragic. It seems you're we lose our really good musicians too young. Yeah,
That's the one thing. My mother was a singer in the 40s and 50s, and she decided to get married and have kids rather than go to New York. And she had an opportunity to go. I think she was in the class with Deanna Durbin, and that's the one thing she taught me. She didn't teach me theory. She didn't teach me any techniques. She taught me feel. She said, you have to feel it. And sometimes I got it so bad that I get wrapped up in it, I forget everything else. I mean, the song takes over, and a lot of the songs I happen to sing are a little emotional, so they're starting to really tug at me.
well, and the prime example of that for anybody, not just a musician, but anybody who listens to music or appreciates music. You having a bad day and suddenly a song that you like comes on the radio or comes on. I forget waiting for it to come on the radio. I jump in and find it somewhere and listen to the song because I know that's going to improve my day.
Yes.
And it's just cool. That's
Dreamweaver.
There you go.
Boy.
Mine's Drift Away.
Drift Away.
Drift Away.
Alex, what do you have?
I don't know if I have just one. It depends on my mood.
Drop a few. What song do you hear that when you're having a bad day and you hear it and it just makes everything better?
I don't have any bad days, John.
Darn.
You have bad
jealous
days?
on
I
that
don't
one.
have any.
I know everybody, and you have no bad days. Man, what a pair we are. Huh?
So, but that just goes to show you that music is universal. I mean,
It is. And the flying musicians, what we're really about, other than playing music and flying airplanes, is we're really about passion and sharing the passion that we have for life. Music and aviation. There's so many people don't have a passion at all. We are very fortunate to have two or more. And it's just amazing. And we've got a presentation that I'll be doing today at 2:15 and also on Saturday. And we're doing those around the country at different aviation events as well as schools. And it's all about the correlation between aviation and music. And we're trying to teach the kids, especially the ones that are in music, to continue to pursue their music and show them how those skills that they're learning can be transferred into the cockpit of an airplane, and not necessarily so that they can be a professional pilot or airline pilot, but flying can be a very relaxing thing as well, a very therapeutic endeavor. So as a avocation, it's something that not only can they get a lot out of it as far as transportation and camaraderie with other people, but also something that can, if you have a tough week, you go up in an airplane, everything has to go out the door. It's like flying. It's like playing music. You have to forget everything else and focus on that. And
you have to put it aside, or else you can't. You have to concentrate on what you're doing, and that's one of the reasons that it's probably good for you is that it does take your mind off of everything else.
Yeah. And Alex has come up with a good idea about. Why don't you tell them, Alex, about how to get kids, show them that there's more to learning to fly than just throwing money at it.
Well, I think there's a lot of the baby boomer generation, which I happen to be part of, that they're mostly retired now, and they have maybe a flight instructor rating. I think that there's a lot of guys out there that would be willing to help a youngster learn to fly, and save them. I think a lot of them think that $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 they got to cough up to make it happen, whereas if they found somebody that would be a mentor to them, a flight instructor that maybe would let them work part-time, doing odd jobs for them to pay for the lessons, and generally those kind of guys got an airplane too.
Well, and I think the barter system is an outstanding way to make things happen, and you don't have the cash to pay for it, but you can, like me, I'm in the maintenance business. Mm-hmm. I don't have the money to pay for something. I can offer to fix the guy's, whatever needs to be done around his house. He's a flight instructor and stuff, and he either doesn't have time or doesn't have the know-how to do it. So I'll trade off maintenance work for flight instruction, which, by the way, that's a legitimate offer. Any CFIs out there in the Palm Beach County area?
You'll find them. You look.
Yeah.
And put that word out there, and it's great. When there are so many folks that are, with a passion who want to share that passion. That's what the Flying Musicians is all about. We really want to share, and if we can inspire each of us, just one child, one person, maybe an adult, to either fly or learn to play music, that's great, because there's, there is such a benefit to playing a musical instrument. The research has proven that for an elderly person, learning to play a new instrument is just fantastic for their brain. It's such good exercise, and it connects the synapses. It really is something that is beneficial for them. It may be a struggle, it may be a little difficult, but what isn't? And it's well worth it. So you get up, if you learn to play the guitar, stick with it, because you'll have a breakthrough, and in addition, your memory will get a little bit better.
What were we talking about? Actually, you were talking about that. It flashed into my brain about something I had seen. I think it was a Facebook post where they shared. I don't know if you've seen it or not. There's a study about people in nursing homes, and the one that they showed was a gentleman. He was up there. I'm not even going to venture a guess on his age. He is well 80s plus, and age and dementia and everything else. And they came in. The man, typical of a nursing home, to head down in the chair. That's how he spends his life, in a wheelchair in the rec room at the nursing home.
Yeah.
And they came in. They talked with his daughter. And they found out what kind of the daughter talked about how much he loved music. And it was really sad for him. She said, I miss most is hearing him sing and everything. They put a bunch of his era music on an iPod and put headphones on him. And the man went from being all but catatonic and barely responsive to eyes open, looking up, tapping his feet, moving his hands. And that's the power of music. And it's just amazing to me that we didn't realize that a long time ago, and that they are doing things like that to help our seniors and stuff get in there. And it just goes to show you that music is universal. Now, if somebody wants information on flying musicians, where can they find it?
Well, they can find it everywhere. I try, and as an organization, we try to get the word out, and we're on the web, flyingmusicians.org. flyingmusiciansassociation.org.com.
You covered all the internet bases.
Yeah, we're at Facebook. We have a Facebook page. It's just facebook.com/flyingmusicians. Same with Twitter, twitter.com. And let's see, Hangar Chat still around. We're still there. And let's see, Tumblr and MySpace. And
we also have a booth
Google
here
Plus.
at the Flying.
Yes. Oh, we do. Yes.
Where now
so
you can go and find out about it.
And where is your booth located?
It's in the big tent over by the stage center, I guess.
Show Center
Show
tent
Center,
powered by Aviators Hotline.
Yes,
indeed.
that's correct.
Have to keep Jacob happy. Show Center tent powered by Aviators Hotline. Hey, if there's any of our listeners out there that want to ask questions of our guests, so you're on Twitter, we're talking about social media and stuff, you can use the hashtag Sebring14 to ask the guest questions. David Allen has worked it up so our little monitor over there that I keep forgetting to look at to see which camera I'm on. The monitor over there, he can flash the guest questions up on the monitor. So if you have any questions for us,
technology.
that's right. Just use it. Doesn't matter who you send it to or anything else. Just use the hashtag Sebring14, and that's. What is that? That's a pound sign, right? Is there a name for that, or is it just the pound symbol? Pound symbol. So anything on, if you're a relatively new Twitter symbol, or Twitter user, you put a pound symbol and then Sebring14, Sebring14, and we will see it pop up on the Twitter feed, and we'll be able to answer your questions or say hi or shout out to somebody if you want us to shout out to them. So if you're on Twitter, and are we able to do that on Facebook too, or is that just on Twitter? We got a thumbs up, but we're tracking the Twitter one. Facebook realized that Twitter had the right idea, and Facebook is using hashtags. We're not tracking the Facebook hashtag.
But I bet you will be. I bet you will be soon. You're on
there's
top
got to
of
be
things.
a way to do it.
Yeah.
We'll find a way. I'm going to jump in here while we're talking. Now, Flying Musicians Association is a member-driven organization. I'm a life member, and I can't attest to the cost of membership because I paid a life membership.
Mm-hmm.
What does it cost for an annual membership at FMA?
It's very reasonable, $25 a year, and that includes a free T-shirt.
Can't
Cool.
beat that.
Yeah. And,
Can't beat that.
and students, it's $15 a year, and that includes a T-shirt as well. And this year, all the way through AirVenture, when you join, you get your name in the hat for a custom-made guitar. It was made out of a 1946 Taylorcraft Wingspar,
Wow.
and it's here on display at our booth.
So is life members' names also go in there since we don't have the opportunity to join?
Life members, if they happen to join, yes, during. No, for life members and founding members, actually, we have for $25 you can buy a chance, and you can buy as many as you want to get your name in the hat. And the drawing will be held at the Corn Roast, the Seaplane Pilots Association's Corn Roast. Now, there's another way to do it too.
Now, when is that drawing?
At AirVenture.
At AirVenture.
The Thursday
okay.
night for the Corn Roast, the Seaplane Pilots Corn Roast on the grounds, not at the seaplane base. And but there's other ways too. I mean, you can buy a chance for $25 through the website. You can join. You can renew both Seaplane Pilots Association and FMA, or. But Seaplane Pilots has made a joint membership available.
Oh, really?
Through their website. It's discounted. It includes a membership in both the Seaplane Pilots Association and the Flying Musicians Association. And this promotion is going to be going on through AirVenture, and we're excited about it. The guitar's over there at our booth at the Show Center tent, powered by Aviators Hotline.
Right now, Jacob is over somewhere hearing this and grinning, going, because I got the same thing. When Jana, you got the email from Jana that anytime you talk about it, it's Show Center 10, powered by, or fueled by, powered by, fueled, powered by Aviators Hotline.
Yeah, that was before when it was the other company. It was fueled by.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay, I don't know.
Aeros.
I don't remember. Even somebody else sponsored it. I don't.
In the past. No. You're right.
Facetious.
You're right. No, this is it. Yeah, Aviators Hotline, man. They're the forefront right now. They are the ones. They also have a publication for homes, aviation homes.
Yep. He's got
Aviation properties.
4 different publications.
Oh, I'm familiar with
the
website. Alex, as a matter of fact, lives on a airport community.
You one of those? Well, I guess with that many airplanes, you'd have to.
Well, we're leaving it if we can sell a house. But we actually have our own hangars and stuff in our new place.
Ah, cool. You have your own strip in your new place, too?
Well, it's not ours, but we have use of it.
Great.
And he's got his hangars right there, so it's real convenient. As a matter of fact, he invites people to come down if they're tailwheel pilots.
Yep.
Tail draggers.
Really?
It's a gravel runway.
Ah. I was going to say, only tail dragger pilots? Are we being a little elitist?
we have nose wheel airplanes that come in there, and we have a couple of them that are based there. But we don't recommend it for obvious reasons because of prop damage. But if you have experience operating on gravel in a nose wheel airplane, know what to do, you can save your propeller.
All right. Now, one more time, where is your field?
That's 3 Tango Echo 8. That's
3 Tango Echo 8.
on the west side of Big Bend National Park, about 5 air miles from the Rio Grande.
Wow. So you're really down there, aren't you?
We are.
I tell you, Alex, if you can find it, maybe you can tell us where it's posted. He created a video. I was flying, I believe, what was it?
Piper Cub.
The Cub. Okay, he was flying the Cub, and he had a video GoPro camera on there, and he put it to music, and he flew. Where'd you fly? Tell us about that video.
Well, it's really good. It's gotten 6,000 hits so far, and it was filmed about 20 miles north of our house, and in a beautiful canyon, very similar, smaller scale to Bryce Canyon, Utah.
Yeah.
Real beautiful rock formations and stuff, and. If you go to YouTube and you put in My Secret Canyon.
My Secret Canyon.
Yeah. And if you put in my name, it'll come up faster. Alex Whitmore.
Well, I've already got My Secret Canyon in there, so we're going to see.
Yeah. And It's about 11 minutes long, and it's pretty spectacular. I did the music for it, wrote the music, and performed the music for it, and it's a pretty neat deal. I've never gotten anybody that said, who cares?
Where can you go wrong? You have aviation and music in the same video.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong. It's some great footage, and the music is nice too.
And the music is
6,000
nice
hits
too.
is not bad.
So did it come up?
No, that's impressive. I'm connected on a relatively slow. I'm not connected to the FBI anymore. I connected to the main, and it's my tablet is
The Freudian
my
slip.
tablet is protesting. No, my tablet is protesting.
That's okay.
So
But My Secret Canyon, Alex Whitmore, words in there. It should come up on the top.
okay,
Sure enough.
And then you just click on it, and it goes.
we'll do our best to bring it up here.
I'm sure the listeners out there have already beaten you to that.
I'm sure they have
and
because
they're,
I'm trying to play radio host and
they're watching it right now, and it is really cool. I know we reposted it, shared it on Facebook, and
Well, I have a whole lot of videos on YouTube, and some of them are music videos. And I have a music video of our town. We call it 79852, which is our zip code, and that's
Texas
the title of the song.
79852.
And so, if you go to YouTube and just type in 79852, it will come right up. You don't have to put my
Okay.
name or anything in it.
that's a really good
And
one.
it's got lots of vignettes of our town and our people in our town.
All right. Well, now you guys again, you're performing live.
Every day, 11:30 to 1:30.
11:30
Show
to
Center tent stage, powered by Aviators Hotline. And we'll be playing at the various parties this week. We were last night, tonight for the
We got the Llama
Power Hour, and then tomorrow
Llama
night.
Power.
What
We're
is the
making up
Llama
all these
Power
really
Hour
cool
anyway?
Buzz names
It's a
this
power
year.
hour.
What is the Llama Power?
It's an hour of power.
It's where we
You've heard the Tower Power, right?
Of
This is the hour
llamas?
of power.
of llamas.
No.
The Light Aircraft Manufacturers Association.
yeah, that.
And I don't know if they're going to be serving. I don't know if they're going to be serving llama burgers again this year or not. That was a running gag about the llama burgers.
Yes. Yeah.
All those poor llamas.
Friday night, we're going to be at the Sunset Grill. This is Lake Jackson, the seaplane base.
Oh, really?
We'll be there performing as well. And then Saturday night, for all the wonderful volunteers that are so crucial for putting an event like this together, and they're great people down here too. We're going to be performing for the volunteer party on Saturday night.
And that's going to be back here on the field, right?
It will be back at the Show Center tent, powered by Aviators Hotline.
Jacob's got to be loving life right now.
Oh, I tell you what,
And we're loving Jacob too, aren't we?
Yeah, and I can't believe
Yeah.
that the Aviators Hotline is that they're also powering those Bose speakers that we have, those L1s with the tone match systems. We're really happy with them. We're learning them. Brand new system to us, but it's a great system. It sounds awesome, especially with those Sennheiser microphones we're using. And we want to thank them as both of those companies, or all three of them, for being sponsors and corporate members. And a lot of our other corporate members you may know, MBAA, National Business
NBAA,
Aviation.
yeah.
They are now a corporate member, and we've got
AOPA.
oh yeah, and Global Air is a new corporate member. Aircraft Spruce, some of the companies that are here today, even Sensenec.
Yeah.
And,
Send great props, by the way.
Yeah, so we have a lot of corporate members stepping up and jumping on the FMA bandwagon, and we encourage you to do so too, or encourage your company to jump on the FMA bandwagon and become a corporate member and a potential sponsor for the Flying Musicians Association, as we do outreach all across the country and the world now to schools, civic organizations, and at flying events to reach out and try to inspire, educate, and encourage folks to fly and play music.
All right, and that is flyingmusicians.org.
.org.
.org. Flyingmusicians.org. They've got a display set up in the Show Center tent, powered by Aviators Hotline.
And the custom-made guitar is there too
Custom-
for you
oh,
to
that's
look
it.
and feel and touch
Oh.
and play. We'll get you over there to play
Yeah,
some.
man, I'm going to have to take a break here. I think I'm going to turn the mics over to Milford and Charlie for a while.
and jump in and do that.
And real briefly, I want to thank Dee Welch. He's a member of Seaplane Pilots and FMA, and he's the one that built the guitar. And I also want to thank.
So this is a member-built guitar.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
not even more special.
And I want to also thank Billy G, a musician over in North Carolina, who's played for about everybody and with everybody. Billy's a luthier as well, and he has spent a few hours dressing that guitar out before I came down here. I picked it, as a matter of fact, he dropped it off to me right before I left, and he'll probably do a little bit more work on it. So this thing is not only well made, but it's going to be well dressed out too, so it'll play really nice.
All right, yeah, okay, I got to go over there and see that. I might have to plunk down another $25 and try and get a chance to win it. Pick up playing guitar again.
We'd love for you to do that, and other people too. Come by and do the same.
All right. Show Center, powered by Aviators Hotline, the big white tent right in the middle of the grounds. John ZAPP, Flying Musicians Association. How can people find you?
Personally?
Yep.
You can't. I'm running.
He's totally incognito.
And you will. And the person that's sitting here talking right now may or may not be John ZAPP. So
that's right.
I can tell you, you just have to get lucky.
Well, you threw me for a loop one day when you called me because you didn't use your stage name. And you said you called yourself by your real name. Like, what? Huh? And I don't think that I ever told you, as a kid growing up, neighbor at the end of my street had the same name. And it so totally threw me for a loop when I heard that name. I went, who? And I was like, oh, John ZAPP, Flying Music. Oh, John! And your guest and our featured musician this year,
Alex and Marty Whitmore. And Alex. And Alex, I got to tell you quick.
Tell me.
Alex and Marty, they have two daughters, wonderful daughters, who are both musicians, and one's a pilot.
Both are
pilots.
Both are pilots, actually. And let's see, one plays with Steve Earle, and the other played with Hayes Carl, and they're awesome musicians. I think Bonnie is a member of the Flying Musicians.
Yes.
And she has participated at University of Texas at Arlington. We had an outreach program there for the chapter. And she hails from Austin, Texas right now. So you'll see her at South by Southwest, and she's been on the Austin city limits.
Wow.
And then tell us about Eleanor.
Well, Eleanor and her husband Chris are the lead players for Steve Earle, and they tour with him, and they're pretty active with that. I mean, that's their.
Congratulations! You didn't say, and they both and both your daughters are pilots. So. Yeah. Musicians and pilots. There's a parental success story.
I tell you what, and when Alex and Marty get done with this event, they're going right to Austin to have a.
All right, we're having a reunion with John D. Graham in Austin on Sunday night.
All right. Well, we'll have to look forward to seeing you there, and we look forward to seeing you guys every day, 11:30 to 1:30, at Show Center, powered by Aviators Hotline. And thank you for being here. Again, one more time, flyingmusicians.org.
That's
John
correct.
ZAPP, thanks for being here. We're going to go ahead and go to our break, and we'll be back with you in just a little bit. And I think coming back out of the break, Milford and Charlie are going to take over and give me a chance to rest. You're listening to Expo Radio, coming to you on www.liveatc.net/expo. Please stay tuned. Be sure to tune in January 16th through the 19th, as we will go live from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. from the 10th Annual U.S. Sport Aviation Expo in Florida.
Hi, John Leanhouse here, and I have an invitation to Sun and Fun that I hope you'll accept. It's the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Flying and Expo, scheduled for 1 through 6 April of this year at the Lake Linder Airport. We'll be hosting the Navy's demonstration team, the Blue Angels. After a year of sequestration, the Blue Angels are back, and Sun and Fun is proud to be the first site of their appearance in the Southeast in 2014. Add to that excitement the appearance of the F-22 Raptor and also the Ford Tri-Motor offering rides. Seaplane challenges at Fantasy of Flight and a balloon launch in the wee hours of Saturday, along with ultralights flying over the parking lot, will entice guests as they attend the forums and workshops. It promises to be our biggest, loudest, and baddest live show ever. The daily air shows will be augmented by our youth, a kids zone, rock wall, and at night on Saturday we're going to have an extravaganza of a night show and a fireworks. Help us celebrate the 100th year of commercial aviation and the 100th year of aerial combat as Sun and Fun focuses on building a brighter future through aviation. Please join us and the Governor of the State of Florida as we celebrate the world of aviation.
This is the 7th year that Flight Time Radio has come to Expo and the 6th year that we have broadcast live. We would love to have you check out our website at flighttimeradio.com and also invite you to get a listen to one of our shows. We try to do two things. One would be to interest non-pilots that hear us on local radio in trying flight, and the other is having fun. I hope we do the first. I know we do the second. We are on Facebook, and check us out on Twitter at Flight Time Radio.
Hi, John Leanhouse here from Sun and Fun, and we are very pleased that you have chosen to be in Sebring for the 2014 Sport Aviation Expo. It's an exciting year for the Florida aviation community of over 22,000 licensed pilots with access to more than 800 airstrips and 22 air shows. You've picked a great place to come to celebrate aviation. And we welcome to our guests who fly in from out of town that make a significant impact on the stability of our economy. We thank you all. Have a great show, and be sure to stop by the Sun and Fun booth for information on the dates and times of the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Expo in Lakeland Linder Airport.
Do you want to fly but thought it was too hard or cost too much? Do you want to own an airplane but thought it was too expensive? With Aviation Access Project, it's easier and less expensive than you think. With us, you get a low purchase price for a share of a new light sport airplane and a low monthly maintenance fee. And there are no hourly fees for the first 50 hours. We manage, you fly. Visit us at Expo today. Aviation Access Project. Own the passion of flying.
The Expo's Central Activities Tent Show Center is powered by Aviators Hotline. Aviators Hotline has been and continues to be the trusted monthly source the aviation industry relies upon to help in the buying and selling of single and twin-engine piston aircraft, plus parts and services. Published monthly in print and digital format, Aviators Hotline is distributed monthly to subscribers, qualifying FBOs, and aircraft owners worldwide. You can find them online at aviatorshotline.com. Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers a factory-manufactured SLSA or quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, crosswind, and performance qualities, otherwise only available in heavier airplanes. At the same time, the Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at breezeraircraftusa.com.
Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers factory-manufactured SLSA or a quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, crosswind, and performance qualities otherwise only available in heavier aircraft. At the same time, Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at www.breezeraircraftusa.com. Thanks to Premier Aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. For more information, check out www.hansonairgroup.com.
Many thanks to Premier Aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hansen Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. HansenAirGroup.com. Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Expo wishes to thank premier aviation partner American Legend Aircraft Company for their support. American Legend Aircraft Company was founded expressly to develop a light sport certified version of the venerable Piper Cub, and they succeeded. What was great about the Piper Cub for the past 75 years is still great today. The Legend Cub uses the same basic airframe design as the Piper original with a few enhancements. 3 inches were added to the cabin width, and the wing spars were removed from the cabin headspace and replaced with X-bracing, like later model Cubs, for improved structural integrity and enlarged cockpit space. Check out the Legend Cub here at the Expo or on the web at legend.aero.
Expo is made possible by sponsorship from Renegade Light Sport. Doc Bailey and the good people at Renegade Light Sport offer many different types of aircraft, new engines, flight training, and even free training for wounded veterans. To see a little bit about the many things they do, go to renegadelightsport.com. That's renegadelightsport.com.
Sennheiser Aviation invites you to stop at their booth and demo the best premium aviation headsets, from the lightweight passive HME 110 with its 10-year warranty to the full line of S1 products. You can find the Sennheiser stand in the hangar at booth H110 or visit SA.com. The U.S. Sport Aviation Expo is sponsored in part by Skycraft Airplanes, a brand new Czech LSA company with a focus on building quality, high-performance airplanes that are affordable to buy and affordable to fly. The ready-to-fly Skycraft SD-1 Mini Sport climbs at 1,400 feet per minute, cruises at 118 miles per hour, burns 1.8 gallons per hour, and has a 575-mile range. It comes loaded with standard features for a starting price under $55,000. Check them out at Expo Booth 701 or on the web at skycraftairplanes.com.
And I think we're back in live, Charlie.
Yes, we are.
I'm live. How about you? You live?
That's MILFORD, and this is Charlie, and we're at Expo 14, U.S. Sport Aviation Expo. Radio. We're normally on Flight Time Radio.
We don't do anything normal.
No, you don't do anything normal.
Nothing normal.
Okay, I understand that too.
Well, everybody, welcome back to the live streaming of Expo Radio here at Sebring in 2014. And guess what, Charlie?
I see it out there.
We've got active airplane noise going on. I love airplane noise. We got it now.
He's got wheels bigger than... Never mind, I'm not going to say that.
He's got some big wheels. We are sitting here at Expo Radio, which is at the base of the tower on the airport. And our nice front door opens up to a view of the runway. I see what looks like J3 Cubs lumbering along, taxiing along, getting ready to go do some flying. We're doing flying now. We've got airplanes coming in. It's still cold, still a little bit windy, but it's getting better. And
what a day it is out there. Blue skies.
Absolutely perfect blue skies.
Except for the temperature, and I can't believe this is Florida. All these people came from the north down here, and they sort of drug it with them, you know.
Yeah.
Pulled it right on down.
We're going to have to start checking them at the border there, at the state line. Make them, you can't bring that in here. Well, everybody, we want to let you know we are live here. This is Milford and Charlie, normally Flight Time Radio. We're sitting in, Dave's taking a little break, getting him a cup of coffee, trying to warm up. And we are sitting here with Mr. Gary Zibby of SAM Aircraft. Gary, we want to welcome you to Expo Radio. Appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you for welcoming me.
And if people haven't seen SAM Aircraft before, while they're talking with, listening to us talk, what's the website they can go to get a good look at it?
Well, it's www.sam-aircraft.com.
Okay, and that's Sam, just like the fellow's named Sam. And I'm going to ask you the obvious question right off the bat. Where'd the name Sam come to name your aircraft?
Well, the Sam name came from the name of my son. He has 2.5 years old, so I changed the name of the company. The former name was Haim Aviation, and I changed it for Sam Aircraft because of the name of my son.
That's pretty neat. Pretty neat.
Yeah, I like that. Well, I'm sitting here. I've got a beautiful brochure of the Sam aircraft in front of me, and I'm going to tell you this is a sharp-looking aircraft. There's all kind of pretty-looking aircraft out there. This one kind of stands out. Sometimes light sport aircraft kind of starts looking a little bit the same. Yours has a little bit of a different look. Can you kind of describe for our listeners what the look is of your aircraft?
Well, I wanted something different than the side-by-side high-wing aircraft. So I was looking to have kind of a nostalgic look, a retro-looking aircraft like a mini T-28, but light sport, or mini Harvard, or mini Chipmunk, mini Vorgacacina, all these trainers of the golden age. So I love the Ryan ST, for example. So in fact, the aircraft is a mix of a little bit of the Ryan, a little bit of the T-28, a little bit of the Chipmunk, and we make it a retro-looking silhouette, but with modern technology. Right. And it has a Dynan Sky View inside with backup instruments, made it strong, very easy to fly, forgiving aircraft, and it's an aircraft that we designed for pure pleasure, to have fun. So we didn't look for performance, we didn't look for something really special. It's basic construction, but it flies well, and it flies safe, and it's durable aluminum and 4130 steel aircraft.
That's what flying's all about, isn't it? All those people flying around in the airliners are basically in a bus.
That's right.
You know, this is for fun. This is what it's for. Show right. Well, it's about the same altitude I like to fly. It looks like that's about 1,000 feet, and it's got a picture of it on final, and at home airport.
Yes.
And that, where's that at?
Well, we are located in La Chute, near Montreal, 20 minutes west of Montreal. And you can fly closed canopy, or you can fly open canopy. We make a 3 quick disconnect pin, and in all the rear part of the canopy, you can take it out 5 minutes.
Wow.
And after that, you fly open canopy.
Okay, I didn't catch that there.
Yeah.
It's photos from head on, so you almost don't notice it to start with.
Exactly.
You have a windscreen in the front, and there's a little bit in the back there that mounts too. So yeah, there it is, perfect right here. So, well, what kind of comments do you get when you fly into a new airport with this aircraft?
Well, everyone is very impressed with the look of the aircraft, and people said it's looks like a Varga, or looks like a T6, or looks like a mini Harvard, or whatever aircraft they have in their mind, with their nostalgia and their what they live through. This aircraft appeal to their nostalgic feelings.
I love the fact you kept your aircrafts in polished aluminum. It's just absolutely gorgeous look to have a polished aluminum aircraft. And the logo you have on the front, my goodness, any World War II pilot would have been proud to have that logo on the nose of their aircraft. Tell us a little bit about where the artwork came from, the flying lady on the front of your aircraft.
Well, I wanted something like the World War II bombers to decorate the aircraft. So a lady was kind of attractive, but I wanted something attractive, but not too much. Wow. So the lady has some nice shape, but not too much.
Right.
And I put a little star, the American star here,
Right.
and this is the Canadian leaf because our company is based in Canada.
Right, right.
And the RSAF, that's the Royal Sam Air Force?
That's correct. Good catch.
That went right by me there. And I understand you guys are delivering kits, so y'all are up and running. You're not an aircraft company in the future. You're actually delivering kits now.
Yes, we are very working very hard now because we've done a 20% discount for the winter kit delivery, and it works very well. So now we have our hands full of kit to deliver. So that's a real nice problem to solve for a kit manufacturer.
Well, the area I don't want to build a kit. I want to just get an aircraft to fly. Do y'all guys deliver ready to fly?
Yes, we do also ready to fly. It's 131,000 with a fully loaded ergonomic leather seat with a leather armrest, dual controls, Dynan Skyview, backup instruments, Rotax 912, 100 horsepower. So really fully loaded, either polished or painted. Your choice.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Now, the kits, we didn't talk about the price of the kits. What is the kit price?
The kit is 29,000 and it comes with the wheels, the brake, fabric seating, fuel tanks assembled at the shop. All the 4130 protection cage is welded. There is no need to weld by the builder. So, and it's match holes, CNC pre-drill. So it's really an assembly work. It's easy kit to assemble. It requires 900 hours if you know already how to build a kit. If you did it already, or if you are an IP mechanics.
Now, that includes just the airframe, correct? No engine, propeller, or instruments.
That's correct.
Right. That's actually you'll be just about ready to go for that price. That's a low price for a kit that far along.
With an engine and a good instrumentation, the complete aircraft will cost you around 65 to 69,000, depending on the options that you choose.
Now, the other question I would have is, do you guys support any other engine choices, or are you just going strictly Rotax as far as factory support?
Well, we are looking to expand our line of engine support. We're looking for people with that would like to install the Jabiru or the UL Power. So we will be able to expand our line of engine. Right now, we are offering the engine mount for the Rotax, but we can do it for the Jabiru as well. It fits perfectly.
Yeah, they're very similar engines. And which Jabiru, the 4-cylinder or the 6?
Both.
Okay. And what kind of performance numbers do we have? Realizing this airplane is more about the fun of flying, the joy of flight, what kind of performance numbers do we have?
Well, we have an empty weight of 830, a maximum cruising speed of 125 miles, economy cruise speed 110, stall speed clean is 49 miles, with the flaps it's 42 miles. You have 22 gallons and it burns between 4.5 to 5 gallons, either MOGAS or 100 LL. So you can fly from 4 hours and 480 miles with the reserves.
Yeah, I was looking at those numbers. It's pretty neat, and Milford's showing me some pictures down here. It's different. Oh yeah, look at this.
Yeah.
Looks like a T-28 paint scheme on it.
Normally I'm just a sucker for the polished aluminum, but you've got some of the, I assume these are artist renderings.
Mm-hmm.
Or you don't have these paint jobs up
No.
on plane. In the brochure they've got some artist renderings of possible paint jobs you could put, and this plane looks good in paint too.
Yep. We are more even thinking of painting the prototype in this blue and white and red color, like the T28.
That's very classy looking. That's very eye-catching, and that's very
aggressive.
warbird looking.
Yeah, warbird.
Just absolutely gorgeous looking airplane. If you had this airplane, it would be a head turner at any airport because it's something a little bit different.
Yep.
People would have to turn around and see, what is that landing? Is that an old Warbird or what is that? So.
And it has more than 200 hours now on the prototype, and I flew it from Montreal to Fort Worth, Dallas for the AOPA summit in October. I flew it from Montreal to here, Sebring, a 16 hours flight. So everything went well on the aircraft. Really a solid and a good feeling about the aircraft.
Does it have a heater?
Yes, definitely. It's a good heater.
It better be. Now, do you have any builders finished a kit yet?
Not yet. I'm waiting that with anticipation to have more SAM LS flying out there.
Good.
Is it aerobatic?
It's basic aerobatic. Yep.
Neat.
Yeah, I saw the picture of rolling over. Yes.
The horizon. That's a pretty neat picture.
Yeah.
People need to get on the internet and see this, and you can go to sam-aircraft.com.
And we have also a Facebook page, SAM Aircraft, with a lot of photos and information.
Right, I'm sure that's an easy way for people to get in contact with you, either one, internet, either website or the Facebook probably.
Yep.
Yes. Well, tell you what, I want to welcome you down here. I wish I could welcome you to sunny, warm Central Florida, but it is what it is, a famous man once told me. So I guess it is. And at least it's sunny. Well, we hope you enjoy the rest of the show, and I'm sure we'll have you back on a little bit later in the week.
Thank you. Yep.
Talk a little bit more. Thanks,
Thank
Gary.
you.
Appreciate it.
I appreciate
And
it.
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Charlie, that's a good-looking aircraft. I would keep that in the hangar.
Yeah, we were.
I wouldn't kick it out.
We went over to the main building, MILFORD and I, and walked in past it and walked out past it, and I'm going, man, look at that thing, you know?
Charlie actually started to put his fingerprints all over the aircraft. I slapped his hands.
I will give him something to clean it afterward.
So if you have to touch it with this rag.
I'm going to use Milford's hood to do it.
Sunshine cream all
There you
over
go.
the aircraft.
There you go.
It's a pleasure to clean it each day.
Yeah, those leading edge of the wings, I can see the bugs all over it right now. After every flight, you have to wipe it down.
But
You know
after
it's
that,
fun to do.
After that, I know all people interested in the aircraft because I have their fingerprints.
There you go.
Yes.
There's probably an app for that. You can just, on your phone, video the fingerprint, go straight and get them. Hunt them down. Well, Sam Aircraft, Charlie. Now, I know you're a Cub aficionado, but I got to imagine you wouldn't mind flying that.
Hey, I'd like to have one of these.
I bet.
I'd like to have one. That'd be fun. You know, buzzing the strip and making the people wish they were out there with me. Go to fly down the beach. You know, you go, hey, look at it.
Fly down the beach, the sun hits you, you'd blind everybody on the beach.
There you go. I'd have to paint mine up like that white and blue one.
I don't know. I'm kind of leaning.
I like that one. I like that one too. But that's man, that looks official government. Me and the NSA are like buds.
Yeah, we want to welcome everybody. We're getting back to Expo Radio now. Just welcome everybody back to the live streaming that is being provided by Mr. David Allen to start with. We want to thank David. And also, obviously, the audio stream through, and both come through Mr. David Pasco at Live ATC.
Live ATC.
If you're listening to us, you already know that, don't you, Charlie?
You probably know that, but not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Could be standing out there hearing it over the speakers going, wonder how we can hear those people. Well, it's liveatc.net/expo.
We invite you to check that out. And I'm just going to ask for kind of off air here for Mr. David Allen to remind me websites we can plug what he's doing too.
Other people's airplanes.
Other people's airplanes.
Other people's airplanes.
And that's a .com, you know, .com. And that you can get in touch with David and see what all he does, which is a ton. And we are being joined back here real quick.
Boss Man's here.
That is the problem. Oh, turn my mic down.
Amazing.
There we
how
go.
well the microphone works.
Now
Now
here's
actually switch it on.
It's this big, beautiful square orange thing, Dave, that has messed me up. It keeps flopping down, and when it does, it turned my microphone off.
Yeah.
And I think I'm still extremely hot.
I actually think that I did that when I was here by myself. I think I flipped that off by mistake.
Charlie, write this down. Dave just took responsibility for what could be deemed a mistake.
You know how I solve this problem? I buy mics that don't have the switch.
I have some of those, and I prefer the mics with a switch. Look at the camera. David's over there making faces at me. Look, which camera is it? See, if we had tally lights. Okay, I'm pointing that way. That's not which. There we go. Okay, that camera. Hi. David's trying to beat 20 years of radio out of me and teach me to look at the microphone. Look at the microphone. Hi. So anyhow, I just wanted. I actually didn't mean to come in and step on your time. I just wanted to tell you to switch your mic on. That's what I was. And Mr. Allen over there.
You know what the neat thing is, Dave?
Sit down.
I'm going to give you a plug on this. You're way out front talking with people, and you caught the problem way out there. And we got the guys over at the audio panels going, I don't know, Milford's just quiet. That's all. We don't know why he's quiet.
Michael said, I've got his mic cranked all the way up. I've got the gain cranked all the way up, and he's still got no volume. And I said, is it switched on? Did you shut it off and turn it on again? Okay, back to you guys. I'm gonna go do chairman stuff.
Thanks, Dave.
Oh boy.
You know, Terry, one of the scary parts is all of us sitting here that were having problems with a simple turning a mic on. We're all pilots. That's a little scary thought, isn't it?
Perhaps it's still working.
Yeah, it's working now because I'm ringing in my ears. So, well, I'm not sure on our schedule when our next guest is due in. David, I guess we'll go ahead and swing it back to commercials here for a few minutes till we get our next guest set up. So, just real quick, that's Charlie. This is Milford, Flight Time Radio, sitting here with Thierry Zeeby of SAM Aircraft, and we'll welcome you to Expo Radio, and hope you stay tuned for a few commercials. We're going to be back with another exhibitor very shortly.
In that hash mark.
Oh, yes.
Sebring 14.
Hashtag Sebring 14 if you want to ask a question. And since I didn't mention it, Dave, I doubt any questions came in for Thierry. But hashtag Sebring 14, we're monitoring that. If you have a question for us or for one of our guests, Twitter it, and we will be glad to pass it along. Thanks, everybody. We'll be back shortly.
Thank you.
You're listening to Expo Radio, coming to you on www.liveatc.net/expo. Please stay tuned. Be sure to tune in January 16th through the 19th as we will go live from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. from the 10th Annual U.S. Sport Aviation Expo in beautiful Sebring, Florida.
Hi, John Leanhouse here, and I have an invitation to Sun and Fun that I hope you'll accept. It's the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Flying and Expo, scheduled for 1 through 6 April of this year at the Lakeland Airport. We'll be hosting the Navy's demonstration team, the Blue Angels. After a year of sequestration, the Blue Angels are back, and Sun and Fun is proud to be the first site of their appearance in the Southeast in 2014. Add to that excitement the appearance of the F-22 Raptor and also the Ford Tri-Motor offering rides. Seaplane challenges at Fantasy of Flight and a balloon launch in the wee hours of Saturday, along with ultralights flying over the parking lot, will entice guests as they attend the forums and workshops. It promises to be our biggest, loudest, and baddest live show ever. The daily air shows will be augmented by our youth, a kids zone, rock wall, and at night on Saturday we're going to have an extravaganza of a night show and a fireworks. Help us celebrate the 100th year of commercial aviation and the 100th year of aerial combat as Sun and Fun focuses on building a brighter future through aviation. Please join us and the Governor of the State of Florida as we celebrate the world of aviation.
This is the 7th year that Flight Time Radio has come to Expo and the 6th year that we have broadcast live. We would love to have you check out our website at flighttimeradio.com and also invite you to get a listen to one of our shows. We try to do two things. One would be to interest non-pilots that hear us on local radio in trying flight, and the other is having fun. I hope we do the first. I know we do the second. We are on Facebook, and check us out on Twitter at Flight Time Radio.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here from Sun and Fun, and we are very pleased that you have chosen to be in Sebring for the 2014 Sport Aviation Expo. It's an exciting year for the Florida aviation community of over 22,000 licensed pilots with access to more than 800 airstrips and 22 air shows. You've picked a great place to come to celebrate aviation. And we welcome to our guests who fly in from out of town that make a significant impact on the stability of our economy. We thank you all. Have a great show, and be sure to stop by the Sun and Fun booth for information on the dates and times of the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Expo in Lakeland Linder Airport.
Do you want to fly but thought it was too hard or cost too much? Do you want to own an airplane but thought it was too expensive? With Aviation Access Project, it's easier and less expensive than you think. With us, you get a low purchase price for a share of a new light sport airplane and a low monthly maintenance fee. Pilot training is included, and there are no hourly fees for the first 50 hours. We manage, you fly. Visit us at Expo today. Aviation Access Project. Own the passion of flying.
The Expo's Central Activities Tent Show Center is powered by Aviators Hotline. Aviators Hotline has been and continues to be the trusted monthly source the aviation industry relies upon to help in the buying and selling of single and twin engine piston aircraft plus parts and services. Published monthly in print and digital format, Aviators Hotline is distributed monthly to subscribers, qualifying FBOs, and aircraft owners worldwide. You can find them online at aviatorshotline.com. Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers a factory-manufactured SLSA or quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, cross-wind, and performance qualities, otherwise only available in heavier airplanes. At the same time, the Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at breezeraircraftusa.com.
Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers factory-manufactured SLSA or a quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows crosswind and performance qualities otherwise only available in heavier aircraft. At the same time, Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at www.breezeraircraftusa.com. Thanks to Premier Aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. For more information, check out www.hansonairgroup.com.
Many thanks to Premier Aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. HansonAirGroup.com. Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Expo wishes to thank premier aviation partner American Legend Aircraft Company for their support. American Legend Aircraft Company was founded expressly to develop a light sport certified version of the venerable Piper Cub, and they succeeded. What was great about the Piper Cub for the past 75 years is still great today. The Legend Cub uses the same basic airframe design as the Piper original with a few enhancements. 3 inches were added to the cabin width, and the wing spars were removed from the cabin headspace and replaced with X-bracing, like later model Cubs, for improved structural integrity and enlarged cockpit space. Check out the Legend Cub here at the Expo or on the web at legend.aero.
Expo is made possible by sponsorship from Renegade Light Sport. Doc Bailey and the good people at Renegade Light Sport offer many different types of aircraft, new engines, flight training, and even free training for wounded veterans. To see a little bit about the many things they do, go to renegadelightsport.com. That's renegadelightsport.com.
Sennheiser Aviation invites you to stop at their booth and demo the best premium aviation headsets, from the lightweight passive HME 110 with its 10-year warranty to the full line of S1 products. You can find the Sennheiser stand in the hangar at booth H110 or visit SennheiserUSA.com. The U.S. Sport Aviation Expo is sponsored in part by Skycraft Airplanes, a brand new Czech LSA company with a focus on building quality, high-performance airplanes that are affordable to buy and affordable to fly. The ready-to-fly Skycraft SD-1 Mini Sport climbs at 1,400 feet per minute, cruises at 118 miles per hour, burns 1.8 gallons per hour, and has a 575-mile range. It comes loaded with standard features for a starting price under $55,000. Check them out at Expo Booth 701 or on the web at skycraftairplanes.com.
You're listening to Expo Radio, coming to you on www.liveatc.net/expo. Please stay tuned. Be sure to tune in January 16th through the 19th, as we will go live from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. from the 10th Annual U.S. Sport Aviation Expo in beautiful Sebring, Florida.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here, and I have an invitation to Sun and Fun that I hope you'll accept. It's the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Flying and Expo, scheduled for 1 through 6 April of this year at the Lakeland Airport. We'll be hosting the Navy's demonstration team, the Blue Angels. After a year of sequestration, the Blue Angels are back, and Sun and Fun is proud to be the first site of their appearance in the Southeast in 2014. Add to that excitement the appearance of the F-22 Raptor and also the Ford Tri-Motor offering rides. Seaplane challenges of fantasy of flight and a balloon launch in the wee hours of Saturday, along with ultralights flying over the parking lot, will entice guests as they attend the forums and workshops. It promises to be our biggest, loudest, and baddest live show ever. The daily air shows will be augmented by our youth, a kids zone, rock wall, and at night on Saturday we're going to have an extravaganza of a night show and a fireworks. Help us celebrate the 100th year of commercial aviation and the 100th year of aerial combat as Sun and Fun focuses on building a brighter future through aviation. Please join us and the Governor of the State of Florida as we celebrate the world of aviation.
This is the 7th year that Flight Time Radio has come to Expo and the 6th year that we have broadcast live. We would love to have you check out our website at flighttimeradio.com and also invite you to get a listen to one of our shows. We try to do 2 things. One would be to interest non-pilots that hear us on local radio in trying flight, and the other is having fun. I hope we do the first. I know we do the second. We are on Facebook, and check us out on Twitter at Flight Time Radio.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here from Sun and Fun, and we are very pleased that you have chosen to be in Sebring for the 2014 Sport Aviation Expo. It's an exciting year for the Florida aviation community of over 22,000 licensed pilots with access to more than 800 airstrips and 22 air shows. You've picked a great place to come to celebrate aviation. And we welcome to our guests who fly in from out of town that make a significant impact on the stability of our economy. We thank you all. Stop by the Sun and Fun booth for information on the dates and times of the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Expo in Lakeland Airport.
Do you want to fly but thought it was too hard or cost too much? Do you want to own an airplane but thought it was too expensive? With Aviation Access Project, it's easier and less expensive than you think. With us, you get a low purchase price for a share of a new light sport airplane and a low monthly maintenance fee. Pilot training is included, and there are no hourly fees for the first 50 hours. We manage, you fly. Visit us at Expo today. Aviation Access Project. Own the passion of flying.
The Expo's Central Activities Tent Show Center is powered by Aviators Hotline. Aviators Hotline has been and continues to be the trusted monthly source the aviation industry relies upon to help in the buying and selling of single and twin-engine piston aircraft, plus parts and services. Published monthly in print and digital format, Aviators Hotline is distributed monthly to subscribers, qualifying FBOs, and aircraft owners worldwide. You can find them online at aviatorshotline.com. Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers a factory-manufactured SLSA or quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, cross-wind, and performance qualities, otherwise only available in heavier airplanes. At the same time, the Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at breezeraircraftusa.com.
Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers factory-manufactured SLSA or a quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, cross-wind, and performance qualities otherwise only available in heavier aircraft. At the same time, Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at www.breezeraircraftusa.com. Thanks to Premier Aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. For more information, check out www.hansonairgroup.com.
Many thanks to Premier Aviation Partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. HansonAirGroup.com. Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall-forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Expo wishes to thank Premier Aviation Partner American Legend Aircraft Company for their support. American Legend Aircraft Company was founded expressly to develop a light sport certified version of the venerable Piper Cub, and they succeeded. What was great about the Piper Cub for the past 75 years is still great today. The Legend Cub uses the same basic airframe design as the Piper Original with a few enhancements. 3 inches were added to the cabin width, and the wing spars were removed from the cabin headspace and replaced with X-bracing, like later model Cubs, for improved structural integrity and enlarged cockpit space. Check out the Legend Cub here at the Expo or on the web at legend.aero.
Expo is made possible by sponsorship from Renegade Light Sport. Doc Bailey and the good people at Renegade Light Sport offer many different types of aircraft, new engines, flight training, and even free training for wounded veterans. To see a little bit about the many things they do, go to RenegadeLightsport.com. That's RenegadeLightsport.com.
Sennheiser Aviation invites you to stop at their booth and demo the best premium aviation headsets, from the lightweight passive HME 110 with its 10-year warranty to the full line of S1 products. You can find the Sennheiser stand in the hangar at booth H110 or visit SennheiserUSA.com. The U.S. Sport Aviation Expo is sponsored in part by Skycraft Airplanes, a brand new Czech LSA company with a focus on building quality, high-performance airplanes that are affordable to buy and affordable to fly. The ready-to-fly Skycraft SD-1 Mini Sport climbs at 1,400 feet per minute, cruises at 118 miles per hour, burns 1.8 gallons per hour, and has a 575-mile range. It comes loaded with standard features for a starting price under $55,000. Check them out at Expo Booth 701 or on the web at skycraftairplanes.com.
You're listening to Expo Radio, coming to you on www.liveatc.net/expo. Please stay tuned. Be sure to tune in January 16th through the 19th, as we will go live from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. from the 10th Annual U.S. Sport Aviation Expo in beautiful Sebring, Florida.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here, and I have an invitation to Sun and Fun that I hope you'll accept. It's the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Flying and Expo, scheduled for 1 through 6 April of this year at the Lakeland Airport. We'll be hosting the Navy's demonstration team, the Blue Angels. After a year of sequestration, the Blue Angels are back, and Sun and Fun is proud to be the first site of their appearance in the Southeast in 2014. Add to that excitement the appearance of the F-22 Raptor and also the Ford Tri-Motor offering rides. Seaplane challenges at Fantasy of Flight and a balloon launch the wee hours of Saturday, along with ultralights flying over the parking lot, will entice guests as they attend the forums and workshops. It promises to be our biggest, loudest, and baddest live show ever. The daily air shows will be augmented by our youth, a kids zone, rock wall, and at night on Saturday we're going to have an extravaganza of a night show and a fireworks. Help us celebrate the 100th year of commercial aviation and the 100th year of aerial combat as Sun and Fun focuses on building a brighter future through aviation. Please join us and the Governor of the State of Florida as we celebrate the world of aviation.
This is the 7th year that Flight Time Radio has come to Expo and the 6th year that we have broadcast live. We would love to have you check out our website at flighttimeradio.com and also invite you to get a listen to one of our shows. We try to do two things. One would be to interest non-pilots that hear us on local radio in trying flight, and the other is having fun. I know we do the second. We are on Facebook, and check us out on Twitter at Flight Time Radio.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here from Sun and Fun, and we are very pleased that you have chosen to be in Sebring for the 2014 Sport Aviation Expo. It's an exciting year for the Florida aviation community of over 22,000 licensed pilots with access to more than 800 airstrips and 22 air shows. You've picked a great place to come to celebrate aviation. And we welcome to our guests who fly in from out of town that make a significant impact on the stability of our economy. We thank you all. Have a great show, and be sure to stop by the Sun and Fun booth for information on the dates and times of the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Expo in Lakeland Airport.
Do you want to fly but thought it was too hard or cost too much? Do you want to own an airplane but thought it was too expensive? With Aviation Access Project, it's easier and less expensive than you think. With us, you get a low purchase price for a share of a new light sport airplane and a low monthly maintenance fee. Pilot training is included, and there are no hourly fees for the first 50 hours. We manage, you fly. Visit us at Expo today. Aviation Access Project. Own the passion of flying.
The Expo's Central Activities Tent Show Center is powered by Aviators Hotline. Aviators Hotline has been and continues to be the trusted monthly source the aviation industry relies upon to help in the buying and selling of single and twin engine piston aircraft, plus parts and services. Published monthly in print and digital format, Aviators Hotline is distributed monthly to subscribers, qualifying FBOs, and aircraft owners worldwide. You can find them online at aviatorshotline.com. Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers a factory-manufactured SLSA or quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, cross-wind, and performance qualities otherwise only available in heavier airplanes. At the same time, the Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at breezeraircraftusa.com.
Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers factory-manufactured SLSA or a quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, cross-wind, and performance qualities otherwise only available in heavier aircraft. At the same time, Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at www.breezeraircraftusa.com. Thanks to Premier Aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. For more information, check out www.hansonairgroup.com.
Many thanks to Premier Aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. HansonAirGroup.com. Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Expo wishes to thank Premier Aviation partner American Legend Aircraft Company for their support. American Legend Aircraft Company was founded expressly to develop a light sport certified version of the venerable Piper Cub, and they succeeded. What was great about the Piper Cub for the past 75 years is still great today. The Legend Cub uses the same basic airframe design as the Piper original with a few enhancements. 3 inches were added to the cabin width, and the wing spars were removed from the cabin headspace and replaced with X-bracing, like later model Cubs, for improved structural integrity and enlarged cockpit space. Check out the Legend Cub here at the Expo or on the web at legend.aero.
Expo is made possible by sponsorship from Renegade Light Sport. Doc Bailey and the good people at Renegade Light Sport offer many different types of aircraft, new engines, flight training, and even free training for wounded veterans. To see a little bit about the many things they do, go to renegadelightsport.com. That's renegadelightsport.com.
Sennheiser Aviation invites you to stop at their booth and demo the best premium aviation headsets, from the lightweight passive HME 110 with its 10-year warranty to the full line of S1 products. You can find the Sennheiser stand in the hangar at booth H110 or visit Sennheiserusa.com. The U.S. Sport Aviation Expo is sponsored in part by Skycraft Airplanes, a brand new Czech LSA company with a focus on building quality, high-performance airplanes that are affordable to buy and affordable to fly. The ready-to-fly Skycraft SD-1 Mini Sport climbs at 1,400 feet per minute, cruises at 118 miles per hour, burns 1.8 gallons per hour, and has a 575-mile range. It comes loaded with standard features for a starting price under $55,000. Check them out at Expo Booth 701 or on the web at skycraftairplanes.com.
You're listening to Expo Radio, coming to you on www.liveatc.net/expo. Please stay tuned. Be sure to tune in January 16th through the 19th, as we will go live from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. from the 10th Annual U.S. Sport Aviation Expo in beautiful Sebring, Florida.
Hi, John Leanhouse here, and I have an invitation to Sun and Fun that I hope you'll accept. It's the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Flying and Expo, scheduled for 1 through 6 April of this year at the Lakeland Airport. We'll be hosting the Navy's demonstration team, the Blue Angels. After a year of sequestration, the Blue Angels are back, and Sun and Fun is proud to be the first site of their appearance in the Southeast in 2014. Add to that excitement the appearance of the F-22 Raptor and also the Ford Tri-Motor offering rides. Seaplane challenges, a fantasy of flight, and a balloon launch in the wee hours of Saturday, along with ultralights flying over the parking lot, will entice guests as they attend the forums and workshops. It promises to be our biggest, loudest, and baddest live show ever. The daily air shows will be augmented by our youth, a kids zone, rock wall, and at night on Saturday we're going to have an extravaganza of a night show and a fireworks. Help us celebrate the 100th year of commercial aviation and the 100th year of aerial combat as Sun and Fun focuses on building a brighter future through aviation. Please join us and the Governor of the State of Florida as we celebrate the world of aviation.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. This is flight time. No, it's not.
But that music sounded like it was.
It sure did.
You know, just as a side note, this is Milford and Charlie from Flight Time Radio here with Expo Radio in Sebring. We're sitting here, and as the commercials play, every time we hear our background music, both of us jerk and grab,
run for the mic.
Go for the mic. At the radio station, when they're playing commercials between our segments, quite often we get to yakking about flying and forget not paying attention, and all of a sudden we hear the music going, which means, "Hey, stupid, you're back on the air."
Yeah. And then he tells me.
And then I get blamed for everything. Well, everybody, welcome back to Sebring, Florida. This is the Expo, Light Sport Aviation Expo at Sebring 2014, and it's just to look at it, it's just a gorgeous day. Absolute blue sky, and we can just see for thousands of miles, it looks like.
Yep.
And as far as I can see, the wind's blowing.
Yep. And the temperature is coming up, I believe, a little bit, but I don't know that for sure. You know, if people want to send us a message via Twitter, they can do it at hashtag Sebring14.
Yes, thank you for reminding me that.
Sebring14. And any time during the show you can do that. And hashtag Sebring14, and we'll get that question or answer or comment.
And we'll give you credit for it.
Yeah.
If you have a question for our guest or for us, we'll mention your name on air and be glad to pass the question along.
Yeah, we got somebody to read them from Milford.
That's right. And they'll help you with the big words.
Yeah. So.
Well, we do have a guest sitting with us. We have Mr. Peter Ring of Free Flight Systems. And Free Flight Systems is a maker and educator, I'm going to say, of ADS-B in and out systems. And for everybody out there that's a pilot, Peter, they better know what ADS-B is, and it's coming.
It's coming very soon here in January 1st of 2020 is when most folks in the United States are going to be required to have it. Really, it's a form of surveillance that's basically going to be replacing a lot of existing radar coverage that exists today, and the system's substantially more accurate in surveillance. So January 1st of 2020, there's about 170,000 aircraft in the United States that actually need to equip with it.
Wow. You know what, me being the old hard-headed country boy I am, first of all, I'm kind of aggravated the idea that something else I've got to do. But I'm going to tell you what, brother, I flew with ADS-B one time. I want it. It is so helpful.
That is some. You're talking about the ADS-B in portion,
Yeah,
so the
yes.
weather and the traffic side of it. Yeah, that's a major benefit, and that's really why the FAA added that functionality to it, was so that there was some sort of benefit, and there was something that you received from it instead of just equipping with equipment just because the FAA told you to. They wanted to provide you with something that was at least an incentive or something in return for having to spend the money to equip with it.
My real quick ADS-B story is this last year going up to Oshkosh, we lost a day to weather. We couldn't figure out how to get around it. And finally, the many hours of sitting in FBOs and different things and hopping this airport, that port, we finally got a hotel and lost a day. On the way back, the other pilot that was riding with me said, I'm through with this, I'm getting an antenna. And he went and got the antenna for his iPad and to get the ADS-B in. And I guarantee you on the way home we would have lost another day. Well, with the ADS-B, we were safely, and I reiterate safely because I'm not the kind of guy that's going to thread a needle somewhere.
Yep.
I do it for fun. I tell everybody, if that's not fun, I'm not going to do it. But we were able to safely find our way around, and we were virtually at the Florida-Georgia border, which I live in Jacksonville, just south of the Florida-Georgia border, and we were able to safely get around it and make it home.
Yep.
And I have been a believer and a lover of ADS-B since then.
Well, that's one of the major benefits is increased situational awareness. You've got that technology that's available to you, subscription free, so you don't have to pay monthly for it like you would with XM, a similar technology. And you get that traffic information too once you have that full ADS-B in and out system that's available. And that's really, for all of us, it's just going to make flying safer, more secure.
Well, I guess, first of all, give us a little education on ADS-B. Tell us how it works, completely how it works. And then we're going to come back. I want to find out a little bit more specific about free flight systems. And real quick, just tell everybody, freeflightsystems.com is the website.
Yep, that's our main website. And additionally, with ADS-B products, we also have a pretty big focus on ADS-B education. And we have a secondary website for that, which is adsbuniversity.com. There's several 5-minute videos on there that focus on specific components of ADS-B, such as how the weather works, how the traffic works, how the towers work, and so forth. So there's a great deal of education on there, and it doesn't cost anything. You don't have to sign up for anything. No one's going to harass you for anything. It's free education that's on there for you.
Okay.
So your question was how ADS-B works.
Yeah, exactly what is it? What's the magic in ADS-B?
So the magic in ADS-B is the FAA told you got to do it, so now you got to do it.
That's it.
That's magic right there for you.
Yeah, that'll work.
The way it really works is you've got basically a transmitter on board your aircraft in a WAAS GPS. The transmitter is going to be transmitting out the information, your position information and altitude and so forth from your WAAS GPS to a ground station on the ground. The FAA is going to see that, your air traffic control is going to see that, and they're going to use that instead of radar for separation services and ATC services. On the ground, what they're going to see is a substantially more accurate picture than what they see today with radar. It's accurate to within about 100 feet, whereas today they usually allot you about a 1,500 square foot block of airspace for the accuracy. So substantially more accurate. They'll also be able to provide, specifically for airliners and air cargo operators, better routing. But for us, GA guys, light sport guys, I fly myself in Cirrus aircraft, so I'm in the GA category also. Just having that better situational awareness under 18,000 feet is exactly what we need.
Just to let everybody know that's listening to the outstanding audio, that background airplane noise is being brought to you by a T6. Yeah, this is a working airport, and there's a hangar right behind us that has a bunch of warbirds, and there's a T6 sitting out there with about half the sheet metal off the side, and as you can hear, they're working on him.
It seems like they were doing mag checks earlier on it.
I guess. Check. Yeah, he's good. Be quiet.
It's working.
Oh, yeah, boy, all that airplane noise,
Yeah.
And when the airplane's not running, it's race cars.
Yeah, that's why we came in here yesterday. Sebring Racetrack is basically right up against the airport, and there was a few of them going around. I said, we got to do something about that car noise at an airport.
At an airport,
Yeah, we just can't.
I had that same thought. My thought was, I need to make it louder, so I should probably just go for a ride in one of those cars.
Yeah, I'm kind of wanting to do that myself. Skip Barber's right over there, and he'll gladly sell you a position to go try one of those racetracks.
I'm sure.
Well, free flight systems. Now, How long has Free Flight Systems been around? I'm gonna be honest, I'm not real familiar with you guys.
So we're based in Texas. We've got our production facility. We make all our own products here in the United States. It's in Waco, Texas. We have engineering offices and corporate offices in Dallas, Texas, right outside of DFW. We've been around for actually about 25 years through various different versions of companies. So Free Flight Systems was originally Terra Products, which made transponders and radios 25 years ago. And then Trimble Products Division, we acquired their aviation products division from Trimble, so we have a lot of their older WAS GPS systems as well. And then in 2001, it became Free Flight Systems. And in that time, the management was kind of structured around maintaining the existing product line that we had, and it really didn't get a lot of traction. And then they ended up selling in 2008, and we became the version of Free Flight that we are today, which makes us very focused on next-gen avionics. ADSB and several other programs overseas for next-gen avionics as well. So since 2008, our big focus for us has been, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Capstone program in Alaska, which was an FAA-funded program to retrofit some 600 to 700 aircraft with ADSB. Our focus in 2008 when our CEO bought the company was to win that contract, and that's exactly what we did last year.
Oh, my goodness.
So we're very pleased to talk about that, too.
Yeah, the Alaska environment's a good place to test something like this. Is very needed. The more information where aircraft are, the better.
Yeah, and it's difficult in Alaska specifically because they can't really put radar bases in there because of the rugged terrain. ADSB towers on the ground take up substantially less real estate, so you can add them to a cell tower, add them to existing towers, such as in the Gulf of Mexico. We have about 15 towers that are on
buoys,
oil platforms.
Oh, oil platforms.
Yep,
yes.
and that's changed. Radar coverage. Houston Center basically operated on a grid system out there for IFR operations out to the platforms. So now today they can actually clear ADSB traffic directly to their landing platforms.
Now, part of the benefits of ADSB is they're hoping to get a lot more direct flights. I mean, I fly a Cherokee 180. I go direct when I want to go direct, But now, if you're in a Delta, United, whatever, they have to fly the highways and the skyways, and they don't necessarily go direct.
So one of the examples that I use for this is we're all very familiar with FedEx, and they have a pretty large operation out of Memphis, and every day they're landing hundreds and hundreds of aircraft for FedEx in Memphis. So they're going to have arrival and departure congestion. Because of that. With ADSB, for example, they can see an aircraft, FedEx, we call it a DC-10, departing out of Seattle, that's going into Memphis, and they're actually going to be able to sequence him way out while he's still, departing Seattle, and they'll be able to tell where he is in that sequence, and if they need to adjust the speed, 5, 10, 15, 20 knots, whatever it needs be so that he's, number one, to get there, they can do that ahead of time. What else that's going to do is going to help us burn less fuel, help the airlines burn less fuel, which fingers crossed is going to lower tickets, but I've got a sneaking suspicion that's not going to happen.
ATC never makes anybody number one.
Well, once it gets there.
You always told me they thought you were number one. Oh, that was the wrong thing.
I'm talking about a sequence of pilots.
Yeah. So hopefully this is actually going to bring our highways and the skies into more modern. Everybody gets to go direct. It's quicker, faster, cheaper. Hopefully it trickles down, and that makes it better for everybody.
Hopefully it does.
Well, Free Flight Systems. So if you want to learn about Free Flight Systems, freeflightsystems.com is that website. But I'm going to hit it up and talk a little bit more about your adsbuniversity.com website. Now, you tell me that it really is an educational website, that there's 7 videos on there.
Yep.
And actually only one video even kind of mentions your hardware and that type of stuff.
Yep. The number 7 video is just hardware, just our hardware. 1 through 6 is all what is ADSB.
Right.
And for those of you that didn't get enough of my savory voice on this radio program, you can listen to about an hour and a half of my voice on there. It's pretty riveting stuff.
It is. It is. I'll tell you what, the ADSB, I want to mention again, is coming. So if you haven't flown with it before, and you're kind of like my old mindset of something else I'm being made to get, you go there and learn a little bit about it, the light may come on that you may not want to wait till 2020 to do it.
Well, and there's also good reason to not wait till 2020. One, the benefits of ADS-BN are available today.
And they're fantastic benefits.
There's more than 2/3 coverage in the United States today of ADS-B. Number two reason is there's going to be a serious issue with aircraft retrofits of getting these aircraft up to speed. As I mentioned, there's about 170,000 aircraft. And as we get closer, a lot of those aircraft are going to have to equip, and there's going to be a logjam on that.
So if I call y'all guys on December 31st, 1919, can you get me in the next day?
How about 2019? 1919 or
Or 20,
whatever.
excuse me.
I don't think they had ADS-B back then.
2019. I can come up with some words for ADS-B. Just give me some time.
He's thinking back to one of his birthdays.
There's going to be a serious congestion issue. If we had started last year as an industry as a whole and started equipping, we would have need to have been equipping about 115 aircraft a day in order to meet that mandate if we started a year ago. So there's going to be a serious backlog back then. And by December 31st, 2019, you're probably going to have a little bit of a wait before before you're going to be able to get in.
Yeah. And of course, most everybody's just going to depend on whether the government can give us a big, grace period or something, which you may get a little one, but I doubt you'll get a whole lot. So
I plead the fifth.
The biggest thing is, I'm going to tell you what, you're going to have it anyway, and I promise you it is a great benefit. Once you get it, it's going to change the way you fly. And it's just a great tool in the cockpit, so why not go ahead and take care of it now? You're going to have it anyway.
Yep. I mean, if the plane's going down for an annual or something like that anyways, why not get two birds with one stone? If you're going to sell the airplane before then, you think you're going to sell it, it's going to help with the resale value too. So.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We want to remind everybody too about hashbrag. You say it for me.
Hashtag Sebring14.
Yes.
Check in with David if we have any questions that have come over the line, David, on the hashtag Sebring14. I think he's busy on his computer and he's not paying any attention.
Playing solitaire.
Facebook.
Yeah.
But I think he's playing Invasers or something. I don't know.
Minesweeper still a thing?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't do the game. So
Angry Birds.
Okay.
Star Wars Angry
Star
Birds.
Wars, yeah.
I've got that on my iPad. Where's Luke?
Yeah, that's Luke Sky Sparrow, right? Angry Skywalkers? I don't know. Well, anyway, so Free Flight Systems is down here at Sebring. Where you guys are? Your guys are inside.
Yeah, we're inside
the
where
hangars.
it's a balmy 52 degrees.
Yeah. Well, you're out of the wind. Just count your blessings there.
Well, not that out of the wind.
So if you're down here listening to us on your phone, invite you to come by Free Flight Systems inside the hangar. And Pete will be back there in just a minute. And because they do tie you to the booth. You don't get to leave for 4 days.
Well, my boss didn't come to this show, so that delegates me down to being the boss at this one. So I get to go out and talk to everybody instead of spending all my time there, but I still do spend
He's
quite
sitting
a bit
in
of time.
Texas listening to ATClive.net slant Expo.
I know. I'm going to have a long email waiting for me when I get back.
He's still adding to that thing. It's in the draft stage right now.
Probably. Well, we appreciate you stopping by and talking with us for a little bit.
My pleasure. Thank
Pete.
you for having me.
And we hope you have a good show down here. I'm sure we're
Thanks,
going to
Pete.
wander through and holler at you again. Probably get you to come back on a little later in the week, too.
Yep, love to do it. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Pete. Charlie, ADS-B, now, are you already going to be ready in your Cub with ADS-B when you get
It flies under the radar.
under the radar?
If it was certified without electrical system, you don't need it.
Oh, he's got an electrical system.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Okay, whatever. You're going to be able to sit at your house and watch on shortwave radio or something, watch his flights. Tell me a little bit about, you know what? Let's talk a little bit about your Cub for just a second.
Okay.
Remind me what all you're going to have in that thing.
Well, Stewart Systems is here. I am using Stewart Systems for the paint scheme and fabric. So I just want to throw that in. They're in the hangar over there, Stewart Systems. I've used both systems, and I use the old silver spray paint and everything on the wings. Then I tried Stewart Systems on the fuselage and tail feathers. Yeah, there's no comparison. You can't go back once you do it with Stewart Systems. So check Stewart Systems out over there. I had to throw that in there for great people, family owned, and going with. As far as my Cub goes, it's home built, experimental. It's basically ready to be painted, but it's got a few little electronic things, and I like electronics, and I mess with them a little bit. So it's got video cameras on the tail and the wings, and it's going to be painted up in military camouflage. Cub, and it's going to have 3 missiles under each wing. What can I say? It's also got a transmitter in it that transmits, and people on the internet can track it if you want to sit there that long and look at your screen.
Watch all the pretty much the beautiful scenery going by that Charlie's looking at, except you're doing it in your living room instead of from 200 feet.
Yeah, you can do it on your HD TV, 55, 60 inch. You know, it'd be just like you're living it over the green tops of the green trees.
Yeah, except for you're
flying down
not
the
quite
beach.
as much fun.
All the ladies waving to you.
Yeah.
You know? And right now there wouldn't be a wave; it'd be a shiver.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's coming right along. And
we've got a new fan here of Expo Radio.
Yeah, we do. And turn that camera around.
Tell us what you really think of the show.
Okay.
Okay, I guess we have to explain that. That's terrible radio to talk about something we're looking at.
A pooch.
Yeah, there's a pooch out here, and he just pulled up right in front of Expo Radio.
There are some portalets down there, but he didn't
need a portalet. He used Expo Radio for his portalet. Thank you, sir, and see you again soon.
Nice pooch.
Well, I guess we're going to throw it to a break here for just a few minutes, and we're going to come back. We're with TechNam Aircraft. Hang on, he may be. Oh, I see. I've got my audio guy running back. Getting ready to throw it to a break here. When we come back, TechNam Aircraft, which is right outside our booth, is going to come over, and we're going to talk about the many different kind of aircraft.
Yeah, man, they got 2 engines and 1 engines, and on the front and back, and might have one in the closet too.
Might have. So we're looking forward to talking to
out.
TechNam. Well, hey, that's Charlie. I used to get to point to him. I'm doing a live video here. That's Charlie.
That's Milford.
That's Milford.
That one.
And we are normally of, thank you, sir. Thank you. Flight Time Radio. And we're down here working with Expo Radio. We invite you to tweet us some questions at hashtag Sebring14. And we'd love to have your questions, especially whenever our guest's sitting in here. And we'll give you the credit for the question.
Me?
And so Charlie and me don't have to think of them all. Well, for Expo Radio, this is Milford Charlie, and we'll be back in just a minute.
Thanks now. Bye.
You're listening to Expo Radio, coming to you on www.liveatc.net/expo. Please stay tuned. Be sure to tune in January 16th through the 19th, as we will go live from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. from the 10th Annual U.S. Sport Aviation Expo in beautiful Sebring, Florida.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here, and I have an invitation to Sun and Fun that I hope you'll accept. It's the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Flying and Expo, scheduled for 1 through 6 April of this year at the Lakeland Airport. We'll be hosting the Navy's demonstration team, the Blue Angels. After a year of sequestration, the Blue Angels are back, and Sun and Fun is proud to be the first site of their appearance in the Southeast in 2014. Add to that excitement the appearance of the F-22 Raptor and also the Ford Tri-Motor offering rides. Seaplane challenges at Fantasy of Flight and a balloon launch in the wee hours of Saturday, along with ultralights flying over the parking lot, will entice guests as they attend the forums and workshops. It promises to be our biggest, loudest, and baddest live show ever. The daily air shows will be augmented by our youth, a kids zone, rock wall, and at night on Saturday we're going to have an extravaganza of a night show and fireworks. Help us celebrate the 100th year of commercial aviation and the 100th year of aerial combat as Sun and Fun focuses on building a brighter future through aviation. Please join us and the Governor of the State of Florida as we celebrate the world of aviation.
This is the 7th year that Flight Time Radio has come to Expo and the 6th year that we have broadcast live. We would love to have you check out our website at flighttimeradio.com and also invite you to get a listen to one of our shows. We try to do 2 things. One would be to interest non-pilots that hear us on local radio in trying flight, and the other is having fun. I hope we do the first. I know we do the second. We are on Facebook, and check us out on Twitter at Flight Time Radio.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here from Sun and Fun, and we are very pleased that you have chosen to be in Sebring for the 2014 Sport Aviation Expo. It's an exciting year for the Florida aviation community of over 22,000 licensed pilots with access to more than 800 airstrips and 22 air shows. You've picked a great place to come to celebrate aviation. And we welcome to our guests who fly in from out of town that make a significant impact on the stability of our economy. We thank you all. Have a great show, and be sure to stop by the Sun and Fun booth for information on the dates and times of the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Expo in Lakeland Linder Airport.
Do you want to fly but thought it was too hard or cost too much? Do you want to own an airplane but thought it was too expensive? With Aviation Access Project, it's easier and less expensive than you think. With us, you get a low purchase price for a share of a new light sport airplane and a low monthly maintenance fee. Pilot training is included, and there are no hourly fees for the first 50 hours. We manage, you fly. Visit us at Expo today. Aviation Access Project. Own the passion of flying.
The Expo's Central Activities Tent Show Center is powered by Aviators Hotline. Aviators Hotline has been and continues to be the trusted monthly source the aviation industry relies upon to help in the buying and selling of single and twin-engine piston aircraft, plus parts and services. Published monthly in print and digital format, Aviators Hotline is distributed monthly to subscribers, qualifying FBOs, and aircraft owners worldwide. You can find them online at aviatorshotline.com. Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers a factory-manufactured SLSA or quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, cross-wind, and performance qualities, otherwise only available in heavier airplanes. At the same time, the Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at breezeraircraftusa.com.
Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers factory-manufactured SLSA or a quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, cross-wind, and performance qualities otherwise only available in heavier aircraft. At the same time, Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at www.breezeraircraftusa.com. Thanks to Premier Aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. For more information, check out www.hansonairgroup.com.
Many thanks to Premier Aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. HansonAirGroup.com. Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall-forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Expo wishes to thank Premier Aviation partner American Legend Aircraft Company for their support. American Legend Aircraft Company was founded expressly to develop a light sport certified version of the venerable Piper Cub, and they succeeded. What was great about the Piper Cub for the past 75 years is still great today. The Legend Cub uses the same basic airframe design as the Piper original with a few enhancements. 3 inches were added to the cabin width, and the wing spars were removed from the cabin headspace and replaced with X-bracing, like later model Cubs, for improved structural integrity and enlarged cockpit space. Check out the Legend Cub here at the Expo or on the web at legend.aero.
Expo is made possible by sponsorship from Renegade Light Sport. Doc Bailey and the good people at Renegade Light Sport offer many different types of aircraft, new engines, flight training, and even free training for wounded veterans. To see a little bit about the many things they do, go to renegadelightsport.com. That's renegadelightsport.com.
Sennheiser Aviation invites you to stop at their booth and demo the best premium aviation headsets, from the lightweight passive HME 110 with its 10-year warranty to the full line of S1 products. You can find the Sennheiser stand in the hangar at booth H110 or visit SennheiserUSA.com. The U.S. Sport Aviation Expo is sponsored in part by Skycraft Airplanes, a brand new Czech LSA company with a focus on building quality, high-performance airplanes that are affordable to buy and affordable to fly. The ready-to-fly Skycraft SD-1 Mini Sport climbs at 1,400 feet per minute, cruises at 118 miles per hour, burns 1.8 gallons per hour, and has a 575-mile range. It comes loaded with standard features for a starting price under $55,000. Check them out at Expo Booth 701 or on the web at skycraftairplanes.com.
You're listening to Expo Radio, coming to you on www.liveatc.net/expo. Please stay tuned. Be sure to tune in January 16th through the 19th, as we will go live from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. from the 10th Annual U.S. Sport Aviation Expo in beautiful Sebring, Florida.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here, and I have an invitation to Sun and Fun that I hope you'll accept. It's the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Flying and Expo, scheduled for 1 through 6 April of this year at the Lakeland Airport. We'll be hosting the Navy's demonstration team, the Blue Angels. After a year of sequestration, the Blue Angels are back, and Sun and Fun is proud to be the first site of their appearance in the Southeast in 2014. Add to that excitement the appearance of the F-22 Raptor and also the Ford Tri-Motor offering rides. Seaplane challenges at Fantasy of Flight and a balloon launch in the wee hours of Saturday, along with ultralights flying over the parking lot, will entice guests as they attend the forums and workshops. It promises to be our biggest, loudest, and baddest live show ever. The daily air shows will be augmented by our youth, a kids zone, rock wall, and at night on Saturday we're going to have an extravaganza of a night show and fireworks. Help us celebrate the 100th year of commercial aviation and the 100th year of aerial combat as Sun and Fun focuses on building a brighter future through aviation. Please join us and the Governor of the State of Florida as we celebrate the world of aviation.
This is the 7th year that Flight Time Radio has come to Expo and the 6th year that we have broadcast live. We would love to have you check out our website at flighttimeradio.com and also invite you to get a listen to one of our shows. We try to do two things. One would be to interest non-pilots that hear us on local radio in trying flight, and the other is having fun. I hope we do the first. I know we do the second. We are on Facebook, and check us out on Twitter at Flight Time Radio.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here from Sun and Fun, and we are very pleased that you have chosen to be in Sebring for the 2014 Sport Aviation Expo. It's an exciting year for the Florida aviation community of over 22,000 licensed pilots with access to more than 800 airstrips and 22 air shows. You've picked a great place to come to celebrate aviation. And we welcome to our guests who fly in from out of town that make a significant impact on the stability of our economy. We thank you all. Have a great show, and be sure to stop by the Sun and Fun booth for information on the dates and times of the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Expo in Lakeland Airport.
Do you want to fly but thought it was too hard or cost too much? Do you want to own an airplane but thought it was too expensive? With Aviation Access Project, it's easier and less expensive than you think. With us, you get a low purchase price for a share of a new light sport airplane and a low monthly maintenance fee. Pilot training is included, and there are no hourly fees for the first 50 hours. We manage, you fly. Visit us at Expo today. Aviation Access Project. Own the passion of flying.
The Expo Central Activities Tent Show Center is powered by Aviators Hotline. Aviators Hotline has been and continues to be the trusted monthly source the aviation industry relies upon to help in the buying and selling of single and twin engine piston aircraft, plus parts and services. Published monthly in print and digital format, Aviators Hotline is distributed monthly to subscribers, qualifying FBOs, and aircraft owners worldwide. You can find them online at aviatorshotline.com. Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers a factory-manufactured SLSA or quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, cross-wind, and performance qualities, otherwise only available in heavier airplanes. At the same time, the Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at breezeraircraftusa.com.
Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers factory-manufactured SLSA or a quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, cross-wind, and performance qualities otherwise only available in heavier aircraft. At the same time, Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at www.breezeraircraftusa.com. Thanks to Premier Aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. For more information, check out www.hansonairgroup.com.
Many thanks to Premier Aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. HansonAirGroup.com. Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall-forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Expo.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Expo Radio. This is Charlie. I'm here with Milford. We're both of Flight Time Radio. We're sitting in doing Expo Radio this year, and we're having a grand time doing it. You can hear Flight Time Radio at flighttimeradio.com. And right now we're on atclive.net/Expo. And if you have questions for any of us, including our guest, you can do hashtag Sebring14.
That's on Twitter. Go to Twitter and hashtag Sebring14.
Is there a hashtag of anything else?
I have no idea.
I don't either. I
just want to say the whole name there. Make sure everybody knows what we're talking. There's people that will, while we're talking, Google how to join Twitter and join Twitter just to ask you a question. Charlie, where'd you get such a good-looking hat?
Ooh, doggy.
That's what everybody wants to know.
It's keeping my head warm.
It is. What a beautiful day. If this was just a TV camera looking outside, it'd be the perfect-looking Florida day, except for we got northeast United States temperature, don't we?
We sure do. I tell you what, the temperatures here are Well, any person from Chicago would be proud of.
Yes, they would. Well, we are here on the grounds at Expo and enjoying it. We get a chance to hang around with airplanes. I'm looking out the front of this place, and it's just gorgeous aircraft everywhere you look. We have a guest with us today. We have Mr. Phil Solomon. He's the CEO of Tecnam North America, and Tecnam is spelled Tecnam. Phil, thanks for sitting in with us.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me.
Tecnam. Now, we've all heard of Tecnam. Tell us a little bit about the history of Tecnam. I know it comes out of Italy, correct?
That is correct, yeah. Tecnam's been around in one form or another since 1948. It was founded by
So has Milford.
Really? He looks young for his age.
Thank you. We're going to get a recording of this audio.
So yeah, they've been around since 1948. Two brothers passionate about aviation decided to design their own aircraft and build it, and it's a fascinating story about how that came about and the challenges they went through to actually get their first plane produced during just after the war years, and where they got materials from. It is a fascinating story. So yeah, they've been around since 1948. The first aircraft they designed, built and manufactured was called the Asteray, and in honor of that particular event in last year, 2013, which was the 65th anniversary of the company, they launched another model which is a low-wing aircraft called the Asteray, and that is a beautiful model, and when you look at the range of models and how they've developed over the years, it's pretty fascinating.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good that you mentioned that, the range of aircraft. You've got everything from the very smallest up to twin engine.
Right, absolutely. The starting point in the range is what's called the Echo Classic Light. That's an 80 horsepower Rotax powered aircraft, all metal with some fabric coverings on the control surfaces. That's really just a fun aircraft, starting at just under $75,000. But as you say, we're also well into the certified world with the Tecnam P2006 twin. That twin's been around now for about 4.5-5 years, roughly 150 of them flying worldwide, mainly in flight schools, in surveillance operations, things like that. But again, using Rotax engines, so amazingly economical. And
yeah, there's one of your 2006 twins at Sterling Flight Training in Northeast Florida. That's where I learned how to fly.
Okay.
And they've actually got one there. If they're up and flying, their two engines put together burn less fuel than my one engine when I go flying in my aircraft.
Right, and that's one of the things that we certainly talk about quite a lot with people, especially with flight schools, because clearly one of the most important things that people are concerned about now is professional pilots needing 1,500 hours of flight time to get to the airlines. They really want to have more twin time, and so what our company is really about, one of the things, is trying to get students more twin time, and the way to do that is if you do a combination program between use of a light sport and the twin, put the two together, and you can actually offer a price for students to do 100 hours of twin time as part of their professional training at a price that is no more than they're currently paying for mainly single engine time.
That's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
And it is, and it's the economics of the engines, the aircraft, the fuel types that it can use. It can use fuel with ethanol. So you want to put premium unleaded into the aircraft with ethanol, that's fine. You want to mix it with avgas, that's fine as well.
The options are great with what's coming, what's eventually going to be coming down the road. The options of avgas and the unleaded is makes the engines even that much more desirable.
Well, it is, and people talk an awful lot about the 100 LL replacement, and obviously that is an important thing, but bottom line is everybody who's offering it are offering it and saying it's probably going to be about $1 a gallon more expensive than the other stuff. So in terms of giving people more access to low cost aviation, it's great, but it's actually not going to lower the cost of flying. It's actually going to put it up a bit, but at least people will still be able to keep flying.
I like, without mentioning the name of the company, because I think they just their mistake, they got ahead of the curve a little too quickly. They were promoting their new version of the unleaded fuel they were promoting to come out, and it was going to be so much cheaper. cheaper than 100 low lead, and everybody was astounded. I think then they got really close to finalizing their formula, and then they started looking at what it was going to cost to actually build distribution plants. We don't want to talk about the price anymore.
Well, that is a huge challenge because fuel is all about distribution.
Yes.
And and it's like most things in life, if you don't have the distribution structure, then what it actually costs you physically to produce it sort of is almost irrelevant.
Yeah.
And because it's such a controlled product, it has to be delivered, filtered, has to be safe at the time that it's delivered to the customer. Distribution is absolutely everything, and it's going to be tough to set up distribution for 3-4 different alternatives to 100 LL and make them viable.
Right. Well, let's go back to talk about some of the aircraft at Technam, and let's real quick give the websites. If you want to get online and take a look at some pictures of these very varied type aircraft and some pretty ones, you can go to technam.net is the basically what we'll call the American website, and that's TECNAM.net. Technam.com is also available there. A little bit different content, but technam.net or com, whichever one you want to try out. Now, one thing about your company is not only you have from the singles to the twins, you've got low wing and high wing, and it's kind of a little bit different from most airplane companies. Kind of almost all their aircraft kind of look the same if they're small or big. You all actually have different types of aircraft for different tastes.
Well, yes, absolutely. We also have different materials that are being used. Traditionally, it's absolutely true that Technam has been a metal aircraft company, but about 3-4 years ago, they moved into composites, but with carbon fibre. And so the P2008, which is a beautiful high-wing aircraft, is carbon fibre fuselage with metal wings, and the metal is also on control surfaces. There's a couple of unique features about the plane. One of them, obviously, is metal wings and carbon fibre fuselage, but one of the other features is that one of the downsides of composite is that sometimes if you have heavy landings and you have the landing gear attached to the fuselage, you can end up ripping the fuselage quite badly. So what Technam did was they have a metal substructure within the carbon fibre, so everything metal, whether it's the wings or the undercarriage, directly touch the metal and don't touch the carbon fibre fuselage. So that way you definitely would restrict the amount of damage to the aircraft if you have an unhappily heavy landing.
Right. Milford was pointing at me because I've experienced some of his landings.
I can't win for losing. I can't win.
No,
and I lose a lot, daggone it.
So yeah, the variety, and in fact, one of the things most people don't know is that Technam is one of the few aviation manufacturers in the world that has dual development authorization from the European Aviation Authority to do both composite and metal aircraft. Other people in that glorious position are people like Airbus, Boeing, probably Cessna, but very few others around the world. But yeah, the huge variety. Low wing, it has been this Technam Sierra, beautiful aircraft, all metal, but they decided to update it and said, you know what, there's some new materials out, we can improve what's a fun plane already and make it even better, and they came out with the Aster Ray. And in my view, the Aster Ray gives you a lot of the things that the previous Sierra could have done a bit better. So it gives you more baggage space, it gives you more weight in the bags, it
Well, again, we want to mention that if you have any questions for anything about Sebring, for any of the hosts, Dave Shalbetter, Charlie, or myself, you can go to Twitter and hashtag Sebring14. We'd love to hear your questions. And yes, Phil.
One last thing. Anybody who really wants to understand a bit more about TechNam, every day during the show at 9:30 in the forum number 4, we are doing an hour seminar on TechNam plus questions and answers, and it's sort of everything you've always wanted to know about TechNam but just never dared to ask.
Or even if you didn't even know what to ask, somebody there will ask it for you.
Right. So history of the company, model range, doing a little presentation, what I call from conception to customer. How do they design the plane? What are the steps that they go through to get to the end product? So for somebody who's sort of wanting to weigh up the benefits of which manufacturer they go with, I think it will be interesting for them to come and attend.
And you mentioned y'all been around for 65 years?
I personally haven't, but TechNam has, yes.
Well, Charlie, I don't know. We maybe better wait a little while and see if they're going to stick in there.
Yeah.
65 years, I don't know if that's long enough.
Well, we check back in another 65.
That's, let's see, that's over half, more than half the time that man has been flying.
Absolutely. Very good point you pick up there.
There you go.
It is a long time.
Yes, it is. Well, Phil, we appreciate you sticking in here for a minute. I'm sure we'll get you back on later in the week, talk with us again.
Absolutely. Come by and see the booth, everybody, and thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Well, Charlie, more pretty aircraft to look at.
That's a fact. They're right next door.
My goodness, right next door. If we can get Dave Shalbetter to let us out of the tent, maybe we'll go over and look at some of their aircraft. I'd absolutely love to sit in some of their aircraft. I'm sure they got one that I can fit in. You put me in an aircraft, I do look a little bit better. Charlie's no help at all.
I'm just trying to picture that in my mind. It's difficult to wrap my mind around that. It's difficult to wrap anything around that.
Yeah.
But
well, everybody, this is Expo Radio, and you are being stuck right now with the host of Flight Time Radio, Milford and Charlie. We appreciate you listening and looking. We apologize for the video, but hey, we are what we are. And
that's brought to you by Dave.
Yes, David Allen of Other People's Airplanes. That's in stereo. Whoa. And he's doing all the video work, and I think look at him. I think he's actually happy behind that computer. Don't you think so? He looks happy behind the computer.
Look at that grin. The only thing is that Miami Dolphins hat.
Yeah, well,
it's on crooked or something.
You know what? As cold as it is, I'm thinking about taking it away from you.
Hold him down.
Yeah. Well, everybody, we're going to swing it to the commercials here for just a few minutes. And when we come back, we're going to bring another exhibitor. And I know Dave Shalbetter's got those set up of Sun and Fun Radio. Dave does all the great infrastructure work here. And we appreciate all the microphones, headsets, and actual studio.
Right.
Yeah. When we come on Saturday, it'll be in the RenegadeLifesport.com studios.
That's a fact.
Right now, we're in the Sun and Fun studios. Everybody, stay tuned. We're going to be back here in just a minute. If we can get Mr. Mike to throw us over to commercials, we'd appreciate it. And we will talk to you soon.
You're listening to Expo Radio, coming to you on www.liveatc.net/expo. Please stay tuned. Be sure to tune in January 16th through the 19th, as we will go live from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. from the 10th Annual U.S. Sport Aviation Expo in beautiful Sebring, Florida.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here, and I have an invitation to Sun and Fun that I hope you'll accept. It's the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Flying and Expo, scheduled for 1 through 6 April of this year at the Lakeland Airport. We'll be hosting the Navy's demonstration team, the Blue Angels. After a year of sequestration, the Blue Angels are back, and Sun and Fun is proud to be the first site of their appearance in the Southeast in 2014. Add to that excitement the appearance of the F-22 Raptor and also the Ford Tri-Motor offering rides. Seaplane challenges, a fantasy of flight, and a balloon launch in the wee hours of Saturday, along with ultralights flying over the parking lot, will entice guests as they attend the forums and workshops. It promises to be our biggest, loudest, and baddest live show ever. The daily air shows will be augmented by our youth, a kids zone, rock wall, and at night on Saturday we're going to have an extravaganza of a night show and fireworks. Help us celebrate the 100th year of commercial aviation and the 100th year of aerial combat as Sun and Fun focuses on building a brighter future through aviation. Please join us and the Governor of the State of Florida as we celebrate the world of aviation.
This is the 7th year that Flight Time Radio has come to Expo and the 6th year that we have broadcast live. We would love to have you check out our website at flighttimeradio.com and also invite you to get a listen to one of our shows. We try to do two things. One would be to interest non-pilots that hear us on local radio in trying flight, and the other is having fun. I hope we do the first. I know we do the second. We are on Facebook, and check us out on Twitter at Flight Time Radio.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here from Sun and Fun, and we are very pleased that you have chosen to be in Sebring for the 2014 Sport Aviation Expo. It's an exciting year for the Florida aviation community of over 22,000 licensed pilots with access to more than 800 airstrips and 22 air shows. You've picked a great place to come to celebrate aviation. And we welcome to our guests who fly in from out of town that make a significant impact on the stability of our economy. We thank you all. Have a great show, and be sure to stop by the Sun and Fun booth for information on the dates and times of the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Expo in Lakeland Linder Airport.
Do you want to fly but thought it was too hard or cost too much? Do you want to own an airplane but thought it was too expensive? With Aviation Access Project, it's easier and less expensive than you think. With us, you get a low purchase price for a share of a new light sport airplane and a low monthly maintenance fee. Pilot training is included, and there are no hourly fees for the first 50 hours. We manage, you fly. Visit us at Expo today. Aviation Access Project. Own the passion of flying.
The Expo's Central Activities Tent Show Center is powered by Aviators Hotline. Aviators Hotline has been and continues to be the trusted monthly source the aviation industry relies upon to help in the buying and selling of single and twin engine piston aircraft plus parts and services. Published monthly in print and digital format, Aviators Hotline is distributed monthly to subscribers, qualifying FBOs, and aircraft owners worldwide. You can find them online at aviatorshotline.com. Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers a factory-manufactured SLSA or quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, cross-wind, and performance qualities, otherwise only available in heavier airplanes. At the same time, the Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at breezeraircraftusa.com.
Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers factory-manufactured SLSA or a quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-wind and performance qualities otherwise only available in heavier aircraft. At the same time, Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at www.breezeraircraftusa.com. Thanks to Premier Aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. For more information, check out www.hansonairgroup.com.
Many thanks to Premier Aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. HansonAirGroup.com. Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Expo wishes to thank Premier Aviation Partner American Legend Aircraft Company for their support. American Legend Aircraft Company was founded expressly to develop a light sport certified version of the venerable Piper Cub, and they succeeded. What was great about the Piper Cub for the past 75 years is still great today. The Legend Cub uses the same basic airframe design as the Piper original with a few enhancements. 3 inches were added to the cabin width, and the wing spars were removed from the cabin headspace and replaced with X-bracing, like later model Cubs, for improved structural integrity and enlarged cockpit space. Check out the Legend Cub here at the Expo or on the web at legend.aero.
Expo is made possible by sponsorship from Renegade Light Sport. Doc Bailey and the good people at Renegade Light Sport offer many different types of aircraft, new engines, flight training, and even free training for wounded veterans. To see a little bit about the many things they do, go to renegadelightsport.com. That's renegadelightsport.com.
Sennheiser Aviation invites you to stop at their booth and demo the best premium aviation headsets, from the lightweight passive HME 110 with its 10-year warranty to the full line of S1 products. You can find the Sennheiser stand in the hangar at booth H110 or visit SennheiserUSA.com. The U.S. Sport Aviation Expo is sponsored in part by Skycraft Airplanes, a brand new Czech LSA company with a focus on building quality, high-performance airplanes that are affordable to buy and affordable to fly. The ready-to-fly Skycraft SD-1 Mini Sport climbs at 1,400 feet per minute, cruises at 118 miles per hour, burns 1.8 gallons per hour, and has a 575-mile range. It comes loaded with standard features for a starting price under $55,000. Check them out at Expo Booth 701 or on the web at skycraftairplanes.com.
There we go. All right, skycraftairplanes.com, one of our wonderful Expo sponsors, and we appreciate their sponsorship. We appreciate everybody's sponsorship. Gotta say, Expo Radio is sponsored in part by Express Court Reporting Incorporated, serving the Palm Beaches for over 20 years. You need a court reporter, you need Express Court Reporting. And thank you very much, April Goldberg, owner of Express Court Reporting, for supporting Expo Radio. Oh, and by the way, hi, honey. I told you I'd mention you on the air. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is now 1:07 p.m. We are broadcasting live from the 2014 edition, the 10th annual U.S. Sport Aviation Expo, coming to you in beautiful but cold Sebring, Florida. That's right, I've got my heavy jacket on. I got my gloves in my pocket because it was nippy this morning, and we are going to have beautiful clear skies. Unfortunately, we are not going to see temperatures much over the 60s for the 4 days of the event. Overnight lows are supposed to be cold, so if you're here on the grounds camping, make sure you bundle up. And I'm making sure that I got spare propane to heat the trailer overnight, so we mentioned in talking about our sponsors. Another one of our sponsors is Alexander Aviation Insurance. We want to thank Alexander Aviation Insurance for their sponsorship. And joining me here on the Expo Radio stage, I guess we're calling it. It's not a deck, is it? In the tent on the stage. Have we come up with a name yet, guys? Or are we just dropping back and punting on this? The Expo Station. Okay, our broadcast from our live broadcast from the base of the tower here at the Expo. And joining me is Jeff Graber. Did I pronounce it right? Jeff
That's right.
Graber. Welcome to the Expo, Jeff.
Well, thanks, Dave. I appreciate you having us out here. Give us a chance to talk to you a little bit about what we do and what we're up to these days.
Well, I understand that you'll insure us from the ground up.
Oh, you bet. We've spent the last 35 years on aviation insurance. What we like to say is we like to call it everything on the airport, including the airport. We do everything from governmental entities to aircraft owners to renters and flight schools and things like that. So for the last 35 years or so, we've been working really hard at it, and we're really happy to have made the impact that we've made.
Now, I understand that your customers enjoy the Alexander Advantage. Tell me about that.
Well, that's right. That's a phrase we coined a few years back as we learned on research and talking to people that we don't do insurance the way everybody does. I'm sure you can imagine that over 35 years of working on it, we've developed our own way of approaching things, our own way of working with underwriters, and our way of handling how we communicate with our clients to make sure they have everything that they need when they need it. And at first we called it cleared as filed because it's the insurance that you need, not necessarily the insurance we want to sell you, but what you need for what you're doing. And so we created this Alexander Advantage as the overall approach that we take to make sure that everybody get the coverage that they need at the price that they can afford.
And now you made the comment that the insurance that I need, not the insurance that you sell me. 35 years in business, you guys have you look at everything. You don't just, well, what's the aircraft, how many hours, how much do you fly?
Well, that's right, because as we say, there's a lot of moving parts. For example, you might, maybe you've got a whole lot of hours, but you haven't flown much in the last few years. Well, that's relevant. On the other hand, if you're a professional pilot who's flying a lot and you're just transitioning into a new aircraft, that's also very relevant. So we try to take the time to get to know the people that we're working with so that we can make sure that they have the solution that's right for them. It's easy for a lot of people to put out a program that says you're required to get all this extra dual instruction or special or lots of annual recurrent training. That's very easy from an insurance agent's point of view. However, it's not necessarily the right thing to do. So what we try to do is we try to get to know you and get to know your aircraft and your operations so that we can get to that.
All right. And you guys you have a presence here on the field? I saw I was wandering a little bit ago while I bailed out and left Milford and SHIRLEY all on their own here. You guys, I see you've got a nice display right outside the main hangar.
We do. We are not actively operating a booth this year at the Expo. We've done that in the past, and we find that, frankly, we get a lot more done by, as they say, management by walking around. There's a lot of our clients here today out here exhibiting and showing their aircraft. So what we like to do is we like to be able to go to them and meet with them where they are and look at the aircraft they're thinking about buying or discussing it with them. So what we've been doing is we schedule appointments with folks if while we're at the Expo so that we can meet with them. Today and Saturday we're booking appointments, and additionally we can also walk around and see our friendly exhibitors and make sure that we know what's going on in the LSA industry.
Now, somebody brought up a question that was really a valid question, and we had somebody from Facebook had asked, I'm a student pilot and I'm building an experimental. Am I going to be able to get insurance?
Well, there's almost always an insurance solution. The question is, first of all, is it going to do what you want it to do, and is it going to be a price that's affordable? In a case like that, where a student is working on building an experimental, what I usually recommend that they do is go ahead and try to complete your private while you're doing the build of the aircraft. That way, you're building experience while at the same time you're building mechanical experience with your new airplane. Now, that's not really appropriate for everyone. Not everyone lives where they can get access to a school or a rental airplane to train in, and they want to train in their own. So what we do in a case like that is we would set up an insurance program. We would need to know who their flight instructor is and make sure that flight instructor is somebody that we know we can trust to keep an eye on things and help them make this transition into pilots. Because the last thing I want to do is tell a student pilot who's joining aviation, we always talk about the declining ranks of pilots. I just don't want to take a student pilot who's joining aviation and tell them, no, you can't fly.
Yeah, that would not help rebuild our pilot population. Now, what kind of differences are there in? You offer insurance to everybody.
Yes, I do.
Dealers and flight schools. Who else are your customers?
Well, we do. We are proud to say, I think I'm allowed to say, that we're the insurance provider for the expo here.
Great.
So we do things like that.
So you're insuring the event.
That's right.
So the liability insurance for the expo is coming through Alexander.
That's right.
Great.
And we do that for a number of events like that too. But we also we do work with aircraft owners. We do a lot of flight schools. My father, who started the company in '78, he was a Ohio State University flight instructor. So he's always had a special affinity for the flight schools, and obviously I've inherited some of that. So we really do target a lot of flight training organizations, just because we understand their business model, we understand what they're trying to do, and we're back to rebuilding the pilot population. We also take care of maintenance shops, governmental entities, even agricultural sprayers, really.
Really? So if it has wings or rotors, you guys insure it and everything associated with it.
That's what we do. We kind of feel like aviation is enough of a niche without having to pare it down even further, and we just make sure that all of our people are trained. And there are times when somebody calls me up with a specific helicopter, I have to send them to our helicopter specialist, but at least we have one.
Yeah.
With the person that knows their kind of operation.
Now, what's the difference between, let's say, you're insuring a helicopter versus insuring a fixed wing?
Well, we find that because helicopters cost more to operate, you're going to find that helicopter pilots don't have a lot more hours. So, for example, a seasoned helicopter pilot's going to have 1,000 hours, maybe two, because they just aren't flying as many hours. It's hard to build time in helicopters. So
it's also expensive.
It really, really is. So we try to work with people, with underwriters, to help them to understand that it's not practical to tell someone that they need a whole lot of extra dual instruction time to get into a helicopter, because that's just not practical. And it's easy, I think, from an underwriter's point of view to just go get 25 hours, having no concept of what an expense 25 hours can really run up. So a helicopter is going to be different. First of all, they cost more because, you ever heard of a minor helicopter accident?
No.
Yeah, when a helicopter has a problem, it's pretty serious. So helicopter insurance is more expensive, and the pilots don't have as many hours, but that doesn't make them less qualified. It just means that we need to explain that to our underwriters so that they understand what we need to have done.
And you're not going to go to the same underwriter for a helicopter policy that you'd go to for a Cherokee 180.
Well, there is some overlap, but overall I would say probably not. The Cherokee 180 is probably, their insurance is going to be rated by a computer, and we would just let the computers do their jobs. But when you get into some specialty items like helicopters and commercial operators, you start to have, you really need the manual settings.
I got to interrupt the interview for a moment here. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Dave is in the house. Dr. David Kolbaba has just shown up. David, I wanted to greet you as soon as you showed up. We're glad to see you here. And actually, Jamie's getting ready to come on deck. If you want to jump right in and start with Jamie. You can't talk? You got laryngitis? Oh, that's nice. Our professional radio announcer volunteer has laryngitis. Jeff, I apologize. Good friend of mine, longtime volunteer with Sun and Fun Radio, and the first time he's coming down to volunteer with us here at Expo, so I had to jump in and shout. So we were talking about the differences in helicopters and other things. Now, one of the things that I'm coming out here, I'm an aircraft dealer.
Sure.
I'm coming out to a trade show like this, or an expo like this, and I get a note saying you have to carry liability insurance to be at our event.
Right.
Can you issue me a liability policy for one event, or do I buy a policy for the year? How does a liability when I'm going to display somewhere? How does that work?
Well, we really like to issue policies for entire years. The reason underwriters like that, and so do I, is that there's a reasonable chance that at the end of the year you're going to renew it.
Right.
So it becomes and after a while you've paid in some premium dollars. So if you have a loss, it's not completely at the end of the world for the underwriter. They don't have to lose all the money. However, we have done single event policies in certain circumstances. That happens a lot in events like Sun and Fun and like this expo, where maybe a dealer does not normally carry an airport liability policy, but suddenly they're required to, so they run out and buy it, and they get a short-term policy.
Oh, okay.
So it can be bought, but it costs more. So usually it's actually more economical if you're going to more than 2 shows a year. Buy the annual policy, you'll save money.
Now, but when you said you're providing, you guys were the actual insurer. You're the agents.
That's right. We're brokers.
Okay.
Basically,
We're brokers.
we arrange the insurance. Let's put it that way.
And after 35 years, you've got all the you know everybody in the business to go to get the best rates.
You know, we've pretty well figured that out. We've found that I've got somebody at every single underwriting carrier, usually more than one, that I know that I can call them up, and especially if I need a favor and say, you know, if it's Chris or Terry or one of the other folks that I work with, I can call them up and say, look, I really need a favor. I've got somebody here who really needs you, and I can work with them for that.
Great. Now, when you insure or you write a policy for an event like Expo, wouldn't their liability cover everybody on the ground, or is it common that an event needs separate, that tells their exhibitors they need liability?
It's pretty common because when you get into the questions of liability comes down to negligence. And I'm not going to kill you with terms here, but try to bear with me for just a second. Negligence basically means whose fault is it? It's either you did something you weren't supposed to do, or the other side of that is you should have done something you didn't do.
Right.
So one way, if somebody gets hurt and it's not the expo's fault, because an exhibitor did something they shouldn't do, that's what the expo is concerned about. Is what they don't want, and any expo, not just this one, but Sun and Fun and things
Air
like
Adventure,
that.
all the other ones.
Exactly. What their concern is they don't want someone getting hurt by somebody who doesn't have insurance, and then that person being hurt with no one to help them. So they want to be sure that when a guest comes here, the guests don't have to worry about possibly getting hurt or terrified or any of the bad things that can happen, and have no one be liable for it. Because it is possible that you can have an accident that no one is liable for. Accidents do in fact happen. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that we limit those as much as possible.
Well, that's why they're called accidents. Otherwise, they'd be called on purposes.
That's right.
So you guys offer. I'm kind of skimming around. I'm cheating a little bit. If you picked up our Expo program book here, on the back page. So not only do I have my guest info sheet where I ask my questions, and I have them fill it out before they come in, but I've got a secondary cheat sheet here too. You guys are offering workers' compensation as well. Now, is that just in the aviation industry, or is that in all aspects of it?
Well, I'm licensed to write workers' comp for anything, but I've decided, you know what, if it's across the street from the airport, I don't love it. Not the way I love my flying machines. You know, we flew in today, so we try to stay focused on aviation. But if somebody says, well, I've got this flight department and also a few other employees, sure, we'll take care of that.
Okay. But your main target audience or target customer is the aviation customer.
That's right.
It's not like you guys are a big box, we'll call them. Not, and by big box, I mean the major, State Farm and Allstate and all those different ones. You're targeting, you're not insuring everybody. You will, but you're really wanting customers in aviation. Now, you actually made the comment that kind of led to my next question before I even had a chance to ask it. Is you flew in today? You're a pilot?
Oh, that's right. Yes, we try to fly as much as we can. Partly because there's nothing in aviation quite like showing up. It first of all. As I explained to my wife, I said, if I meet somebody and it's somebody I don't really want to talk to, and they say, "What do you do?" I say, "Insurance," and they walk away. but if it's somebody I'd like to get to know, they'll say, "What do you do?" And I say, "Well, I fly." Because we all know that's a lot of fun. So it's one of my favorite perks of my job is that I get to get out and I actually get to meet and see and talk to and shake hands with the actual pilots and the actual mechanics and the people that are actually making general aviation happen.
And you're more qualified as a pilot. You're more qualified to deal with insurance needs for aviators. So that's cool. What do you fly?
I think so. We've got a 182.
Nice bird.
It's exactly what we need. Although we are licensed in all 50 states plus Puerto Rico. I primarily fly it around the southeastern U.S.
And where's home base for you?
Home base is X-Ray 04. It's a little bit northwest of Orlando.
Oh, okay. So you're local boys.
Yeah. It was
right here in town.
25, 30 minutes on our way down today.
It's a nice short little hop. How was it up there? Somebody was saying they were concerned it was going to be pretty bumpy because of the winds. How was the flight down?
It was a bit bumpy, but it's not bad. I think we pulled the power back a little bit. Took another inch out of the manifold pressure to smooth it off, and it was really nice. The visibility is fantastic, which is great for coming in here because you can spot traffic forever away, and it's nice. It's smooth. You're not going to be hot. I really enjoyed the trip down today.
Great. Now you're commuting in and out. You're flying in and out. You're commuting to work as it is this week.
That's right. It's
tough life.
Oh, it's terrible, but I'm getting pretty used to taking left-hand turns around Lake Jackson, so I think we're going to have a good time.
Now, you guys going to have a presence up at Sun and Fun?
We are at Sun and Fun a lot like we are here, in that we are, we're traveling around, we're meeting with folks. We sponsor quite a few things up at Sun and Fun, and be looking forward to seeing some folks there as well.
All right. Well, now again, you're here at the show and you're wandering around, but you don't necessarily have an exhibit space set up. So if somebody's out there listening and you want to call them and set up an appointment to see them here at the show, it's 800-432-8519. Is that a 7 or a 9, sir?
That's a 9.
That's a 9. Okay. 8519. 800-432-8519. You're on the web, alexanderaviation.com. That's ALEXANDER, aviation, AVIATION.com. And what can people expect to find on your website? Which I was really impressed with your website, by the way.
Thank you.
So when I found out you guys were sponsoring, I went in, I did a little vetting before I reached out to you. And so what can people find on your website?
Well, we have a lot of information about what goes into insurance and what we can do with insurance. I wanted to make sure, the website's kind of a near and dear to my heart thing. I wanted to make sure that it was informative for the person who wants to research insurance, who says, I want to understand what this thing is that is costing me thousands of dollars. I want to know what it is I have here. So we wanted to have it informative and explanatory. So if you're in a hurry, you can of course click Get My Quote, and we will get and get us the information. We'll take care. We'll get it quoted. But if you want to research and really dig into it and know what can you do for a mechanic shop, or what can you do for a flight school, or do you have renter's insurance? The information's there, and you can look that over and try to get a better understanding of it, if that's something you're inclined to do. Because I know some of us prefer to do a little bit of online research before we just pick up the phone and call, or before we start sending emails. We want to know who we're talking to, so we wanted to be sure we had a website that would communicate that.
All right, again, and you're listening to Expo Radio, broadcasting on www.liveatc.net/expo. We're speaking with Jeff Graber, who is the president of Alexander Aviation. And again, we're just saying, if you wanted to talk to them about aviation insurance, alexanderaviation.com, 800-432-8519. And Jeff, anything you want to add? Anything we missed, skipped over?
Well, I just want to, when you call that 800 number, if you're listening right now and you call that 800 number, feel free to ask for me. I know some people say, president, and we're somewhat well known in this industry, but by all means, I'm happy to take your call. Be happy to discuss it with you. I know that there's we have a lot of competition in this business, and it's, especially if you're dealing with a bank or something like that for your insurance, you might talk to a functionary way down in the aviation department somewhere. But by all means, feel free to ask for me. I'd love to hear about what you're doing and see if we can help you out.
All right, now you guys are sponsors here at the show, and my understanding is you are sponsoring our main Flightline stage this year. Thank you very much.
Oh, no problem. When they told us that they were doing a main stage, we were really excited about that. I felt like that's something the Expo needed. So when they said, boy, we got to get sponsors, I kind of raised my hand and said, I think I can help you with that.
Well, cool. I need a new deck at Sun and Fun Radio, so I'll raise my...
Well, I've
shameless self-promotion.
I have seen your deck, and maybe there's something we can do about that.
Jeff Graber, Alexander Aviation Insurance. If it's got wings, rotors, a runway, A&P, AI. You need insurance. It involves aviation. You need Alexander Aviation. Jeff, thank you so much for coming in, and we look forward to seeing you again when we get you by later in the week again to do another interview with us.
Thanks very much, Dan.
That would be a great thing. And I'm going to throw our text here, a little loop. We're going to take a short break, and we will be back. And the guys are over there going, but Dave, I'm eating my sandwich right now. We're going to take a real quick break, and then I'm going to grab Dr. David and come up and chat with Dr. David a little bit. But, ladies and gentlemen, you definitely want to stay tuned because our next radio guest is the one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend, the aviation promotional machine. Jamie Beckett will be on with us here shortly, folks. So stay tuned, and we'll be back. Just a real quick break, and we'll be back.
Coming to you on www.liveatc.net/expo. Please stay tuned. Be sure to tune in January 16th through the 19th as we will go live from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. from the 10th Annual U.S. Sport Aviation Expo in beautiful Sebring, Florida.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here, and I have an invitation to Sun and Fun that I hope you'll accept. It's the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Flying and Expo, scheduled for 1 through 6 April of this year at the Lake Linder Airport. We'll be hosting the Navy's demonstration team, the Blue Angels. After a year of sequestration, the Blue Angels are back, and Sun and Fun is proud to be the first site of their appearance in the Southeast in 2014. Add to that excitement the appearance of the F-22 Raptor and also the Ford Tri-Motor offering rides. Seaplane challenges at Fantasy of Flight and a balloon launch in the wee hours of Saturday, along with ultralights flying over the parking lot, will entice guests as they attend the forums and workshops. It promises to be our biggest, loudest, and baddest live show ever. The daily air shows will be augmented by our youth, a kids zone, rock wall, and at night on Saturday we're going to have an extravaganza of a night show and a fireworks. Help us celebrate the 100th year of commercial aviation and the 100th year of aerial combat as Sun and Fun focuses on building a brighter future through aviation. Please join us and the Governor of the State of Florida as we celebrate the world of aviation.
This is the 7th year that Flight Time Radio has come to Expo and the 6th year that we have broadcast live. We would love to have you check out our website at flighttimeradio.com and also invite you to get a listen to one of our shows. We try to do two things. One would be to interest non-pilots that hear us on local radio in trying flight, and the other is having fun. I hope we do the first. I know we do the second. We are on Facebook, and check us out on Twitter at Flight Time Radio.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here, and I have an invitation to Sun and Fun that I hope you'll accept. It's the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Flying and Expo, scheduled for 1 through 6 April of this year at the Lake Linder Airport. We'll be hosting the Navy's demonstration team, the Blue Angels. After a year of sequestration, the Blue Angels are back, and Sun and Fun is proud to be the first site of their appearance in the Southeast in 2014. Add to that excitement the appearance of the F-22 Raptor and also the Ford Tri-Motor offering rides. Seaplane challenges at Fantasy of Flight and a balloon launch in the wee hours of Saturday, along with ultralights flying over the parking lot, will entice guests as they attend the forums and workshops. It promises to be our biggest, loudest, and baddest live show ever. The daily air shows will be augmented by our youth, a kids zone, rock wall, and at night on Saturday we're going to have an extravaganza of a night show and a fireworks. Help us celebrate the 100th year of commercial aviation and the 100th year of aerial combat as Sun and Fun focuses on building a brighter future through aviation. Please join us and the Governor of the State of Florida to celebrate the world of aviation.
Develop a light sport certified version of the venerable Piper Cub, and they succeeded. What was great about the Piper Cub for the past 75 years is still great today. The Legend Cub uses the same basic airframe design as the Piper Original with a few enhancements. 3 inches were added to the cabin width, and the wing spars were removed from the cabin headspace and replaced with X-bracing, like later model Cubs, for improved structural integrity and enlarged cockpit space. Check out the Legend Cub here at the Expo or on the web at legend.aero. Sennheiser Aviation invites you to stop at their booth and demo the best premium aviation headsets, from the lightweight passive HME 110 with its 10-year warranty to the full line of S1 products. You can find the Sennheiser stand in the hangar at booth H110 or visit SennheiserUSA.com.
Do you want to fly but thought it was too hard or cost too much? Do you want to own an airplane but thought it was too expensive? With Aviation Access Project, it's easier and less expensive than you think. With us, you get a low purchase price for a share of a new light sport airplane and a low monthly maintenance fee. Pilot training is included, and there are no hourly fees for the first 50 hours. We manage, you fly. Visit us at Expo today. Aviation Access Project. Own the passion of flying.
Thanks to premier aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. For more information, check out www.hansonairgroup.com. Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers factory-manufactured SLSA or a quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, cross-wind, and performance qualities otherwise only available in heavier aircraft. At the same time, Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at www.breezeraircraftusa.com.
Expo is made possible by sponsorship from Renegade Light Sport. Doc Bailey and the good people at Renegade Light Sport offer many different types of aircraft, new engines, flight training, and even free training for wounded veterans. To see a little bit about the many things they do, go to renegadelightsport.com. That's renegadelightsport.com.
The U.S. Sport Aviation Expo is sponsored in part by Skycraft Airplanes, a brand new Czech LSA company with a focus on building quality, high-performance airplanes that are affordable to buy and affordable to fly. The ready-to-fly Skycraft SD-1 Mini Sport climbs at 1,400 feet per minute, cruises at 118 miles per hour, burns 1.8 gallons per hour, and has a 575-mile range. It comes loaded with standard features for a starting price under $55,000. Check them out at Expo Booth 701 or on the web at skycraftairplanes.com. Many thanks to premier aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. HansonAirGroup.com.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here from Sun & Fun, and we are very pleased that you have chosen to be in Sebring for the 2014 Sport Aviation Expo. It's an exciting year for the Florida aviation community of over 22,000 licensed pilots with access to more than 800 airstrips and 22 air shows. You've picked a great place to come to celebrate aviation. And we welcome to our guests who fly in from out of town that make a significant impact on the stability of our economy. We thank you all. Have a great show, and be sure to stop by the Sun & Fun booth for information on the dates and times of the 40th Annual Sun & Fun International Expo in Lakeland Linder Airport.
The Expo's Central Activities Tent Show Center is powered by Aviators Hotline. Aviators Hotline has been and continues to be the trusted monthly source the aviation industry relies upon to help in the buying and selling of single and twin-engine piston aircraft, plus parts and services. Published monthly in print and digital format, Aviators Hotline is distributed monthly to subscribers, qualifying FBOs, and aircraft owners worldwide. You can find them online at aviatorshotline.com.
You're listening to Expo Radio, coming to you on www.liveatc.net/expo. Please stay tuned. Be sure to tune in January 16th through the 19th as we will go live from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. from the 10th Annual U.S. Sport Aviation Expo in beautiful Sebring, Florida.
Expo wishes to thank Jabru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport Aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall-forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers a factory-manufactured SLSA or quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, cross-wind, and performance qualities, otherwise only available in heavier airplanes. At the same time, the Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at breezeraircraftusa.com. Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport Aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Do you want to fly but thought it was too hard or cost too much? Do you want to own an airplane but thought it was too expensive? With Aviation Access Project, it's easier and less expensive than you think. With us, you get a low purchase price for a share of a new light sport airplane and a low monthly maintenance fee. Pilot training is included. Fees for the first 50 hours. We manage, you fly. Visit us at Expo today. Aviation Access Project. Own the passion of flying.
Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport Aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Thanks to Premier Aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. For more information, check out www.hansonairgroup.com.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here from Sun and Fun, and we are very pleased that you have chosen to be in Sebring for the 2014 Sport Aviation Expo. Florida aviation community of over 22,000 licensed pilots with access to more than 800 airstrips and 22 air shows. You've picked a great place to come to celebrate aviation. And we welcome to our guests who fly in from out of town that make a significant impact on the stability of our economy. We thank you all. Have a great show and be sure to stop by the Sun and Fun booth for information on the dates and times of the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Expo in Lakeland Linder Airport.
Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers a factory-manufactured SLSA or quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, cross-wind, and performance qualities, otherwise only available in heavier airplanes. At the same time, the Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at breezeraircraftusa.com.
And we are back live from the 2014 U.S. Sport Aviation Expo here in beautiful but freezing, no, it's not freezing, but for a South Florida boy, it's pretty darn cold, Sebring, Florida, broadcasting over the PA system in front of the tent. And on liveatc.net/expo. You go to liveatc.net/expo. You can not only click to listen to us, if you are a brave and daring soul and want to look at us, David Allen with OtherPeoplesAirplanes.com is streaming video from right here at the base of the tower on the expo grounds. We were doing an interview a minute ago with one of our wonderful sponsors, Alexander Aviation, AlexanderAviation.com, and right in the middle of the interview, who shows up but Dr. David Kolbaba. So now I grabbed David and brought him in here. Yay! Somebody has to applaud for you, David. It might as well be you. Welcome to the expo, Dr. Dave.
I don't know what you're griping about it.
Yeah, I guess it's a sight warmer than Chicago, isn't it? What was the temperature when you left Chicago?
You know, it wasn't that. It was about 14. But I did I worked for NFL Films on the weekend, and I did the Green Bay game a couple weeks ago in San Francisco.
Ooh,
it was the third coldest game in NFL history, and I got to tell you, it was cold.
It was cold. Just cold.
Excellent description. That was
cold.
brilliant.
I love this weather. It's great. Just throw a little jacket on and put a smile on your face. Sing a song of sunshine and hope.
Jamie and I were standing outside earlier talking, going, we see some guy come walk along in a T-shirt. It's like, yeah, he's a Yankee. Also joining us on the air here at Expo Radio is Mr. Jamie Beckett, who is the president.
The
president of the Polk Aviation Alliance. Welcome, Jamie Beckett.
Thank you very much. Be suitably impressed. The title is everything.
The title is everything because the money ain't nothing.
Welcome to the world of volunteerism.
Okay, Jamie, let's start with what is the Polk Aviation Alliance?
It's actually a pretty interesting group, and as far as I know, it's the only one like it in the United States. The concept is aviation is really important to the economy of Florida. Florida is, just to backpedal for a second, PricewaterhouseCoopers just came out with a report that said the best of all 50 states for aviation is Florida. We have the best weather in the country. We have all the infrastructure, the runways, everything works in our favor. That being the case, the Polk Aviation Alliance's mission is to bring education and economic development to a more diverse and profound level in the state by engaging people who aren't involved in aviation, to convince them that aviation matters to them, even if they don't like to fly, if they don't like airplanes and helicopters, that's okay, because we do a lot. For instance, Sun and Fun, we talked about earlier. Sun and Fun has a $64 million economic impact every year.
Okay,
Expo is growing. It has an economic impact. That matters.
I'm going to interrupt you there for a second. Economic impact. Are you telling me that if Sun and Fun didn't happen,
the $64 million wouldn't come to town?
That's
hotels, people going out to restaurants, people who stay with friends but go to the supermarket and buy additional food. They buy clothes for the season. You know, all those kind of things come together to have an impact on the economy. And because we're Florida, and like the Expo, an awful lot of these people come from elsewhere. You know, we were joking about the cold, but I saw a guy earlier who was walking by in a pair of short-sleeve shirts and shorts, and I said, "You're not a Floridian, are you?" And he said, "No, I'm from Ohio." But and while we laugh at that because we're freezing, and he's very comfortable, he's from Ohio. He came here to stay in a hotel, to rent a car, to eat at restaurants. It really does matter. What aviation can do to our economy really does matter.
Interesting, too, just even for a daily commuter, wherever you are, whether you're aviation savvy or not, you could just as well be in a motor vehicle accident or lose your child at the park or whatever, and then all of a sudden that constitutes a whole nother wing of the rescue dimension that may have been unfamiliar to you.
Absolutely
You're
right.
thinking ambulance, and they're going, no, your child needs to get to the hospital quicker, and that then constitutes another dimension of healthcare that person wouldn't have even thought of.
Well, I'll tell you, I use an example when I talk to Rotary clubs or city commissions or chambers of commerce that probably most people don't think of. One of the reasons Apple Computer is as successful as it is, and it has more cash on hand than most countries, is because they do a thing called just-in-time manufacturing. They only have 2.5 days inventory on the shelves, which means the products that are going to be sold in the Tampa and Orlando stores next weekend don't yet exist. But they can do that because they can put it on a truck in Shenzhen, drive it down to Hong Kong an hour away, put it on a plane, and tomorrow it's here. That's an incredible thing, but that's one of those things where people who are in an office environment or playing games on the computer don't realize aviation got that product to them.
Oh, absolutely. That's one of the things we were talking about, because people that aren't involved in aviation and don't fly, and they're hearing all of us aviator types talk about the critical pilot shortage, and it's like, and most people are, what's in it for me? How is that going to influence me?
Yeah, I have a background in politics. That's true.
It is. How is a pilot shortage going to influence me? And it's like, okay, well, let's look at where a pilot shortage would influence you, or closing airports or whatever else. So let's start with the pilot shortage while we're at it. You said it right there. Products in Hong Kong are flown to this country. Okay? You are dealing with you live in Florida and you're dealing with a company in California, and you place an order for a product and you need it tomorrow. Buddy, you better go down and find it in a local store, because without a pilot, it ain't getting from California to Florida tomorrow.
Well, and Dave just made an excellent point. There's 3 medevac helicopters right down the way here in the hangar. They're not there because they look good. We're in a very rural section of Florida, and if you're in a car wreck out on the highway, you might be a half an hour, 45 minutes from a hospital by vehicle. But that helicopter can get you there, get you to where you need to be, and you survive because aviation.
I know of 2 young pilots, and perhaps you can answer this question, who are both flying freight for UPS. Do you want to name the airplane they're flying?
You're not going to say Airbus, are you?
It's a little bit of a trick question. I'm saying they're young pilots.
They're young pilots.
Oh, okay.
They're flying drones.
They're both flying 206s. Now, my question, because this is a legitimate question, 2 people I know, just getting into the aviation, commercially, both flying for UPS. They both are flying Cessna 206s. Now, my question is, why? I mean, because that's where the larger carrier, the larger airplane, does not suffice for UPS. Perhaps you can answer that.
Well, actually, I have friends from flight school who now fly for UPS in MD-11s and 747s. One of the guys I went to flight school with, and I used to fly at a flight school with, we were both CFIs together. He now flies a 747-400 out of Anchorage. But not every place is a big enough market to justify a 747. So they have a very broad fleet, because if you need to get into someplace like Sebring, you don't want to be coming in here with an MD-11 so you can drop off grandma's Christmas presents. You bring the 206 because somebody paid for overnight. Yeah. It's got to get someplace cost effectively.
Yeah.
And that's why they do it.
Well, and that's the operative word, is cost effectiveness, because like you said, you're not going to throw a single package or even a dozen packages on a 707, 777. You're not going to throw them in those giant planes when they're bringing in 100 pounds of overnight letters. Right. And they can fly them in a 206.
Or fruitcake.
Well, and I'll go back to a serious thing, since you had asked originally about the Polk Aviation Line. One
didn't recognize my truck, so he came out of his office and he says, "Yeah, the weather's a little. It's too bumpy up there to go flying, so we're in the office doing some ground school. Come on in." And I walk over into his little breezer office there, which during Sun and Fun is the commercial exhibit office. But I walk into Mike's office, and what do I see? 3 teenagers sitting there working on their ground school stuff on a Saturday. And I'm thinking to myself, how many teenagers are hanging out in the mall, out getting in trouble with their buddies? And you got three teenage boys sitting here learning airplanes on a Saturday afternoon.
So
how cool is that?
That wasn't aviation detention.
No, because
No.
detention would indicate that they didn't want to be there, and I could tell by all 3 of these guys they wanted to be.
I'll tell you how cool this program is, and it's astounding. It's not just a token thing. Last summer, 6 high school students jumped in 3 Breezer aircraft and flew them to Oshkosh.
That
now you're 17 years old and you're flying 1,300 miles away. Spend a week, flew in the air show, and then fly back. You tell me those kids don't know they have potential, that they don't feel accomplishment to their bones.
Oh, yeah.
And the sense of accomplishment that they're learning when they attended an air show briefing because they were flying, and pro pilots came to Mike Z and came to Sun and Fun staffers and stuff were there as support of the CFA students and said, we have never seen young men and more young gentlemen behave so professionally in an event, and it's all what they do, and that's what the Aviation Alliance does, is help support CFAA.
Yep.
And now you're not just aligning Sun and Fun and the FBO at Winter Haven and the FBO at FXC, and
Nope.
You're
anybody in the county who wants to join. You don't have to be involved in aviation, and because of the diversity of it, we've been tremendously fortunate that JetBlue showed some interest in the high school and the college program. They came and checked things out, and we actually have an understanding with JetBlue, and they let our high school and college students go up to their training facility in Orlando 4 times a year, fly their $14 million sims, climb through their airplanes with their maintenance crews, go to their operations centers, and see what this job is really like. And I can't thank JetBlue enough. They've done remarkable work for us. They actually created the JetBlue Foundation this year, and they awarded to Sun and Fun and CFAA, the high school, $25,000 for buying equipment for their power plant course. Because the high school now, in addition to pilot training, has A&P training. You can get most of your A&P out of the way for free at a public high school.
Thanks for telling me that. I was unaware of that.
Oh, you didn't know they were CFAA was doing
No.
A&P? Oh, wow.
It is
They're
one of
not just A&P, but AI as well.
It is one of the great success stories in our educational system, and it really does something for our economy. We have had a family move from South Florida, sorry, Dave, up to Polk County so their kids
we're
could go to
too
that
crowded
school.
anyways.
And we had a mom move from Alaska to Polk County so her kids could go to that school. It's an amazing, amazing success story.
Is this kind of a looking glass for other counties around the country?
I would hope so. I spoke to the California Pilots Association and San Luis Obispo back in October, and I told them the truth. Our goal is to make Polk County, Florida, the most attractive aviation destination in North America, and please try to steal the title from us.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
very much want competition. And I was pleased. I had the airport manager of Monterey and his staff called me a couple weeks later to say, how do we do what you're doing? Because we have high school and college kids on our campus, on the airport. And I really believe when we talk about, oh, gee, the pilot population is shrinking and all this stuff is wrong, get creative. Connect your educational system to the airport. Because, if you've got a kid that's not doing well in algebra and he's mechanically inclined, teach him how to bend metal.
Yeah,
he'll learn later that was algebra to figure out the bend radius and all that.
Yeah.
But you can get kids doing something that actually translates to a real job. And whether you want to go into the tech school route and become a mechanic, or whether you want to go to the college route and become a pilot, or whether you want to go in the operations center, or if you just want to be supportive, I don't care. But
do it.
For Floridians to ignore the fact that aviation is it has more potential to us economically than agriculture does is idiotic.
Well, can you imagine for most of our kids across the country, their introduction to flight other than passenger airplanes is really video games. And when you think about Young Eagles and other things that we support as well, you get these kids to have hands-on in real time what it really feels like to be above the ground. That is a tangible experience, not just an electronic one with the push of the button.
It's true, and it's one of the great things you would love at CFAA, Central Florida Aerospace Academy. There is a class where the room is full of simulators. and in the class, the kids go in and they're assigned a flight. And you go in, there's 20 kids flying a flight. But they're going to do that in an actual plane later. They're not playing around. They're actually trying to accomplish a mission. It's an amazing thing to see a school, which has been there for a number of years now, that looks like the day it was opened. It's pristine. It's perfect. The kids are taught on the first day. This school is a gift, privately purchased by James Ray. This is a gift.
$7.5 million donation to
Yeah.
make that school happen.
And
And being
just
in the
keep
building trade, what blows me away is they broke ground at Sun and Fun, and they had the school open for business the next year at Sun and Fun.
Incredible,
They had a ribbon
right?
cut. A year to build a 58,000 square foot facility.
Private sector.
Wow.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you, the great success story is it will reach capacity next year. Next year,
499 students.
499 students, they'll be matched.
Wow.
So I'm talking to the people in the school system now about building a second aviation high school on the east side of the county to expand its reach. Because if you can max out in a few years like that, and you have 100% graduation rate, people want to go to that school.
And the benefits of that. Now, how does the Aviation Alliance benefit itself or benefit aviation? I understand that we're getting together and we're saying, okay, well, we understand the importance of the aviation, but how is the alliance? Would the purpose is to reach out and show people, or the purpose is to help build aviation, or both?
My theory is this, basically, Dave. We've been in the aviation industry. We've been fighting over the size of our slice of the pie for years. My concept is let's just grow the pie. Everybody's slice gets bigger. Give you an example right here on the ground today. Skip Barber Racing Schools is right over here across the ramp. Now, there is a racetrack here in Sebring, and every time somebody comes to Expo, they see the cars running around. People who are interested in motorcycles, sailing, race cars, an airplane is the same pool of people. They're the same personality types that want to go challenge themselves. They're not reckless. They want to do something challenging, difficult, and be safe at it. This is a great example of the aviation audience is open to the Skip Barber School. Yeah, maybe I should try that. The Skip Barber School people are saying, oh, what's going on at the airport? There's a lot of activity. Oh, that looks fun.
Yeah.
We can expand things out, and people who never foresaw themselves being part of aviation can recognize anybody can get involved in this. You don't have to make it your whole life.
Yeah.
You can participate, enjoy it, and just recognize this is good for us.
Yeah.
Now, on the other side of it, I was talking to a Chamber of Commerce audience recently, and I was pointing out the most successful airplane ever built was the Cessna 172. 6-hour radius of flight from where I am is just slightly north of Nashville. Now, we're in Florida. Typically, this time of year, it's in the mid-70s. If you're in Nashville and it's 25 degrees, and you know you can jump in your 172 with your spouse and another couple, and tonight you can be in Florida in flip-flops and shorts, sitting poolside, having a drink. Do they really care if it's an aviation audience or not? If your business could attract that customer, find a way to do it, because we have an airport. We can bring them in. That's my whole point. Aviation shouldn't be thought of as an exclusive industry. It touches on everything, just like agriculture, just like construction business, just like anything else.
Well, Jamie, we sure appreciate you coming out. We're running out of our allotted time here. We're going to have you back. Actually, I've got you on the schedule each day at this time.
Yeah, I'm sleeping under the table right over there. I'm pretty sure.
Cool.
I got a cot.
Cool. Well, we got a little heater here, so you won't get frostbite tonight. So,
well, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. You do a great job. The
Thank
Expo
you.
is a terrific thing, and you guys are you're troopers for being out here, and I can't thank you enough.
well, before we take off, if people want more information on Aviation Alliance,
polkaviationalliance.org. They can go on the website anytime they want, or they can do a Google search on me, Jamie Beckett, and you'll find it. Open to anybody. If you want to be involved, we want you to be involved. We'll find a way to make it happen.
Jamie Beckett, thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate you taking time. And now you got to go around and promote aviation to a bunch of people who already love it, which
I just might do that.
And we will see you tomorrow.
Appreciate
See you back here on the air, folks. Jamie will be back with us again tomorrow at the 1:30 slot. Dr. Dave, you were.
I was just
sorry?
hoping maybe he could do it with a little more intensity tomorrow.
I will try to
Wouldn't
ingest
mind.
some caffeine and be a little more on my game.
I love interviews like Jamie, because I know that in an interview, when Jamie comes to be interviewed, I have two lines. Welcome, Jamie. Tell me about the Polk Aviation Allowance. Well, we're out of time. Thanks for coming. But that's it, folks. You get around and you come to these events and you see how much people have the passion for aviation. And we can't do it without everybody. Mr. Michael, you ready to take us into a break?
Let's rock and roll.
Do it, man. We'll be back with you shortly, folks.
Hi, John Leanhouse here, and I have an invitation to Sun and Fun that I hope you'll accept. It's the 40th annual Sun and Fun International Flying and Expo, scheduled for 1 through 6 April of this year at the Lakeland Airport. We'll be hosting the Navy's demonstration team, the Blue Angels. After a year of sequestration, the Blue Angels are back, and Sun and Fun is proud to be the first site of their appearance in the Southeast in 2014. Add to that excitement the appearance of the F-22 Raptor and also the Ford Tri-Motor offering rides. Seaplane challenges of fantasy of flight and a balloon launch in the wee hours of Saturday, along with ultralights flying over the parking lot, will entice guests as they attend the forums and workshops. It promises to be our biggest, loudest, and baddest live show ever. The daily air shows will be augmented by our youth, a kids zone, rock wall, and at night on Saturday we're going to have an extravaganza of a night show and a fireworks. Help us celebrate the 100th year of commercial aviation and the 100th year of aerial combat as Sun and Fun focuses on building a brighter future through aviation. Please join us and the Governor of the State of Florida as we celebrate the world of aviation.
Central Activities Tent Show Center is powered by Aviators Hotline. Aviators Hotline has been and continues to be the trusted monthly source the aviation industry relies upon to help in the buying and selling of single and twin engine piston aircraft, plus parts and services. Published monthly in print and digital format, Aviators Hotline is distributed monthly to subscribers, qualifying FBOs, and aircraft owners worldwide. You can find them online at aviatorshotline.com. The U.S. Sport Aviation Expo is sponsored in part by Skycraft Airplanes, a brand new Czech LSA company with a focus on building quality, high-performance airplanes that are affordable to buy and affordable to fly. The ready-to-fly Skycraft SD-1 Mini Sport climbs at 1,400 feet per minute, cruises at 118 miles per hour, burns 1.8 gallons per hour, and has a 575-mile range. It comes loaded with standard features for a starting price under $55,000. Check them out at Expo Booth 701 or on the web at skycraftairplanes.com.
Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers factory-manufactured SLSA or a quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, cross-wind, and performance qualities otherwise only available in heavier aircraft. At the same time, Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at www.breezeraircraftusa.com.
You're listening to Expo Radio, coming to you on www.liveatc.net/expo. Please stay tuned. Be sure to tune in January 16th through the 19th as we will go live from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. from the 10th Annual U.S. Sport Aviation Expo in beautiful Sebring, Florida.
Expo is made possible by sponsorship from Renegade Light Sport. Doc Bailey and the good people at Renegade Light Sport offer many different types of aircraft, new engines, flight training, and even free training for wounded veterans. To see a little bit about the many things they do, go to renegadelightsport.com. That's renegadelightsport.com.
Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall-forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Sennheiser Aviation invites you to stop at their booth and demo the best premium aviation headsets, from the lightweight passive HME 110 with its 10-year warranty to the full line of S1 products. You can find the Sennheiser stand in the hangar at booth H110 or visit SennheiserUSA.com. Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers a factory-manufactured SLSA or quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, cross-wind, and performance qualities otherwise only available in heavier airplanes. At the same time, the Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at breezeraircraftusa.com.
Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall-forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Sennheiser Aviation invites you to stop at their booth and demo the best premium aviation headsets, from the lightweight passive HME 110 with its 10-year warranty to the full line of S1 products. You can find the Sennheiser stand in the hangar at booth H110 or visit SennheiserUSA.com.
You're listening to Expo Radio, coming to you on www.liveatc.net/expo. Please stay tuned. Be sure to tune in January 16th through the 19th, as we will go live from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. from the 10th Annual U.S. Sport Aviation Expo in beautiful Sebring, Florida.
The Expo's Central Activities Tent Show Center is powered by Aviators Hotline. Aviators Hotline has been and continues to be the trusted monthly source the aviation industry relies upon to help in the buying and selling of single and twin-engine piston aircraft, plus parts and services. Published monthly in print and digital format, Aviators Hotline is distributed monthly to subscribers, qualifying FBOs, and aircraft owners worldwide. You can find them online at aviatorshotline.com.
Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers factory-manufactured SLSA or a quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, cross-wind, and performance qualities otherwise only available in heavier aircraft. At the same time, Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at www.breezeraircraftusa.com.
Expo wishes to thank Premier Aviation Partner American Legend Aircraft Company for their support. American Legend Aircraft Company was founded expressly to develop a light sport certified version of the venerable Piper Cub, and they succeeded. What was great about the Piper Cub for the past 75 years is still great today. The Legend Cub uses the same basic airframe design as the Piper original with a few enhancements. 3 inches were added to the cabin width, and the wing spars were removed from the cabin headspace and replaced with X-bracing, like later model Cubs, for improved structural integrity and enlarged cockpit space. Check out the Legend Cub here at the Expo or on the web at legend.aero.
This is the 7th year that Flight Time Radio has come to Expo and the 6th year that we have broadcast live. We would love to have you check out our website at flighttimeradio.com and also invite you to get a listen to one of our shows. We try to do 2 things. One would be to interest non-pilots that hear us on local radio in trying flight, and the other is having fun. I hope we do the first. I know we do the second. We are on Facebook, and check us out on Twitter at Flight Time Radio.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here from Sun and Fun, and we are very pleased that you have chosen to be in Sebring for the 2014 Sport Aviation Expo. It's an exciting year for the Florida aviation community of over 22,000 licensed pilots with access to more than 800 airstrips and 22 air shows. You've picked a great place to come to celebrate aviation. And we welcome to our guests who fly in from out of town that make a significant impact on the stability of our economy. We thank you all. Have a great show, and be sure to stop by the Sun and Fun booth for information on the dates and times of the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Expo in Lakeland Linder Airport.
Expo is made possible by sponsorship from Renegade Light Sport. Doc Bailey and the good people at Renegade Light Sport offer many different types of aircraft, new engines, flight training, and even free training for wounded veterans. To see a little bit about the many things they do, go to RenegadeLightsport.com. That's RenegadeLightsport.com.
'Renegadelightsport.com. 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 'Renegadelightsport.com.
Many thanks to premier aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. HansonAirGroup.com.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Expo Radio. This is Charlie. I'm here with MILFORD from Flight Time Radio, and we're having a good time. It's warming up a little bit out here in Sebring. They've never had temperatures like this in the history of the city. The winds are blowing like it's on the lake in Chicago, but we're still having a blast. They are out there flying some of the aircraft. And MILFORD, who we got?
We have got Mr. Chris Tallerton with Tallerton. Chris, I'm never going. I've known Chris now for 4 or 5 years.
A couple of years ago at Sebring, my first one down. I think we had to be roommates.
Has it only been 2 years ago?
2 years? Well, this would be the third one.
And I'm just not going to get your last name right.
That's all right.
This is Chris Bob.
Yeah.
We're going to be all Bob all day.
And actually, Milford's a big Iowa Hawkeye football fan, in case anyone wanted to know.
That's fact.
Appreciates that. Travels to all their away and home games.
But Chris is with, Aviators Hotline. And Aviators Hotline, on a personal note, I'm just going to say, has always been a great help. Flight Time Radio for me and Charlie, providing space for us here when we very first came out here, started doing remotes and stuff. Jacob Pede and Chris and all the rest of them have always gone way overboard to help us out, which we thank them on a personal level. But then not just us, you guys help out, Chris. Aviators Hotline, y'all right in the middle of, especially LSA, but right in the middle of flying all over the place.
We sure are. Here at the show, we've started something new. The tent that was originally called the Aeroshell tent has become Show Center. Powered by Aviators Hotline. They'll be doing press briefings in there. Last night we had an exhibitor get together in there. Tonight I believe it's the Llama Power Hour is going to be there.
That's not a bunch of four-legged animals pulling a wagon.
It's not the other white meat. I've been told that, when you used to do the llama dinner, they asked if llama was on the menu. No.
Llama, it's what's for dinner.
Yeah, so we changed it up a little bit this year. We've always been known to have real great speakers. Some of the ones I remember, Rod Hightower, Craig Fuller. I believe there was a gentleman that was previously employed by the FFA that was here.
He was the head of the FFA, yeah. Randy Babbitt.
I did put previously, yeah. So I got to miss that one last year, had to back out last minute. But, we've always been a real big supporter of Llama, LSA Light Aviation in general. When you're going to several of these shows, including Oshkosh, AirVenture, Sun and Fun, you'll run into the LSA malls. That's something we're very happy to take care of and make sure that happens for Llama. Been a partner of theirs. We also, years ago, I think it was Jake's brainchild, Jacob Pede, but we started a program called Aviators Helping Aviators, realizing that most of the people coming into the light sport market were doing so because of maybe a medical or what have you, meaning they had something general aviation sitting around they better sell before they bought a new plane. Right. We teamed up with some of the dealers, brokers, distributors in the light sport arena that have partnered with us. If, for sake, this gentleman wants to buy a plane from one of them, that gentleman and us through a partnership are going to advertise that guy's general aviation plane until it's sold free of charge for him and market it, not just in the magazines, the web, but some other avenues we have to help make that a reality. It's something that's came over real well. It has worked, because that's usually the obstacle, one of the obstacles. If I'd buy that new Lightning, what have you, if I could sell my Piper, but I can't have two planes or two payments going out the door.
I need the money out of that aircraft to buy the new aircraft.
Exactly, and that gave them an avenue because 35 plus years ago, Aviators Hotline began as mostly a buy-sell trade publication. Back then, of course, it was all print, mailed out to the FBOs, the pilots community, sectionalized everything from aircraft for sale all the way down to parts, services, flight training. And of course, as technology's evolved, we've evolved, and with what our readership and marketing partners they tell us. Now the magazine comes out still one time a month, but coming out in 3 editions, a print edition. Very high demand for a digital edition that's emailed directly to their emails with hyperlinks, meaning if they want more information, they're going to click on that stuff. They're going to leave our magazine, go directly to Flight Time Radio, what have you, be able to find out more information or email directly. And then we also have a web one. So,
you know, Chris, I predict that 5 years from now, when we're down here for the Expo 19, and you mentioned this kind of stuff, there's going to be kids going, print? What do you mean print?
Exactly. Exactly.
How does that work? I can't click on the links on the print.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of that, we forgot to tell everybody they can ask questions through Twitter at hashtag Sebring14.
Absolutely.
Yep, Sebring14.
Hashtag Sebring14 if you want to ask a question of Chris about Aviators Hotline or Charlie or myself, anything about going on down here, feel free to pop in, and David Allen's he's monitoring all that, and we'll get the tag up on the screen for us, and we'll give you credit for asking it, and we'll do our best to keep Charlie from lying about the answer.
Or Chris making up the answer.
Yeah, there you go. Well, they know if I say give the answer, it's going to be made up. Well, excuse me, the Aviators Hotline, y'all guys have been in the middle of this for a long time. Probably a lot of people it's one of the things, almost the background stuff they almost don't even think about a lot. But going forward, besides all this, y'all guys are involved in stuff going on in China.
Correct.
Printed stuff and things with general aviation getting ready to start going in China. And just, I know Jacob's been over to Aero Friedrichshafen in Germany, and all that stuff. It's not just a little mom and pop thing in the back room.
No, it started out as a mom and pop thing. The company that is our parent company, Heartland Communications Group, out of Fort Dodge, Iowa, still in the same town where we were started out as a construction publication. Someone saw a need for people in the construction industry, if they were looking for used equipment, what have you. To look back at the original ones, it was basically hand typed and probably sent out by fax and mail. Other industries have came along over the years. Like I said, we got into aviation part of the world 35 years ago, I believe. With the GA, more the GA side, we do have the business corporate jet, a part that does that. The light aviation, we have a digital magazine that deals with warbirds and vintage aircraft that has editorial, a museum of the month kind of feature, artwork usually. A couple of years ago, we started the quarterly Aviators Hotline Properties. Always had the real estate in the magazine as a section, but that became more, and we were told people wanted it. A magazine that comes out quarterly with nothing but aviation properties for sale, air parks, what have you, and destinations for the pilots, destination friendly. So yeah, and it's always something. We're working on something, or our website, or something, some way to tweak something to what's happening now. And it's amazing, you know.
Jacob's a great guy for ideas, isn't he?
Very much so. Very much so. Between his ADD and my ADD, you know, we
I was going to say, mostly he figures if he can have the idea and get Jacob's idea and Chris's work.
Yeah, and I've actually found a few people I can delegate to. Actually, we should give credit where it's due, though. Thank goodness for Carol back at the office, our publisher, because who knows where we'd be without her grounding us a little bit. And so, yeah, we've done great things. We got a lot of exciting things that hopefully Sun and Fun or Air Venture will be ready to be kind of rolled out. Some new things coming. That's one thing about the company. We don't stop. We aren't doing the same thing we did 35 years ago.
You mentioned aviation properties and destinations. There's one down here that Milford's still trying to get to. I think he got over there once. At the islands?
Oh, the islands. Yeah. Did you, Milford? Did you ever make it?
Well, yes. I got married last year, and
yes, we know.
And we decided we put our honeymoon off for about a month and a half or so. And my first trip to the Bahamas in a light aircraft was my wife's first trip in a light aircraft. She'd been to the Bahamas before. I'd never been at all. And we picked the neat thing about aircraft. I've got a little aircraft. I don't have to go. It's supposed to be a great place to go to, but I don't have to go to Marsh Harbor. I don't have to go to you name it, the 2 or 3 little main spots. We picked an island out in the middle of the Bahamas, and Eleuthera, and I tell you what, it was a fantastic trip. It was secluded, and I mean I could go on for an hour. Y'all guys don't want to hear about my hunting.
Yeah.
But,
Oh, no.
but with an airplane, what a neat trip it was.
First time over, he climbed up to an altitude where the cruise ships looked like little ants on the ground.
Yeah.
If I was going to have an engine out over the ocean, I was going to have a long time to think about things before we got to the water.
That you need to do. It's funny you bring that up because I thought maybe you went with us because, as you know, this year they've changed it up a little bit. Aviators Hotline, Breezer Aircraft. Mike Z is a flying ambassador for the Bahamas.
Right.
We will leave Sunday. I believe a lot of them will fly the last day of the show over to Fort Lauderdale. Monday morning, we will depart on and I want to make sure I get it exactly right.
I believe it's Fort Pierce.
It's maybe it is Fort Pierce, but it's our 4th annual sport pilot fly into the Bahamas. This year, I'm not even sure what they have. That's Jacob's thing, and I've seen him a few times today, but I'm sure things keep changing. But they will go over, spend a couple days there. I believe this year they're going to, and I'm going to do a Milford here, Bimini Big Game Club. They're going to spend some time over there. It's been a great thing that we got involved in 3 or 4 years ago.
Yes.
Right.
And it's a way for some sport pilots to find out how easy it is, or any pilots for that matter,
Right.
but we tend to go sport pilots here, of course, how easy it is to get over and experience the Bahamas. I'm very much like you. I would have thought the Bahamas were Nassau. Someday I want to be a pilot, but not being a pilot, I've gotten to the Bahamas off via cruise line and found Senior Frogs, but I thought that was the Bahamas.
Yep.
I believe I've heard a number, and I'm probably wrong, but I think there's 600 islands maybe
Probably
that make up the Bahamas.
Probably is.
Some of them are uninhibited. Nobody there. Some are privately owned. But they say once you reach the outer islands of the Bahamas, that is the Bahamas.
Right.
Don't let the tourists or the docking stations treat you right. But anyone that's been there with us or partnered to go over there, I've never heard a bad
And you
thing
can do
said.
that in your own light sport aircraft. The Bahamian government has jumped on board, and I understand it's the first nation in the world to allow the light sport pilots to fly in.
Well, to tell the backstory of how a lot of this happened, Mike Z was up in Oshkosh, and the Bahamian government's always there with booths and stuff at all these different aviation events. And he goes up to him, and he had actually just heard the Bahamas had just recognized light sport, decided to make that illegal to fly in their airspace. He walked up to get some information about it, and Mike was among the very first couple that actually flew a light sport aircraft and actually landed over there. And I started working with him, became a ambassador for the Bahamas, and of course now working with Jacob on this annual fly out from Sebring. So Mike's very well versed in flying the Bahamas. Actually has a Bahamian flag emblem on his tail.
He does, and if I recall, he's even got a special shirt he wears sometimes with some little. I think he's got his ambassador shirt too. But no, very well. He'll tell you like it is about everybody has questions. I believe through his site or probably through ours, you can find videos of what the requirements are to fly even on your own over there.
Right.
If it be the size of your end letters, what you have to file, when you have to file it. Mike Z is definitely an ambassador for light sport in general, for his brand, but light sport in general, the Bahamas, education, what he's done with the young group of guys they did down here I missed last year. I heard it was amazing.
It was amazing.
There's some veteran pilots that couldn't pull that out, and these are young gentlemen that, the formations.
We're sitting there last year, Chris, and I look up, and I didn't know about it ahead of time, and I went, oh, look, that's two breezers. That's got, I see the Bahamian flag on one of them. That's Mike Z's aircraft. I said, I wonder who's flying with Mike, off his wing. And somebody told me, said, that's not Mike up there. I said, that's his aircraft. Yeah, that is his aircraft. Those are two high school kids flying it. I'm like, no, come on. And
And I got to spend some time with that group of young men up in there.
And women.
Is there? Now and see, I'm sorry, I did it to myself again. But some of the guys were up at the campsite and working up at AirVenture, and they all had little things that they wanted to do as they took the bus and some airplanes up from Lakeland. I believe they call them the Lakeland Aero Club. I'm sorry if I'm wrong on that, but they all had little things they wanted to do. But a very fine group of youngsters that, if that's our next aviators and then people that we're going to look up to, I think we picked a pretty good group. Yeah. And after hearing Jamie talk about the group, down there at the high school, it gives you a good feeling about aviation.
I got to tell Charlie, though, you probably don't really know this, so I'm going to let you on the true backstory. You know, Jacob's involved real heavily with the flight to the Bahamas.
Right.
You want to know what really happened, where that came from? Well, see, this is January, and Jacob lives in Fort Dodge, Iowa.
Yeah.
He said, "What? We can go to the Bahamas in the middle of January every year?" Yeah, I'm all into that.
Yep.
So, yeah, Jacob said, "Well, I've got to go. It's the Aviators Hotline. I've got to help.
Got to represent."
Exactly. This year, actually, I think we'll see more through our Facebook pages and possibly websites. I think the rest of us will experience more with photos and such. We brought a great guy down with us this year to the Sebring. Aaron Will, who came on board here probably in the last 6 months to take over work on our social media, websites and such. Aaron must have driven a really great straw. He's going to get first show he's ever been at, the U.S. Sport Aviation Expo, and then he gets to go on to Bahamas.
What?
So I'm thinking I must not negotiated enough or hard enough or enough late night meetings to pull this one off. But
If you have any questions to ask about any of this conversation, you can send a message to #Sebring14, and we'll get the message and answer it one way or another.
Yeah.
And
ESP doesn't work.
Sound believable.
He mentioned his websites too. You said on your Facebook page and your website. What are those?
On Facebook, simply you can search for aviatorshotline.com. You'll find us there. Another one of our brands, our Business Air magazine, the Corporate and Jet, has their own as well, if that's something of interest. You'll find a ton of information right on our main webpage, www.aviatorshotline.com. There's always current issues there. Past issues are archived, free of charge to read. You're also going to find people that are looking to buy either planes, parts, what have you in the aviation world. Also aircraft for sale. There's directories that'll break it down if you're looking for maybe flight training in your area. Chances are you might find somewhere there. There's a press release area, news coming up, schedules. But usually that's the place to go off and find, either Facebook or Twitter. I don't understand Twitter yet. I'm not going to fake it. I don't understand Pinterest, any of this stuff. But Facebook, maybe just a little bit. But yeah, there's things I know coming up on our social media with Aaron and some other help. I think we'll be starting to see some either subscription specials, some things happening, maybe some giveaways just through social media. So you're going to want to check that out.
You mentioned giveaways. I see on a little sign-up paper here, if they go by the Aviators Hotline booth, they can. Now it says shade and aviation glasses. You're not giving everybody a pair of shadings.
Oh no, but there's one very nice, very fine. I believe these may even be the ones with the flip-up lenses that people like.
Right.
Pair of Shaden aviation sunglasses that all I got to do is either sign up this little form and tell us which ones they're interested in, what their role is. It's one of the simplest forms I've ever seen. Or if Jacob's not there and I don't get in trouble, throw your business card in. We're going to get back to the office here. Well, I'll get back, so I'll probably take them back with me because we don't want these things going to the Bahamas. Might not make it back.
Right.
But no, we'll get back to the office. We'll draw. We'll send the prize, contact the winner to make sure we have the right shipping address. We send them off the prize, and all we do is say, please take a photo with the prize and a copy of Aviators Hotline, send it back, and you'll be infamous because you will be published, worldwide, because you'll probably end up in the magazine and.
That's not a bad prize.
I was going to say that about Milford too, but the post office isn't worldwide, so his picture doesn't make it that far.
Well, milk cartons.
Milk
cartons. That spoils.
For my photo at the post office, they made me take my sunglasses off.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
They wouldn't let you smile either, would they? And for some reason, there's these lines behind you. I always thought I was taller.
Yeah. No, I'm very well known in my area, but not for those reasons. Well, Aviators Hotline, we mentioned the magazines, and there's a lot of, like you mentioned, there's a lot more than just the one Aviators Hotline. Y'all got the specialized magazines. The biggest thing to me about Aviators Hotlines, besides the magazines, y'all do a lot of support flying, and we appreciate that, and really have kind of carved out a niche in the LSA market.
Yeah, I agree with that, and that was. I can't take credit for it. It happened before I got here.
Hey, Jacob's not here. You take credit for it. Chris did it.
Yeah, I think.
I'm telling you, Chris
I really
did it.
think, Jacob and some other people involved with the company saw with the medicals, saw when Light Sport came along, saw that, this is part of aviation, but there's going to be some needs, and did put a lot of resources, time, and effort towards it. I mean, everything from Midwest LSA Expo up there, down here. We always have a presence at the what we call the GA shows, Sun and Fun and Air Adventure. We always have a presence with the LSA Mall. You can find us there. In today's world, you can't be everything to everybody.
Right.
But, we try to help who we can. And if we can't help you, we're going to probably say, no, this person could help you, or this. So, yeah, it's interesting, because we'll get everybody in aviation world that somebody that's very well, they know exactly what they want to do for a marketing or plan, or they want to put an ad in this issue, and we'll get the next guy that says, my business, what I know is flying. I don't know marketing. I've seen you guys at the trade show. I see you don't sit on your butts too long. You're not on your tails. I see you here. I see you here. What would work for me? Where would you do? Maybe they need a logo creation. Maybe they need help with their website. It's so much more than just a magazine anymore.
Right. I hadn't realized that part of your business.
Yeah, or maybe they want to go to the next level and they want to find, the best aviation podcast radio show, and we have to give them somebody's business card and say, hey, call these guys,
Call these guys.
So, no, it's a multimedia world.
And he's talking about FlightTimeRadio.com.
I was.
So.
I guess
I was afraid to ask.
I should clarify that. I got a lot of signs around me. Good one, Charlie. Oh, I forgot to drop that in there. But yeah, it's a changing world. So.
It is that. Well, golly, the only thing we can say bad about you is you drug the cold weather down with you. Other than that, Chris, you're all right.
And that's a funny thing. I checked the old iPhone that I have realized after all these years of having a smartphone does not make a smart man. But it was.
It said the phone was smart, not the user.
Yeah, exactly. They forgot to mention that when they charged me that big rate to have that iPhone. But it was only 10 degrees colder in Fort Dodge, Iowa this morning than it was in Sebring at the same time.
Golly.
I'm sorry. But it's supposed to warm up next week at Sebring, I hear.
You left the door open.
Oh, I thought we brought it with us all the way. We went up to Minneapolis to come down to Florida, so maybe that's what happened. But yes, I tend to do it after last Air Adventure, and now I'm going to have to break my spell one of these days.
Well, I'll tell you what, we were talking bad about the weather, but as far as the day looks, it's a gorgeous day. If you're listening to us and you are thinking about coming, if you're somewhere there, you might fly down. My understanding is the winds are supposed to be much better Friday, Saturday. Beautiful, gorgeous day. You can see forever. CAVNU, Charlie.
It sure is.
And visibility unlimited. And little cool. Bring your jacket, and you'll enjoy seeing a lot of neat aircraft.
I'm still bundled up here.
And actually, you mentioned y'all guys sponsor the main dining tent in there, and we just got through eating a burger in there.
Did you?
And I appreciated being out of the wind.
Me as well. I went and visited, I believe, Highlands County, or what it is, the Cattle Women Association that's down here every year with their barbecued pork and their horseradish. And I thought, boy, these picnic tables outside, it's nice and sunny. I think I'm going to Show Center, powered by Aviators Hotline, get out of the wind. And I think Jacob made sure there's a couple of heaters in there for tonight, so, it might be a popular place. But
I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah.
I'm glad Jacob did.
Yeah. A couple of years ago, we were outside in tents exhibiting. The show layout is awesome. Jane and the crew have done great things with this show. I've always said this is one of my favorite shows just because the volunteers are so darn friendly. They'll help you find what you need. Sometimes that's not the case at every event we all attend, we know. This year we have indoor exhibits, outdoor exhibits, the tents. So there's plenty to do for everybody. Really, I'm pretty impressed with the crowd.
Yes.
So.
I feel like the price is right. Come on down.
Yeah.
It sure is.
Is that the right show, Charlie?
I was going to say if he says something about neutering and spaying your pets, it's coming. I can hear it. Bob Barker.
No. I can care less what you do with your pets.
Yeah.
Just don't do them in front of me.
Yeah,
okay?
please.
I'm not quite sure what that means, but I said
Yeah, but it sounded good. Yeah. We'll see it. We'll hear it in playback.
Well, Chris, we appreciate you taking a minute to come over and sit down and talk to us about Aviators Hotline. And I'm going to tell everybody that is a company that we have a passion about flying as pilots, and Aviators Hotline has a good passion about supporting, especially the LSA movement, but general aviation overall. They really do it, and we appreciate it. It wasn't for companies doing things to help protect rights and help protect this and that and promote things. We'd be a lot smaller than we are now. We can't get any smaller.
Yeah, exactly. No, we appreciate you guys as well. I mean, aviation has been good to Aviators Hotline. The group has been good. I've worked with several different industries with the parent company, and the aviation part is awesome. There's a passion there.
Yeah.
How many guys go home at the end of the day and talk about their excavator or their combine unless it's costing them money? But I can pull anybody from aviation aside, and they'll talk all day.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if there's not $1 in it, for them, they're going to talk. And I mean,
The old joke is, how do you tell if there's a pilot in the crowd?
He'll
You
tell
don't
you.
have to. He'll tell you.
Very, very true said.
Yeah, we like to talk about it. Well, Chris, we thank you very much for swinging in and talking to us. I'm sure we'll have you guys back later in the week.
I think we're going to be back throughout the week. So
Good deal. Give us updates. We're going to find out the true story, what happens at the llama dinner tonight.
Yeah.
Especially
the other
whatever
white meat.
Whatever Charlie does. You let me know what Charlie does. If he gets out of line, I can't do anything about it, but I want to know.
So the young married guy is going to be home early. I think he's trying to tell us.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Got to make the newlywed call. Very well.
All right. Well, I want to let everybody know this is Milford. That is Charlie. We are at Expo Radio. U.S. Sport Aviation Expo 2014. And
Hashtag Sebring 14.
And we don't mention it enough. We want to again thank people like Dave Schaubetter and David Allen who do so much. I'm looking at literally miles of power cords and computer cords and cables and monitors and TVs and cameras.
I was looking at them. There's only 3 of them hooked up.
Well,
just makes us feel better, doesn't it?
It makes a lot of cores to do it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And they do all the work back there. And Mike Ladd's back there running the board for us, and we appreciate that. Well, for everybody here behind the scenes working, I want to say thanks. Keep listening. We'll listen to a few commercials for a few minutes, and we'll be back with another exhibitor.
Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Thanks to premier aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. For more information, check out www.hansonairgroup.com.
Do you want to fly but thought it was too hard or cost too much? Do you want to own an airplane but thought it was too expensive? With Aviation Access Project, it's easier and less expensive than you think. With us, you get a low purchase price for a share of a new light sport airplane and a low monthly maintenance fee. Pilot training is included, and there are no hourly fees for the first 50 hours. We manage, you fly. Visit us at Expo today. Aviation Access Project. Own the passion of flying.
The U.S. Sport Aviation Expo is sponsored in part by Skycraft Airplanes, a brand new Czech LSA company with a focus on building quality, high-performance airplanes that are affordable to buy and affordable to fly. The ready-to-fly Skycraft SD-1 Mini Sport climbs at 1,400 feet per minute, cruises at 118 miles per hour, burns 1.8 gallons per hour, and has a 575-mile range. It comes loaded with standard features for a starting price under $55,000. Check them out at Expo Booth 701 or on the web at skycraftairplanes.com.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here, and I have an invitation to Sun and Fun that I hope you'll accept. It's the 40th annual Sun and Fun International Flying and Expo, scheduled for 1 through 6 April of this year at the Lakeland Airport. We'll be hosting the Navy's demonstration team, the Blue Angels. After a year of sequestration, the Blue Angels are back, and Sun and Fun is proud to be the first site of their appearance in the Southeast in 2014. Add to that excitement the appearance of the F-22 Raptor and also the Ford Tri-Motor offering rides. Seaplane challenges at Fantasy of Flight and a balloon launch in the wee hours of Saturday, along with ultralights flying over the parking lot, will entice guests as they attend the forums and workshops. It promises to be our biggest, loudest, and baddest live show ever. The daily air shows will be augmented by our youth, a kids zone, rock wall, and at night on Saturday we're going to have an extravaganza of a night show and fireworks. Help us celebrate the 100th year of commercial aviation, 100th year of aerial combat, building a brighter future through aviation. Please join us and the Governor of the State of Florida as we celebrate the world of aviation.
Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall-forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com. Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers factory-manufactured SLSA or a quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, crosswind, and performance qualities otherwise only available in heavier aircraft. At the same time, Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at www.breezeraircraftusa.com.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here from Sun and Fun, and we are very pleased that you have chosen to be in Sebring for the 2014 Sport Aviation Expo. It's an exciting year for the Florida aviation community of over 22,000 licensed pilots with access to more than 800 airstrips and 22 air shows. You've picked a great place to come to celebrate aviation. And we welcome to our guests who fly in from out of town that make a significant impact on the stability of our economy. We thank you all. Have a great show, and be sure to stop by the Sun and Fun booth for information on the dates and times of the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Expo in Lakeland Linder Airport.
Expo wishes to thank Premier Aviation Partner American Legend Aircraft Company for their support. American Legend Aircraft Company was founded expressly to develop a light sport certified version of the venerable Piper Cub, and they succeeded. What was great about the Piper Cub for the past 75 years is still great today. The Legend Cub uses the same basic airframe design as the Piper original with a few enhancements. 3 inches were added to the cabin width, and the wing spars were removed from the cabin headspace and replaced with X-bracing, like later model Cubs, for improved structural integrity and enlarged cockpit space. Check out the Legend Cub here at the Expo or on the web at legend.aero. Many thanks to Premier Aviation Partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. HansonAirGroup.com. Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers a factory-manufactured SLSA or quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, crosswind, and performance qualities otherwise only available in heavier airplanes. At the same time, the Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at breezeraircraftusa.com.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here, and I have an invitation to Sun and Fun that I hope you'll accept. It's the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Flying and Expo, scheduled for 1 through 6 April of this year at the Lakeland Linder Airport. We'll be hosting the Navy's demonstration team, the Blue Angels. After a year of sequestration, the Blue Angels are back, and Sun and Fun is proud to be the first site of their appearance in the Southeast in 2014. Add to that excitement the appearance of the F-22 Raptor and also the Ford Tri-Motor offering rides. Seaplane challenges at Fantasy of Flight and a balloon launch in the wee hours of Saturday, along with ultralights flying over the parking lot, will entice guests as they attend the forums and workshops. It promises to be the best and baddest live show ever. The daily air shows will be augmented by our youth, a kids zone, rock wall, and at night on Saturday we're going to have an extravaganza of a night show and a fireworks. Help us celebrate the 100th year of commercial aviation and the 100th year of aerial combat as Sun and Fun focuses on building a brighter future through aviation. Please join us and the Governor of the State of Florida as we celebrate the world of aviation.
You're listening to Expo Radio, coming to you on www.liveatc.net/expo. Please stay tuned. Be sure to tune in January 16th through the 19th as we will go live from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. from the 10th Annual U.S. Sport Aviation Expo in beautiful Sebring, Florida.
Sennheiser Aviation invites you to stop at their booth and demo the best premium aviation headsets, from the lightweight passive HME 110 with its 10-year warranty to the full line of S1 products. You can find the Sennheiser stand in the hangar at booth H110 or visit SennheiserUSA.com.
This is the 7th year that Flight Time Radio has come to Expo and the 6th year that we have broadcast live. We would love to have you check out our website at FlightTimeRadio.com and also invite you to get a listen to one of our shows. We try to do two things. One would be to interest non-pilots that hear us on local radio in trying flight, and the other is having fun. I hope we do the first. I know we do the second. We are on Facebook, and check us out on Twitter at Flight Time Radio.
Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com. The Expo's Central Activities Tent Show Center is powered by Aviators Hotline. Aviators Hotline has been and continues to be the trusted monthly source the aviation industry relies upon to help in the buying and selling of single and twin-engine piston aircraft, plus parts and services. Published monthly in print and digital format, Aviators Hotline is distributed monthly to subscribers, qualifying FBOs, and aircraft owners worldwide. You can find them online at aviatorshotline.com. The U.S. Sport Aviation Expo is sponsored in part by Skycraft Airplanes, a brand new Czech LSA company with a focus on building quality, high-performance airplanes that are affordable to buy and affordable to fly. The ready-to-fly Skycraft SD-1 Mini Sport climbs at 1,400 feet per minute, cruises at 118 miles per hour, burns 1.8 gallons per hour, and has a 575-mile range. It comes loaded with standard features for a starting price under $55,000. Check them out at Expo Booth 701 or on the web at skycraftairplanes.com.
Expo is made possible by sponsorship from Renegade Light Sport. Doc Bailey and the good people at Renegade Light Sport offer many different types of aircraft, new engines, flight training, and even free training for wounded veterans. To see a little bit about the many things they do, go to renegadelightsport.com. That's renegadelightsport.com.
Do you want to fly but thought it was too hard or cost too much? Do you want to own an airplane but thought it was too expensive? With Aviation Access Project, it's easier and less expensive than you think. With us, you get a low purchase price for a share of a new light sport airplane and a low monthly maintenance fee. Pilot training is included, and there are no hourly fees for the first 50 hours. We manage, you fly. Visit us at Expo today. Aviation Access Project. Own the package.
Aircraft to fulfill this goal. He has been committee decade, contributing to the standards for Hansen Air Group, share a love of aviation, our act and aircraft. For more information, .com.
Sponsored in part by Skycraft Airplanes, LSA company with a focus on quality and affordable to fly. The ready-to-fly Skycraft SD-1 Mini Sport climbs at 1,400 feet per minute, miles per hour, burns 1.8 gallons per hour, and has a 575-mile range. It features for a starting price under $55,000. Check them out at Expo Booth 701 or on the web at Skycraft Airplanes.
Sun and Fun, and we are very pleased that you have Sebring for the 2014 Sport Aviation Expo. It's for the Florida Aviation 22,000 with access to more than 800 airstrips and 22 air shows. You've picked a town that make us packed on the stability hall. Have a great show and be sure to on the dates and times of the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Expo in Lakeland Linder.
Possible by Lee and the good people at Renegade offer many different types of aircraft, wounded veterans. To see a little bit about the menu, go to renegadelightsport.com. That's renegade.com.
Expo wishes to thank premier aviation partner, Aircraft Company, and Aircraft Company, expressly to develop a light sport certified version of the venerable Piper Cub, and the years is still. The Legend Cub uses the same basic airframe design as the Piper original, with a few removed from the cabin head and replaced with X bracing, like later model Cubs, for improved structural integrity and enlarged cockpit space. Check out the Legend Cub here at the Expo or on the web at legend.aero. Expo wishes to thank for their sponsorship. USA Sport Aircraft Engines. They manufacture the manufacture and distribute firewall forward kits and components for Jabiru of Experiment, a large stock of Jabiru parts and employee licensing engine and aircraft repair. Find them here at the online at usjabiru.com.
You're listening to www.live.net/expo. Please be sure to tune in 10th as we will go live from 5 p.m. from the 10th Annual U.S. Sport Aviation Expo in beautiful Sebring.
Thanks to premier aviation partner Hansen Air Group was formed by as a distributor. Goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been TM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hansen Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft. HansenAirGroup.com.
Here, and I have an invitation that I hope you'll accept. Sun and Fun International Flying and Expo scheduled for 1 through 6 April of this year at the Lakeland Airport. We'll be hosting the Navy's is proud to be the first appearance. Add to that excitement the appearance of the F-22 Raptor and also the Ford Truck rides. Plane just here from launch, the ultralights flying over the parking lot will entice guests they attend the forum. It promises to be our biggest, loudest, and baddest, augmented by our youth, a kids zone, rock wall, and at night on Saturday we're going to have an extravaganza of a night show. Help us sell year at as Sun and Fun Building of Aviation. Please join us. Aviation
Hour, and then the red light went off.
No bugs, which I really appreciate.
Light colors.
There you go. Okay.
Resident or not, the difference you keep on going.
Yeah.
But for me to land. That was license because you lost your medical, you don't qualify for sport pilot.
Right.
So a lot of people were giving up their license and going to sport pilot prior to losing it.
Right.
Because if you lose your medical, you don't qualify. That's one thing.
But that's the bureaucratic mumbo jumbo again. It should have been somebody should have and still could rewrite that so that these people could transition appropriately.
Well, I think they're working on that now.
But they are working on a driver's license medical for FAA certificated pilots that are
private pilot,
and they can fly, I believe it's anything up to 6,000 pounds.
Twin engine included.
Twins included, yeah. But and there are some restrictions, but it's nowhere near as restricted. But the big debate right now is, will this driver's license medical be VFR only, or will they include IFR in it?
I believe that all they were asking for was VFR, weren't they?
That's the way I understood it too.
Yeah.
But
And
here's the beauty of it.
But there's a debate. While I'm on this here, there is a debate, and our friends and sponsors of Expo Radio, UncontrolledAirSpacePodcast.com, UncontrolledAirspace.com. They were discussing it on Uncontrolled Air on UCAP the other day. A recent episode, they were talking about the driver's license medical, and they said that if they don't include IFR in it, they are asking for trouble, because now you've got a guy who knows. Phil Lockwood. Hey, Phil, how you doing? Another Expo sponsored by Phil Lockwood, Lockwood Aviation, here on the grounds at KSEF. Thank you for your sponsorship, Mr. Phil. The driver's license, if you don't include an IFR in the driver's license medical, you are asking for people to be unsafe. Because if you have an IFR rating,
right,
and you transition to the driver's license medical, you can no longer be an IFR pilot because you can't fly IFR because you have the driver's license medical.
But you would have a tendency to do so.
You would have a tendency to break the law.
Right.
And say, well, yeah. Or the other option is you're going to have pilots that start scud running.
Right.
Instead of filing an IFR flight plan.
You know, there's a term called pilot in command.
Thank you.
And they also
Thank you.
allow us to self-limit or self-control the fact that we're not to take to the airways when we've been drinking alcohol.
Right.
And we've been able to make other determinations. So I'm wondering if we're letting the same people drive school buses and gas tankers and trains, that the same kind of human rationale with the added intelligence of a pilot, that they'd be able to maybe be able to make those
I'm fully on
judgments.
board with you. When Dave was talking, I was saying, you know what? We already have all those tendencies. We already have all those opportunities. And we can't just keep, being afraid of bugaboos, making up with the what if.
Yeah.
Well, we can't, and that's
when
nothing
we're getting ready to put new laws out, you do have to do the what if somewhat. But I mean,
to put a law out, though, you need somebody who's going to follow it or comply with it.
Right.
Yeah.
The scud runners are going to scud run anyway.
I mean, why create a law so that only the law-abiding people follow it, and the lawbreakers, regardless, won't?
Right.
But the point that I'm making is, if I have an IFR ticket and I'm getting ready to fly from Sebring to Lantana, KLNA, and I'm looking and there's some iffy weather in between. If I'm an IFR pilot, I'm going to file an IFR flight plan.
Right. It's simple.
Even if
Just do it.
even if I fly VFR, I'm still filing an IFR plan. And if I get down to LNA and I didn't go through any, IMC conditions, such as life.
Yeah.
But if I know how to fly instruments, because when I had my flight medical, I was an IFR pilot. Now that I've gone to my VFR only pilot, but I know how to fly IFR and I've done it for years, I'm going to risk that flight and I could find myself, I'm lucky, I've got the training, I know how to do it, but I could find myself in IMC conditions when I'm
But here's the thing about that,
VFR
Dave.
certified.
I know VFR pilots that are not IFR rated that do that right now. And you're pilot or you're the short order cook, and
How many pilots
this
do you
milk
know
smells
that do
okay
this?
to me, I mean, we make dumb decisions. We can't say we can't make a law to allow the 99% of the people that are going to treat it right, because somebody may go overboard and do something wrong.
But if right now 1/10 of the pilot population is knowingly and purposely breaking the law, and 99.9% of the pilot population is following it, wouldn't you want to keep that ratio 1/10 of 1%?
I think it'll still
breaking
be that.
the rule. Yes, but if you make a law that encourages 40% more pilots to break the law, that's not the right law to make.
Well, I bought a can of spray paint a couple weeks ago. I was going to paint in a bicycle. And for a moment, I just wanted to see what it would be like if I sprayed the paint in my face, my eyes. And at the last minute, as I brought the spray can up to my face to spray myself in the face, there was a warning on the spray that said, "Do not point at face." And I thought, that had it not prevented that warning, I was headed for trouble.
I'm not saying that we kill the stupid people. I'm saying remove the warning
don't let
labels
them
and let
breathe.
nature run its course.
But I mean, but there are people.
But no,
in the
you're
world-
right.
But there are people who think that if you create legislation, then you prevent people from needing or having to use that judgment. And I guess that's the problem. There are people
Right.
out there who think if you create a law, then that person over there will be safer. And I'm going, that's not necessarily true, because people ignore the law all the time.
But at the same time, if a new law encourages somebody who knows the right decision to make, but takes the ability to make that decision away from them, they're going to break the law. You're saying pilots that fly in IMC conditions with no IFR ticket, okay? of the pilots you know, how many people is this? And as a pilot, in knowing that if they're stupid and they kill themselves, it's going to reflect badly on all pilots. Whereas your responsibility to say, go to that person and say, you really can't keep doing this because you're going to hurt yourself.
I don't know if you're playing devil's advocate or you really believe this, Dave, but I don't think creating a law to let more people safely fly legally is going to encourage more law breaking. I don't see that as a potential problem.
No, I can see what Dave's saying, but I don't know that it would follow that. I think the percentage would stay the same.
Exactly.
Okay. If the laws allowed things to stay the same under a driver's license medical, I can fly IFR on a driver's license medical. I'm not going to put myself in a position. I can't fly IFR. I can only fly VFR on a driver's license medical. How many guys are going to risk that wouldn't risk it as an IFR pilot?
First of all, that was an arbitrary decision for somebody when they drafted that to incorporate that as the parameters. They just as well could have done it different, just as the idea came to them. But here's a question for you, and it has nothing to do with whether there's a law for it or against it. Okay, I'll just ask you this: if you're familiar with a friend of yours or an acquaintance at the airport who you've seen and flown with or talked to, kibitzed with over the years, and you notice that they pulled their airplane out of their hangar. And this is a personal question as pilots here. And I've seen this, where they'll pull their airplane out, and it has nothing to do with the law. I've noticed at times there are some people who have not pre-flighted their aircraft. Here's a question. If you knew somebody who you saw pulling their airplane out cold, and they're not going to pre-flight it, they go and fly, and they land, and you see that person a day or two later, would you personally, not lawfully, would you say something to them?
Yes.
Absolutely. As pilots, it's up to us to keep an eye on our brethren.
Would you, though?
Would me personally?
Would you go to him and say, hey,
no, I'm going to be honest, no.
Okay, but there...
I wouldn't fly with the guy anymore. I wouldn't climb in his airplane and ride with him.
Okay, but there's an example where we're not talking about a law, but a judgment somebody's making, you're noticing it, and you're not going to do anything, and you will.
Yes.
The difference between opinion, even at that level, where something is unsafe, proven unsafe, they were not trained to fly an airplane with the proper pre-flights. You're noticing it, observed it, you did nothing, you did something. What's the difference?
Well, the question there is, are you giving advice to a fellow pilot, or is it the law? Is there a law that says you have to do a pre-flight walk-around? Every pilot knows it's stupid not to do it.
Yes, there's all kind of law. You got the pilot in command is responsible for knowing the aircraft is airworthy. He's also supposed to, before every flight, make sure he knows every piece of weather within 3,000 miles.
Yeah, note them.
Okay,
so yeah, there's laws that they can interpret to saying you better. If you didn't pre-flight, you didn't know that everything was airworthy.
But I flew the plane four days ago. I flew the plane a week ago. It's my airplane. It's been locked in my hangar.
When it overheated due to that wasp nest that was built in the inlet that you didn't see in those 4 days, and that's why you went down. Your engine overheated and seized.
Okay, so here's the follow-up now. Let's say we catch 10 guys we know that didn't pre-flight. Whether we told them or not is another thing. But now let's drive the tape back a little bit, and now let's say that there's a law saying you have to pre-flight or you're in violation of the law. Will those 10 people now, because there's legislation, will those 10 people that normally wouldn't have on those occasions pre-flighted, will they now go, damn, there's a law. Will those 10 now?
Stupid is as stupid does.
Okay, all right. So
now I'll take that. I'll take a different approach on that one. You're right. Stupid is as stupid does. There are people that won't do something unless they are legally bound to do it.
I think those people are more apt to say, it's a law, it doesn't apply to me. I've flown like this for years.
Oh, yeah,
Ain't no problem.
Right. So we have managed to take our little conversation here and walk right over our 3 o'clock appointment, who actually showed up this time.
Oh,
no,
right.
They showed up. We will get to you guys because my next appointment is at 3:30, and she's here too, but we'll skip over her. She missed her appointment this morning, so sorry, Gina, we're running late. You're free to leave if you'd like.
We're still loving here.
Or you can come back a little later, but She'll come back. You're kind of okay. You want to hang out?
Hey, right there's your U.S. Sport Aviation update.
We're running a few minutes behind, Jana. We'll get to you in a couple minutes, so please hang out.
She just paid it as a compliment.
Yeah, she said she was enjoying it.
I think she was enjoying not being the executive director for a few minutes, just standing and chatting and watching airplanes.
How much better could opening day be going, though, Dave, where the executive director on opening day is sitting there laughing and talking and saying how much she's enjoying it? She's supposed to be going crazy at this point.
Yeah.
Quoting the original president of Sun and Fun, I've heard that this has been a smooth operation. Just get a little internet there, you know. Well, we've got a couple of gentlemen over here waiting to come on and do an interview, and we've been talking about our thing, and the long and short of the discussion really is that the guys that care and are safety conscious and law-abiding will continue to care and be safety conscious whether they're law-abiding or not.
Exactly.
The idiots that say, I flew last week, I'm only doing a 5-minute hop over to my buddy's airfield to pick him up, I don't need to pre-flight my airplane because, I mean, what are they going to do? They're not going to take away my license. They're going to continue to be stupid. So there we go.
Why did we need a law? Is really what I was driving at there. Did we need a law to make that person comply?
Whole different conversation.
Because we live in a litigious society.
I would like to point out, and we don't have time to discuss it, but I love the fact that the EAA and AOPA petitioned for the expanded light sport aircraft rule to expand it just slightly. 4-seat aircraft, but still could only carry one passenger. Only 180 horsepower, just a little bit more. And the FAA drug its feet, and now Congress has weighed in. And what are they asking for? Everything. Of course, now I expect it's all going to get negotiated down.
Which was another topic of conversation on UCAP. A UCAP episode, I believe it was the same one where they were talking about the driver's license medical. But it's like, well, why is Congress doing this? Why is Congress making this?
Making them have action.
What is it? The General Aviation Revitalization Act and the other stuff. And they're like, because the FAA has been dragging their dang feet so long, they're given a time to do it. Well, why did Congress have to make a law about integrating UAVs into our airspace? Because the FAA dragged their feet and didn't do it. So now Congress is saying, you guys have to do this. And one of the best quotes about the FAA that I have ever heard, and I loved it, was, and Jack, maybe you can, I see Jack Hodgson here with UCAP. Who was it that said that, I think it was Jeb, said, what you're forgetting is the FAA was created by an act of the government to control the airspace. That their authority over that can be taken away just as easily. And I thought that was like, yeah, hey, FAA, you know, hey, higher ups in the FAA, it's time for you guys to wake up and realize that you can't keep dragging your feet on this stuff. You've got to act. So
you can give us a ring.
Was that Jeb that said that?
I think you underestimate the United States Congress.
It's easy to do right now.
Underestimate or overestimate?
You get the idea.
And,
ladies and gentlemen, standing out in front of Expo Radio right now is the host of Around the Field, Jack Hodgson. Big hand for Jack. Yay! One of our Expo Radio sponsors. Not an Expo sponsor, an Expo Radio sponsor. Thank you so much, Jack. Jack is recording stories of the people, places, and planes of general aviation.
Cool.
You can find him. He has Amazon Kindle ebooks, and it's the best way to find him is aroundthefield.net. So Jack's going to be Jack is also a member of the Uncontrolled Airspace podcast. They're going to be doing their UCAP dailies. Jack has promised me a copy of each UCAP daily, so we will be more than happy to air our UCAP dailies here from Sebring. And also there is a UCAP meetup at the outside the airline side or airside steps of the FBO on Saturday at 11:30. Correct. So all UCAP fans, friends, and the listener is welcome to listener. No. Okay. Now you guys come by 11:30 on Saturday morning outside the steps on the outside on the air side. Side of it. We'll all be there?
Yeah.
I'm going to be flying
Yeah.
solo.
Yeah, Mike says he'll turn the board on and let you go.
We're going to have recorded information for about 3 hours while we're hanging out with
you
our
can hear
UCAT
our
buddies.
7 commercials 300 times.
All right. I laugh. Mike, what's the play count on the ID, the station ID?
28,740.
28,740. I set up all of our streaming equipment, and all of the audio gear and everything was set up in my garage for like 2 weeks, just as a dry run to make sure that nothing would glitch and help. Every time April would go out in the garage, she'd come back in, honey, I'm hearing voices in the garage still. Because I had one of the headphones turned up just a little bit, so when I walked through the garage, it's still airing, because as many times I walk through my garage in and out of the house every day. But I just thought it was funny that I finally said, okay, fine. I went out there and I shut it down. I turned the thing down so you could see all the lights moving and everything else, but there wasn't any sound coming out.
Yeah.
So
You can get in touch with us too at hashtag Sebring14.
Hashtag over Twitter, hashtag Sebring14. And Dave's following that, and he's going to throw those up there on the board when they come in. We want to thank all of our friends that are out there listening, all 6 or 8 of you that are out there listening right now.
And the NSA.
And the NSA. You think maybe that 6 or 8 is the NSA?
I know 2 of them are.
Okay. We have 4,000 people listen to us? Oh, man, life is good. Life is good. So, gentlemen, who is going to take our next interview? Dave and I going to take him? Are you guys going to take him? We'll make a decision. Do we want to...
David hadn't been on the air yet at all. He's so busy running his
David's
cameras.
over there
Can
playing...
you pry him away from his cameras?
Yeah, David's over there playing video editor and supervisor, and David's really got a... You thought we were bad. David's really got a face for radio, so... I'm not going to say anything at all. It's a good thing I'm not a sports fan, because I could be making so many snide remarks about his stocking cap.
Oh, we've talked about it already.
Oh, you did? I must have been gone for that. Yeah.
Apparently, he's a big fan of sushi.
That's it.
Where I come from, we call that bait. Dolphin's excellent. Yeah. Mahi mahi. Oh, that's not the same kind of dolphin. Sorry.
I actually shouldn't pick on the Dolphins. They had an excellent year this year. They almost made the playoffs.
Almost.
That's a good year for the Dolphins.
It's a real good year for the Dolphins. Hi, Zenga's on the phone. He wants to talk to you. I've got a friend that's from New York, and she said she's lived in Florida for years now, and her biggest mixed emotions is when the Jets play the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Well, all right. What do you think, Dr. Dave? You think that we should drive the video guys crazy? Everybody just get up and walk away from the table for a minute.
Dan, turn up back to the camera.
You guys will have to
Do
take
this
our
a
seats.
lot.
There we go. So you guys will have to take your headphones off and everything else. I'll sit here and chat for a minute longer while the 3 of you exit or shuffle.
Stage right.
And I'll just move over there. And you guys can come this way. Or you guys all exit. Okay, well, just go ahead and bring the guests on. I'll take it by myself. Nope. Yeah, you guys come over this way. And we are broadcasting live from the 2014 Sebring U.S. Sport Aviation Expo. Dave's going, sit down, the cameras, you're off camera. We've done it the first day, and we've managed to get the video guy to throw his hands up in the air and walk away. I didn't expect that to happen till Sunday, really. I'm waiting for Dave to go out there and lay down on the tarmac. Call me when you guys decide to play nice. All right, now, Milford, you got a headphone. I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right. Turn it over to me. I've got it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Everybody, this is Expo Radio here live at the Sebring U.S. Sport Aviation Expo 2014. And we thank Mr. Dave Schaubetter for making those beautiful faces on his way out. And I have no idea what we were getting ready to do. I thought we were going to break, so we are continuing on live. And I am sorry, we're going to have to get you to introduce yourself. We have a guest with us, but they gave me no sheet.
Well, preparation
another
is the
podcast.
important
I
part
know
of
a
the
podcast, but bring it on.
My name is Stu Stevenson. I have the Pilot's Journey podcast. I'm also representing U.S. Sport Aircraft here at the show.
I had no idea you did that too.
I do. Hobby got out of hand.
So you're new with. Open up the shirt here just a second. U.S. Sport Aircraft. You're new with them.
Been there about two and a half years now.
Okay. Now you're one of the Stews on the podcast.
Stews. And we do the U.S. Sport Aircraft. We are the importer and distributor for the Sport Cruiser, and that's probably the main thing we're here exhibiting at the show is the sport cruiser. Got a beautiful yellow one set up in booth 7.
Okay.
And one of the things that we want to really talk about, though, is the education program we've been involved
Is that the SC-01?
in.
No, yeah, I'll help you. I'll help you put this aircraft in your mind. Piper Sport Cruiser.
Okay.
It was the one that Piper did for a while.
Got it.
When they jumped into the LSA market, they used this
Then
aircraft.
jumped right back out.
Good
jumped
airplane.
out. And but it's still the same aircraft.
Same aircraft. Actually, it's quite a few improvements along the way. It has new Dynon avionics system, the Skyview, and the ADS-B, and all the neat things like that. They've improved the tail performance a little bit, so it's a little more harmonized in the controls.
Okay.
Still very fun aerobatic feel to it.
Here's the most important thing: do they still have the wing lockers?
Still have the wing lockers.
Okay, then you can sell me 3 of them.
We'll deliver them on Friday.
Yeah, I bet you would. Honestly, that's just one of those. It's like a cup holder in a car or something. But I just think it's the neatest little thing. If you're going somewhere, instead of having just the baggage compartment in the back, they've got a nice little bay in the wing. Take one of the wing bays between
the ribs.
Ribs, thank you. And basically, you can like a glove compartment, put stuff in a little bay out there. The stuff you don't need in flight.
It's about 18 inches square by about a foot deep.
Yeah, it's not under your feet. It's not in the way. It's no problem, and it's. And I just think it's neat. Why everybody doesn't have those in their wings, I don't know. But anyway, that's not the most important thing about your aircraft. Tell us a little bit more. People that haven't seen, don't remember the Piper Sport Cruiser. Describe the aircraft for our listeners.
It's an all-aluminum, low-wing aircraft that uses the Rotax engine. Just a really fun flying plane. I originally was a Cessna guy, and a little bit of Warriors and Arrows and that kind of thing. But at Oshkosh, I had seen the Sport Cruiser. Actually, that was right when it was introduced as the Piper Sport, and wanted to fly one. And I couldn't find one in the area, so I called Piper at that time, and they put me in touch with a brand new outfit in Dallas. One person, dirt floor hangar, one airplane. And I made contact with him, went and visited him, and got a chance to fly the plane, fell in love with it. Now, about 3 years later, I'm a partner in the company. I think last count about 14 or 15 employees. There's probably about 20 aircraft on the ramp right now.
Oh, wow.
And just a thriving...
That's
we've outgrown it.
unusual. Now, that's unusual.
It's been really phenomenal. One of the programs we've gotten involved in is an education program with one of the high schools in the area. And they started off the first year. We had 2 of our people that go part-time and teach the class of about 50 kids total. This is the 3rd year. We have 2 full-time instructors there that are qualified teachers. We're needing probably a 3rd. 250 kids. I don't even know how many. I probably got 60 or so have some sort of student pilot certificate or medicals and things like that that they made progress. They've all completed through the Jefferson Ground School the 1st and 2nd year. Most of them, I think, have either qualified for or taken the actual FAA written test. This will be the first year this next fall where we actually have the 4th year in the program. And that's going to be split into 2 tracks. One, a pilot track, where we'll actually get a lot of flight time for them. The goal is that they graduate high school with a private pilot certificate. The second track will be a maintenance track. And we haven't got the curriculum in place for that yet, but the idea there is that they graduate high school with a light sport repairman certificate.
Oh.
In the city of McKinney, McKinney High School is where we have. There's actually 3 high school campuses. They have just purchased their airport, the county airport. Now that was a lot of it privately owned, is now owned by the city, and so there's a real move that we may expand to that airport as well. And we're negotiating on space and trying to find it. There is the current FBO location, probably because
they're always a little bit amazed from seeing from pre-flight to actually what an airplane feels like.
I've still got a bruise on my leg where the yoke hit me that time when you were landing.
Yeah, you're going to get a bruise where I'm going to hit you during the radio booth. What you're going to get? It's going to be on your head. Well, cool, Stu. I'm glad you swung in here to talk a little bit about the U.S. sport aircraft and the sport cruiser. Is anything coming up this year? I mean, is there anything that's going to be in the news? Can we expect any big announcements or with sport aircraft, sport cruiser, or with your company about the education?
We don't have anything in writing yet, but the goal is to have a new facility at a second airport in our area this year.
I love to hear people expand and get bigger.
I'm looking forward to it because we're just bumping up against the walls now. Our hangar is overloaded. We have managed to fit about 14 to 16 planes in the hangar at once. Now, not all of them had wings. A few of them had the wings taken off. But it's definitely a game of Tetris every time we try to load the hangar.
Well, cool. Those are what you call good problems to have, the growing problems. So I've had problems the other way, and it's not as much fun. Well, Stu, is there anything else you want to mention outside of anything going on in podcasting world or anything?
Well, we are having the Pilot's Journey podcast is having a technical issue of sorts. My studio got blown up and reconfigured, and that didn't work out quite as well as I had planned. So we have one in the can that just need to get edited now, and then another one that should be recorded probably next week when I get back.
Good.
How can they get that?
Yeah.
PilotsJourney.com.
PilotsJourney.com is the quickest and easy way. I'm sure you guys are probably iTunes and all that kind of stuff.
iTunes, all the standard places. Pilot's Journey on Twitter and Facebook.
Right. Well, we appreciate you letting us know about that. Charlie, anything else?
That's it. That's a nice airplane.
It is. I tell you what, I hope you take this as a compliment on the aircraft, but when Piper did start the program with you guys, I remember thinking that looks like it belongs in the Piper line of aircraft. It's not some little Joe Blow aircraft. It's actually a good looking, solid looking aircraft. And
well, it's not an ultralight that grew up like a lot of them are. So you feel like you're in a real airplane.
Right. And our ultralight brethren will be mad at me for saying that, but it looks like it looks like a real airplane. So.
Well, if anyone wants to see pictures, we've got one of our students is a tremendous photographer, and you can see the pictures of his photography on our website at ussportaircraft.com.
Good point. ussportaircraft.com, the website to check out, and see some pictures of a gorgeous-looking airplane. Well, Charlie, I'm going to need something to drink. I'm going to have to go wet my whistle.
Yeah.
And this is Milford. That is Charlie. And we are here at the Expo, U.S. Sport Aviation Expo, Sebring 2014, courtesy of all kinds of people.
Hashtag Sebring14.
Hashtag Sebring14. If you want to jump in on Twitter with a question or a comment, we'd love to hear that, and we can get it in immediately. We're monitoring all that. Well, thanks to Dave Schalbetter, thanks to David Allen, thanks to Michael Ladd, thanks to a lot of people for the space they provided us here. Jana Phillips and her crew, we appreciate all that. Well, this is Milford, that is Charlie. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back shortly.
You're listening to Expo Radio, coming to you on www.liveatc.net/expo. Please stay tuned. Be sure to tune in January 16th through the 19th, as we will go live from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. from the 10th Annual U.S. Sport Aviation Expo in beautiful Sebring, Florida.
Do you want to fly but thought it was too hard or cost too much? Do you want to own an airplane but thought it was too expensive? With Aviation Access Project, it's easier and less expensive than you think. With us, you get a low purchase price for a share of a new light sport airplane and a low monthly. Pilot training is included, and there are no hourly fees for the first 50 hours. We manage, you fly. Visit us at Expo today. Aviation Access Project. Own the passion of flying.
The Expo Activities Tent Show Center is powered by Aviators Hotline. Aviators Hotline has been and continues to be the trusted monthly source the aviation industry relies upon to help in the buying and selling of single and twin engine piston aircraft plus parts and services. Published monthly in print and digital format, Aviators Hotline is distributed monthly to subscribers, qualifying FBOs, and aircraft owners worldwide. You can find them online at aviatorshotline.com.
Thanks to premier aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hansen Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. For more information, check out www.hansenairgroup.com.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here from Sun and Fun, and we are very pleased that you have chosen to be in Sebring for the 2014 Sport Aviation Expo. It's an exciting year for the Florida aviation community of over 22,000 licensed pilots with access to more than 800 airstrips and 22 air shows. You've picked a great place to come to celebrate aviation. And we welcome to our guests who fly in from out of town that make a significant impact on the stability of our economy. We thank you all. Have a great show, and be sure to stop by the Sun and Fun booth for information on the dates and times of the 40th Annual Sun and Fun International Expo in Lakeland Linder Airport.
The U.S. Sport Aviation Expo is sponsored in part by Skycraft Airplanes, a brand new Czech LSA company with a focus on building quality, high-performance airplanes that are affordable to buy and affordable to fly. The ready-to-fly Skycraft SD-1 Mini Sport climbs at 1,400 feet per minute, cruises at 118 miles per hour, burns 1.8 gallons per hour, and has a 575-mile range. It comes loaded with standard features for a starting price under $55,000. Check them out at Expo Booth 701 or on the web at skycraftairplanes.com.
Expo is made possible by sponsorship from Renegade Light Sport. Doc Bailey and the good people at Renegade Light Sport offer many different types of aircraft, new engines, flight training, and even free training for wounded veterans. To see a little bit about the many things they do, go to renegadelightsport.com. That's renegadelightsport.com. This is the 7th year that Flight Time Radio has come to Expo and the 6th year that we have broadcast live. We would love to have you check out our website at flighttimeradio.com and also invite you to get a listen to one of our shows. We try to do two things. One would be to interest non-pilots that hear us on local radio in trying flight, and the other is having fun. I hope we do the first. I know we do the second. We are on Facebook, and check us out on Twitter at Flight Time Radio.
Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers factory-manufactured SLSA or a quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, cross-wind, and performance qualities otherwise only available in heavier aircraft. At the same time, Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at www.breezeraircraftusa.com.
Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers a factory-manufactured SLSA or quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows country, crosswind, and performance qualities otherwise only available in heavier airplanes. At the same time, the Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at breezeraircraftusa.com. Sennheiser Aviation invites you to stop at their booth and demo the best premium aviation headsets, from the lightweight passive HME 110 with its 10-year warranty to the full line of S1 products. You can find the Sennheiser stand in the hangar at booth H110 or visit SennheiserUSA.com. Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com. Expo wishes to thank Premier Aviation Partner American Legend Aircraft Company for their support. American Legend Aircraft Company was founded expressly to develop a light sport certified version of the venerable Piper Cub, and they succeeded. What was great about the Piper Cub for the past 75 years is still great. The Legend Cub uses the same basic airframe design as the Piper original with a few enhancements. inches were added to the cabin width, and the wing spars were removed from the cabin headspace and replaced with X bracing, like later model Cubs, for improved structural integrity and enlarged cockpit space. Check out the Legend Cub here at the Expo or on the web at legend.aero.
Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall-forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Many thanks to premier aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. HansonAirGroup.com.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here, and I have an invitation to Sun and Fun that I hope you'll accept. It's the 40th annual Sun and Fun International Flying and Expo, scheduled for 1 through 6 April of this year at the Lakeland Airport. We'll be hosting the Navy's demonstration team, the Blue Angels. After a year of sequestration, the Blue Angels are back, and Sun and Fun is proud to be the first site of their appearance in the Southeast in 2014. Add to that excitement the appearance of the F-22 Raptor and also the Ford Tri-Motor offering rides. Seaplane challenges at Fantasy of Flight and a balloon launch in the wee hours of Saturday, along with ultralights flying over the parking lot, will entice guests as they attend the forums and workshops. It promises to be our biggest, loudest, and baddest live show ever. The daily air shows will be augmented by our youth, a kids zone, rock wall, and at night on Saturday we're going to have an extravaganza of a night show and a fireworks. Help us celebrate the 100th year of commercial aviation and the 100th year of aerial combat as Sun and Fun focuses on building a brighter future through aviation. Please join us and the Governor of the State of Florida as we celebrate the world of aviation.
Expo is made possible by sponsorship from Renegade Light Sport. Doc Bailey and the good people at Renegade Light Sport offer many different types of aircraft, new engines, flight training, and even free training for wounded veterans. To see a little bit about the many things they do, go to renegadelightsport.com. That's renegadelightsport.com.
Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers a factory-manufactured SLSA or quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, cross-wind, and performance qualities, otherwise only available in heavier airplanes. At the same time, the Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at breezeraircraftusa.com. Sennheiser Aviation invites you to stop at their booth and demo the best premium aviation headsets, from the lightweight passive HME 110 with its 10-year warranty to the full line of S1 products. You can find the Sennheiser stand in the hangar at booth H110 or visit SennheiserUSA.com.
Hey, this is Charlie at Expo Radio, yeah, Expo. See, it's that chemo brain stuff coming again. Expo Radio, you can contact us at hashtag Sebring14. I want to say .com, but it's flighttimeradio.com that we're on. Anyway, I'm really messing this up. You take over.
You are not messing it up, brother. I tell you what, there's so much information we have to give out. It all kind of flows together after a while.
We got a call from a Panther here.
we did, and you did answer. Thank you for answering. Hey, everybody, welcome back to U.S. Sport Aviation Expo in Sebring.
See how well he does that?
In 2014. And, Charlie, there's been a bunch of sport aviations we've been to.
That's a fact.
This Saturday's going to mark our sixth in a row that we're going to actually do our show live on Saturday.
That's a fact.
It is a fact.
We've done it.
It's documentable.
We've done it a lot more than 6 times live on Saturday.
Yes, we have. Yes, we have. But anyway.
That'll be show 313.
Too much about us. This is Charlie Milford, and we are here with a couple of guests, Mr. Dan and Rachel Wiesman.
and we were going to argue about how to say the last name. I'm just going to go with Weisman for right now. They are the owners and designers of a very, very good-looking aircraft. Their company, first of all, is Sport Performance Aviation, and their website is www.flywithspa.com. And I always like to say SPA because it's just easier, right? Flywithspa.com. SPA stands for Sport Performance Aviation. And it's a lot more than just the aircraft, but I'm going to talk about the aircraft first. Later on, we'll talk about everything else you do. I'm going to say that Panther is a good-looking aircraft. And we were actually, earlier, me and Charlie were eating in the Aviators Hotline tent there and looking out the window. And I said, you know what? He just hit a home run. That's just a good-looking aircraft.
Thanks.
Tell me just a little bit about the Panther.
The Panther is a LSA compliant sport plane. It's aerobatic. The wings fold. It's quick and simple to build. It's all aluminum. It has a lot of unique features swept into one. None of them are innovative. You know, there's other airplanes that have these features, but not many that have all of them. Folding wings, big cockpit, adjustable seats, rudder pedals, really quick to build. So, it's supposed to be versatile and affordable and interesting.
I tell you one thing I like about the Panther is most people that are in this segment of general aviation, they know and really like EAA. This couldn't be any more of an EAA type aircraft than anything I can imagine. First of all, I love that it's on an air park with a great EAA chapter. Besides the fact they let me in it.
Yeah, it is. And you've been around as we develop this. I have an experimental aviation background. My family's flown for years. We all live, my father, uncle, all the people I fly with, we all live right at the airport. So we're fully vested in the sport aviation community, and we're really centered on building and flying our own airplanes. On the kind of the lower end, we've had a lot of different airplanes, but it shouldn't have to cost a lot in either terms of time or money to go have a fun little airplane to fly. We're not going to bomb things. We're not making money with it. So, it should be reasonable. And we think we've struck that. And EAA is at the heart of what we do.
Just to let everybody know, this is not your first trip around the ballpark here. You came up, like you mentioned, through that, and you've built, I know, at least one Sonics. And during the Sonics, you actually kind of went off the roadmap and did your own things there, too, kind of made things a little bit different, especially with the engine choice.
Yeah, I've always been drawn to, being creative, thinking on my own. And when I started the Sonics, there really wasn't a lot of engine choices. They had the Jabiru flying at that time. They didn't have their own Volkswagen setup. So I put a Corvair in it. Down the road, I wanted more power. And it's a conversion. I became friends with William Wynn, who does the Corvair conversions. And through that, it wasn't approved, but I followed Sonics' wishes, and it's a great flying airplane. I loved it, and I learned a lot from it, and it's experimental aviation. Someone's going to do the same thing to me. They're going to put an engine that runs on water or something in it, or a radial or something. Yeah. And actually, the radial's a cool idea. It looked like a baby Sukhoi. Engines pull airplanes to me. Right. I'm an engine guy. I love engines, and I have my own. We have our own engine programs we're working on, as you know, both with the Corvair and some other stuff behind the scenes that hopefully in the next year you'll see. But if someone said, "Hey, I want to put a radial on it. Can we round out the fuselage sides?" I'd look at it. I'm not a zealot. I like everything. So as long as it's reasonably safe. And,
I got a feeling Charlie's first thought would be, "Hey, that might be cool."
Yeah. Hey, can I fly it?
Yeah, we can approve that, but only if I get a test flight.
Right.
Rachel, you're part of this whole deal here. Now, you live at an airport. You're used to airplane noise. You're used to airplane guys. I imagine I can see you now in the house, and like 3 or 4 of them show up, and you go, airplanes, more airplanes. I hear talk. Do you ever get to a point where you're like, enough, guys, we're going to talk about something else?
It's been an extremely interesting lifestyle, that's for sure. When Dan and I first got married and we decided where we were going to build our house, I knew he was going to be at the air park anyway. So I figured if
you were saving on the commuting time.
If I want my honey-do list done, it saves commuting time if he's actually right out there in the shop.
Honey-do list. to the airport.
Right. But I mean, it's a very family-oriented community that we live in too, and raising our children there has been great for them as well. So it's been really awesome. It's certainly different, and there's a lot of airplanes going on all the time.
But now you know you've ruined your children. They just think everybody has airplanes in their backyard all
They
the time.
do. You know, it's so funny. They go over to their little friends' houses that live in normal neighborhoods where there's cars
No, not
driving
normal,
around.
bad neighborhoods.
And I have to tell the parents, my kids don't really know how to watch out for cars. Airplanes, they know how to watch out for, but cars, not so much.
They'll grab their little friends. No, don't walk in front of the airplane. That's where the prop's at.
Exactly.
I remember Brett's school teacher wrote a note home that said, I think your son might be kind of telling a fib. He says you guys have a runway in your front yard, and you fly airplanes. And I said,
it's in the backyard.
You mean model airplanes? And I said, no, we really do. And she said, you fly model airplanes there? I said, no, we have a runway in the front yard. And she looked at me like I was a liar. But now, as the kids have went through the same school in the same little town, they know.
See, now, Mr. Weisman, we have a problem with you.
We know where he gets it from.
Well, cool. So you come up through EA. You've got the family background. You love flying. You love designing. You didn't just jump right into building the Panther. Tell us a little bit about why is it sports performance aviation?
I just wanted a long name that was really hard to say. Sport performance aviation, we like, it's all about sport, having fun. The performance, I demand a certain level of performance, whether it is a slow airplane, it better perform well.
Right.
If whatever its mission is, it should
Don't
do well.
tell me a J3 Cub doesn't perform well.
Well, if you put 180 horse on it, it does pretty good for its mission.
For what it does, it does it well.
Exactly, and that's and aviation stands for itself. But I guess that's what it is.
But you started off by doing go back to the Corvair, the fifth bearing, things like that.
Yeah.
You started providing things like that for people.
Well, most of the things that we do, we've got a lot of products now, actually, but most of the things that started out something clever, some idea we thought was clever that we did for ourselves. None of it started out commercially. Even the Panther was really for me originally. And at every step of the way, someone said, hey, that's a really good idea. Oh, you can get crankshafts made? I want one. And next thing you know, you got guys ordering, we've had 4 orders this week. You know what I mean? So things that I thought were interesting, it turns out other people think they're interesting too.
Rachel, marketing is not supposed to be this easy.
Yeah.
Just do it and everybody comes beating down at your door. I've got to have that too.
We have a lot of affirmation. I mean, the things we're doing, people seem to like, and so we'll keep doing it as long as it's working.
Yeah, I have no idea where the feedback's coming from. I see the guys behind the board don't know either. They're all shaking their head going, I don't know.
It's my electric personality.
Let me lean back forward. Oh, that got a lot better. If I lean back here, okay. So that's great. We got a EA type situation. We've got a family background. We've got this obviously just in your blood, the designing and flying things. And then we move into a company where you're making small parts and stuff. Then you started to design your own aircraft. What do you think the demand has come from? The people that have seen this and want to do it too. Well, what do you think that basically lights somebody's fire and say, I've got to have one of those Panthers too?
I think that a lot of it is that people always like new things. If you have 5 airplanes that fill the same niche and you come out with another one that has a little different look that's interesting, people will buy it. Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm finding at least. And ours especially has, it's the cost point is low. It's very versatile. The wings fold. A lot of the things that I heard people over the years building other airplanes, Arby's, Sonics, we have a Glasser, all that. You tuck things away in the back of your mind and go, well, why can't you put a adjustable seat in an experimental airplane? It costs an ounce to do it, or a couple ounces in weight. Why not do it? 4 different guys can fly our airplane from 5.5 to 6.5. So why not? And folding wings, lots of things. It can look good and fly slow and fast, and it's just doable. So why not?
Right.
And upside down.
Yeah.
You mentioned that low cost and that type of thing. You actually are now selling kits.
We're selling kits.
We've actually been doing it for a while.
We started kind of soft started at Oshkosh for the guys that wanted to get going. We had tail kits out there, and we're selling tail kits and wing kits, actually shipping them now, and fuselage kits for the first guys that bought full kits. They're a little bit behind as most projects run. and we'll be shipping them out in the next couple of months. We're still finishing the welding, tooling, and documentation, things like that. It takes forever. Even just setting up a builder's website that they can actually get on and get your documentation, and that takes a lot more time than you might initially think. And Rachel's doing a great job at it, but all those things go hand in hand. So,
All right, here's the bottom line. Charlie's ready to write a check. He wants to buy a kit. What will it cost him to buy a Panther kit?
If you bought a Panther,
and what will he get?
If you bought a Panther kit, it's $11,500. He'll
Wow.
get that's firewall aft. So either he would pick one of our engine options, the cowling and engine mount, and everything except the engine is around $1,000 for those items, depending on which engine and who you get them from. If it's Jabru or us with one of our in-house engines, that could vary a little bit. You'll get all the sheet metal. It's all pre-punched, folded, drilled. There's no real forming of anything. A lot of it's going match tooled already, and probably within the next year, most of it will be match tool, where you just Cleco it all together. The wing spars come bolted together when you get them, so you just got to remount the holes and rivet them. We'll rivet them for you if you want to pay the extra money. You can also get pre-built fuel tanks because they're a wet wing, kind of like a RV, a Vans product. You get all the fiberglass parts except the cowling. The tail kit comes with hardware. The rest of it you order the hardware, because in general we have a lot of options. You can flush rivet, you can use pulled rivets, you can use aircraft driven rivets. So there's a lot of options. So we want to keep it that way. We're not going to force you to buy an engine mount.
I love that your attitude is it's all about having fun, and if you just want to actually get this thing built and fly, you want to use pulled rivets, blind rivets. That'll work. It's airworthy.
It's specifically designed for pulled rivets. That means that if you're going to use buck rivets, you're not only going to have that expense, time, the learning curve, the oops factor when the gun goes across the surface. And
he's seen me rivet,
yeah.
Charlie.
And you have all that, but it also means that you're going to have to use some blind rivets to close control surface where you just physically can't get a bucking bar in. Even the most creative guy is not going to get one in there. So it can be done, but it's really meant to be quick. We've sacrificed some elegance of, say, the rounded sides of like the RV products. We blended that with the Zenith and Sonic's kind of Thorpe sides and stuff, and with a really nice streamlined cowling, bubble canopy, attractive wingtips and stuff. So we've sacrificed some elegance, but really cut down the build time. And most of it just Clecos together, and is to get it, not a lot of measuring or anything.
Does it have a heater?
Today that would be really nice, wouldn't it?
In Florida, the Sunshine State, the canopy is a convective heater. So.
Right.
That is a good. Now, right there is an engineer answer.
That's right.
Yeah, solar heater.
Well, my next question was, can you get a screen for the bubble canopy?
A screen.
Screen.
Well, we could probably figure that out.
See, first thing he said was, "Hey, that might be cool."
That's called tinting the windows.
There you go.
That's
there you
it.
go.
We'll get some colored saran wrap.
That's called hatch tinting.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Yeah, aluminum foil works too. I've seen that in a lot of houses.
he puts aluminum foil inside his helmet, so we don't have to. We don't need to talk about why he does that. Something to do with the NSA. I don't know. Well, cool. And here's one thing I want to really get to. If you are coming down to U.S. Sport Aviation here in Sebring this year, if you're going to be on Saturday, which is the big day, and you're interested in the Panther and you want to see what it looks like flying, I think we might be able to see that thing from the wrong side, won't we? You going to do a little aerobatic on Saturday?
Yep, absolutely. We're going to do a LSA aerobatic demo. I don't know if other pilots are flying in it, but this particular airplane does not have any fuel or negative fuel or oil system. So I think people will be really surprised at what type of maneuvers you can do with just the most basic of airplanes that's not really specialized anyway. We'll do loops, rolls, spins, snap rolls at the tops of the loops, Humpty Bumps, things like that.
I was expecting a loop and a roll, and that was it.
Yeah, with a carburetor, not even with the Ellison throttle body. After the air show, we're pulling some molds with cowling, so we'll have it down for a couple weeks, and we're going to switch over to a throttle body injector and a flop tube in one tank, so we can start testing a version of the inverted oil system for the Corvair, which we sell a lot of parts for. And hopefully, maybe by Oshkosh we'll have that tested. It might be an option for Panther builders that pick up the Corvair, so you could actually have...
Do some gentleman's aerobatics.
Well, you can do them now, and which you'll see, but even more so for the guy that really wants to go hang by his toes, upside down.
They don't want to keep the full-time 1G.
Right, yeah. Right. So, and we're also flying other times. We flew yesterday, actually, just to get the lay of the land, and people just came. We weren't even open. There was no one here, and people just flocked to us and said, "That's amazing! I can't believe that's sport pilot compliant and everything." So,
I got a complaint.
Okay.
It just won't do. The Panther, I've got a huge problem with it.
Needs another seat.
It needs another seat. Brother, man, you need a podcaster in the back seat so he can record this beautiful aerobatic flight.
That airplane is called the Cougar, and we a lot of the design work we actually did first. If you look around after the two airplanes are finished, you'll set them next to each other and go, oh, I can see where he actually shrunk Cougar parts to become a Panther. I wanted a single-seat airplane. I wanted to cut our teeth on, dialing in the manufacturing and everything. We can tell by just going to one air show 2 years ago that the two-seat one is threefold demand. I could not have kept up with it. We would have been buried and out of business already if we did it. Right. And that's just the truth. Because we have this experience, we've tiptoed into it. We're conservative. All our testing and everything's really conservative. Our business model is, and that's paramount to it. Sure, it would have been more popular, but we wouldn't have been able to offer it, and it would have hurt us. So.
Leave them wanting. Leave them wanting more.
That's coming, and it's very common. Parts and things like that, same technology. It'll go much faster because we're a lot smarter than we were before. Rachel's still really smart. I've learned a lot. So we've learned a lot. That'll go pretty quick when we start.
Works that way in Milford's family too.
Let's not even talk about.
I'm sure Rachel will be smart even in my
family.
family. I already have somebody smart in my family.
That's what I'm saying. It works that way in my family too. The wife is
and it are not me.
So we're probably about 3 months away from cutting metal.
Oh, okay.
And hopefully that project it'd be nice to make that project a year long, get it flying, tested, to the point where we can send out kits. That would be kind of a rough goal, but we're not promising anything.
All of us will wait. Well, we won't put any pressure on you at all. What'd you say again?
Here's the deal. You can go ahead and build a Panther in the time it takes us to get that done and be flying something, have a good time. It's quick and easy to build, cheap, and just have two,
And he just said he's going to be here next year with it.
Yeah,
I didn't really.
And since the wings fold on the Panther.
Wait.
Yeah, there you go.
She's kicking me under the table.
Since the wings fold on the Panther, you can just fold your wings on the Panther and then fit the Panther and the Cougar in your hangar.
When the wife wants to fly, you take the Cougar out. When you want to go have fun by yourself, you take the Panther out.
That's right.
And then she can get worried if she sees you going out by yourself with the Cougar. Where are you going again, honey? Why are you dragging the empty seat?
The hair on the back of my neck, I'm kind of feeling a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, you could just put fold one wing, and they could go side by side. And
yeah.
Okay. If you say,
actually, a good friend of ours at Haller, this building one, he was not going to build the wing fold because there's, like I said, lots of options with the Panther. He was not going to build the wing fold. He's building the sport version with a big O320 in it, kind of like an RV. And
everybody wants more power.
Yeah, he wants the power, and he's doing that. And but he's planning on folding one wing just to get it in with his other airplanes, so he doesn't.
Is he only going to put one folding wing on it?
No, he's putting.
okay.
He's putting two folding wings, but his intention is just to fold one.
I was wondering.
It takes.
Weight and balance might be off a little bit.
So.
Yeah, you fold one wing up, and you can get two of them side by side.
Yeah, I thought you meant flying. I wasn't going to argue with you though. I've learned not to argue with you, Charlie. I lose every time.
I can tell by the look on your face though when you're out there with Shelton Cooper.
Thank you for not making that comparison. Well, that's cool. I'll tell you what, I'm excited about looking at this aircraft some more. And honestly, I know, like everybody that builds something, you kind of just talk it down a little bit, and you see, where all the little tiny imperfections are. But I'm telling you, the Panther sitting out there is a good-looking aircraft, and it doesn't take a backseat to anything out here on the line.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
It's a good-looking paint job.
It is. I am talking it down. It's a prototype. We like the paint scheme. It's so much that we've kind of decided to adopt it as our kind of
good choice.
Now, there may be various colors.
You make a good choice, Rachel.
Yeah, she did.
I already knew.
Now is the Cougar paint scheme going to look a lot like that?
It'll. The intention is to be virtually identical.
It will be virtually identical, but we're thinking of changing the red for maybe another color, like electric blue. So we would still have the same paint scheme, but maybe another color. We'll see how it turns out
Panther
with our
and Cougar
coloring pencils.
Look a lot alike.
Yeah, you got to get the colored pencils out in the paper and draw it out and see what you like. But
you see how people are, though. You haven't even cut metal yet. He wants to know what the paint scheme's going to be.
Yeah.
Got to get the important stuff out of the way. So we're supposed to paint. Yeah. Where? I tell you what, though. Sometimes you may think, well, it sounds like that guy's from up in that area. He's probably just blowing a little smoke. You go to flywithspa.com
right,
and take a look at some of the pictures, and you're going to say, oh, he was right. That is a good-looking aircraft. And the neat thing about it is we've got designers sitting here that didn't say, this is the way I designed it. This is what it will, shall do, and shall not. He says, you know what, this is supposed to be fun, and we're giving you a lot of options, and hey, you may come up with some different options I didn't think about, and that's okay too.
Yeah.
And sounds to me like a fun company to, if I was going to buy a kit and build an aircraft, that'd be a fun company to deal with. Somebody wants to work with me, so.
That was number one for us. My friends, when they started bugging me for anything, any of the products, they came out and said, hey, you ought to sell kits and plans for this. You know, you're in manufacturing, you can do this. And I said, well, we'll think about it. And it evolved very quickly. Once people start telling you that, you jump on the bandwagon. But the number one, that it had to be a fun, friendly thing. There's plenty of things that people get griping and arguing about. This is not going to be us, you know.
Right.
Like I said, we're not going to get into arguments about engines or whatever. You know, people like different things.
Right.
If it's just unsafe, really, we'll let people know. But you know, it was designed to be versatile, and that's where I think a lot of people say, well, you can't put this engine on my airplane. They weren't as clever. I mean, whatever. They didn't let you have the options, and they don't want you flying it.
I was going to say, other people make that exact same comment. We're not going to get in an argument about the engine. You're going to do it my way.
Right. And we're going to give you a lot. We already have 5 engine manufacturer options that, you know, by the time the kits are finished, you'll have, you know, and that's great. I love choice.
You know, just to, we hadn't even mentioned it, but I'm assuming you're still going forward with it. You're actually working on designing an engine of your own.
Yeah, we're working on. We got to get the Panther really dialed in. So we haven't cut any metal again. We've got the basic layout and everything wrapped up. And really trying to be clever, intelligent. I use that word a lot, but we want to use the things that we're really good at, so we can keep the cost down. One of the biggest areas to save money on a $15,000 airframe, if you put a $28,000 engine on it, they're great engines, really are. There's some really beautiful engines out there. Leaves a lot of people behind.
Yeah.
There's some really inexpensive engines, but in terms of performance, which I like, they leave some people behind. You know, we're not all, you know, we're big guys, and, you know, the airplane's aerobatic, so it's heavier than, say, one that's not, because it has to have more structure. And, you know, it really, the 100 to 125, 130 horsepower range, if you could have an engine in there that was $15,000, that sure would help, you know.
Did y'all make the Corvair turn the right way?
If you're
No,
British,
it still turns the wrong way.
There you go.
if you're a Spitfire pilot, it turns the correct direction. Yeah,
that's correct.
I have seen that if people really have a big problem with that, they can be made to go the other direction, haven't they? But
yeah,
why bother?
My father's Fisher Celebrity biplane has a 3-liter Corvair on it. It's set up for right-hand rotation.
Yeah, it's all it is cam change, isn't it?
It's just it's a cam change and a distributor gear.
Right.
So it's real simple.
Yeah. Charlie would worry about that.
In the end, though, the editor of Kit Planes, Paul Dye, flew the airplane earlier this year. They're coming out in March with that magazine article, and he got it and was kind of a little nervous about that. He didn't really vocalize, but you can kind of tell he asked several, and then he just went out and flew the airplane and came back and I said, "Did you have a problem with the left hand?" He's like, "Oh, I didn't even think about it." You know, so you press the pedal that you need to keep the airplane straight. You know, and that's about it.
Pedals. Oh, that's what I've been doing wrong.
Yeah, especially on the landings.
Yeah, especially on my landings. Yes. Well, great. Is there anything we're forgetting to cover?
Not really.
Not really.
Probably,
yeah.
Rachel, is there anything we're not covering?
Yeah.
I got a question for you.
Where do give us the address people need to send checks to?
Yes.
Dan Waisman.
A little bit off the subject. How's the air traffic control service out there? You said you're near Spruce. You're at Spruce Creek.
No, Howler.
Howler,
just south of Green Cove Springs.
Why did I get Spruce
north
Creek?
Of
I have no idea.
Because I've been to Howler so many times I can't. You know,
We
Don
look like we have a
Dietrich
lot
and
of
Bob
money.
Gilbert used to live out there. I don't know if y'all knew them or not. Bob Gilbert's back in town.
Don Dietrich?
Yeah, he lived on the corner right there.
We were very good friends with them.
Yeah.
They moved a decade ago
Moved to
now.
Ohio, yeah.
After
9
we
years
moved-
ago?
8 years
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah.
I can tell you how the air traffic control is out at Howler. It's perfect. There is none.
That's it.
It's self.
That's right.
It's self.
That's not true. If you come to Plaque, check 6 because I control the airspace.
That sounds like a great T-shirt. You come over my airfield, check 6. I control the airspace.
And I hope my friends are listening.
You know,
there may be some debate about that, actually.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what.
That's
just
cool.
For fun, if you go to YouTube, go to Dreamland Squadron, and you want to see some fun video. Yeah. And it's all right over Howler. And it's all guys, many of them Vietnam era, well-trained naval aviators that know how to attack each other, and they do with gusto.
And
with video cameras.
There's a couple Air Force guys also.
Oh, they allowed them out there now? They had a vote, changed the bylaws?
Well, their skills speak for themselves, so
Yeah.
they couldn't really stop them.
Now, those guys have a lot of fun.
Fun-loving bunch.
And
Awesome.
It's fun to see the video, and they're good guys too.
Speaking of videos, if anyone really, there are a lot of videos on our website. Spin testing, aerobatics, fun flying, load testing, things
The
like
load testing went extremely well.
that. Yep. We put 5,100 pounds of sand on one wing, and
A lot of sand.
It was a day of stacking and unstacking sand. Thanks to the EA chapter, they came and helped, and that was really interesting. I was most excited to load test this, structure that you designed.
You know what it's supposed to do. Let me see it really do it.
It was good to see that the margins were there, and we have a really large margin. It's probably heavier than it needs to be, but it's a wing spar, so you don't really want it to break.
Yeah, I don't want cutting corners there. Let's go ahead and go heavier than we need.
But it's a challenge to draw a line between what's too much. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of things going into it. But it was a fun day.
You get somebody up there and they're going to do a maneuver that's this many G's, and they do something a little bit wrong. Let's give them the extra G's.
Right. Well, the one thing that I don't know, the sport aviation industry, especially experimental amateur built. We don't know who's building the airplanes.
Right.
They might be very skilled, and sometimes I've seen guys that do excellent work, but they're not all trained aerospace workers, so you have to allow some for that because they're going to make mistakes. I mean, trained guys do all the time. So at the factory, we make mistakes. So you have to have something in there, and that's something that's hard to predict. Yeah. You can't design to Airbus standards there because you just don't know who's putting the rivets in and drilling holes and what they'll accept. So, but it went really well. We went well past 10 Gs, and it's a 6G rated airframe. So.
I have a hard time going past 1G. Sometimes when I stand up too fast, Charlie, my head gets all dizzy.
It's in the LSA version. It's really hard to get 6Gs. It just the airplane
Things too
quickly
light.
go.
Yeah, without the weight, the momentum of the weight, it's a little hard. I'm speaking like I've done it before, which is no, but anyway. Well, we've probably went long. I don't see another guest lined up, but we've had a lot of fun. I tell you what, again, all I can tell you if you're listening here, go to Fly with Spa, and that stands for Sport Performance Aviation, flywithspa.com, and videos on there, I'm sure.
Lots
plenty
of
of
videos.
pictures. You can get a real sense of the company, and you can see what a good-looking aircraft this is. I encourage you to get in touch with them if you want to consider building a Panther and becoming a star of your airport. But Charlie?
Well, they can contact us too here all week, the rest of the week at hashtag Sebring14.
Yes, hashtag Sebring14. You got it right. Perfect. You're such an old hand at Twitter too. I don't know why it takes you so long.
Twitter, how you spell it?
Yeah,
I could ask you the question about Twitter and
it's TW.
Yeah,
Itter.
They have Twitter and they have tweets, and the person that sends a tweet, is that a twit?
Yes, you are.
A twit.
You just made so many people on social media so mad, Charlie.
And we're from Green Cove.
Yeah. Well, I'm from Middleburg, so y'all are like the big C to me. Well, everybody, this is Milford and Charlie, Flight Time Radio. Yes, sir.
I was going to say, isn't that the place where you got the red light tag camera thing?
Oh, yes.
We have been discussing. Never going to discuss that again.
Okay.
Let's go back to talking about toll roads, which I don't know. I feel like same way with light cameras. Hey, everybody! U.S. Sport Aviation Expo here in Sebring, 2014, and we are having a lot of fun. And the most fun about it is all the different things you get to see, like the Panther aircraft. You get to see so many new things, so many good-looking aircraft. You need to come down here and check it out. If you're here Saturday, look up in the sky at 2:30 for the LSA aerobatic demonstration, and I know that's what I'm going to be doing. Well, Charlie?
Front line.
I'm sorry?
Front line.
Front line, front and center. Will you be able to see it from anywhere?
All right.
I'll be ready for it. Well, we're going to take us a break here and see what else is on the schedule for the rest of the day, and hopefully
Stay tuned.
we'll be back shortly.
You're listening to Expo Radio, coming to you on www.liveatc.net/expo. Please stay tuned. Be sure to tune in January 16th through the 19th as we will go live from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. from the 10th Annual U.S. Sport Aviation Expo in beautiful Sebring, Florida.
Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers a factory-manufactured SLSA or quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, cross-wind, and performance qualities, otherwise only available in heavier airplanes. At the same time, the Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at breezeraircraftusa.com. The Expo's Central Activities Tent Show Center is powered by Aviators Hotline. Aviators Hotline has been and continues to be the trusted monthly source the aviation industry relies upon to help in the buying and selling of single and twin-engine piston aircraft, plus parts and services. Published monthly in print and digital format, Aviators Hotline is distributed monthly to subscribers, qualifying FBOs, and aircraft owners worldwide. You can find them online at aviatorshotline.com. Expo wishes to thank premier aviation partner American Legend Aircraft Company for their support. American Legend Aircraft Company was founded expressly to develop a light sport certified version of the venerable Piper Cub, and they succeeded. What was great about the Piper Cub for the past 75 years is still great today. The Legend Cub uses the same basic airframe design as the Piper original with a few enhancements. 3 inches were added to the cabin width, and the wing spars were removed from the cabin headspace. X-bracing, like later model Cubs, for improved structural integrity and enlarged cockpit space. Check out the Legend Cub here at the Expo or on the web at legend.aero. The U.S. Sport Aviation Expo is sponsored in part by Skycraft Airplanes, a brand new Czech LSA company with a focus on building quality, high-performance airplanes that are affordable to buy and affordable to fly. The ready-to-fly Skycraft SD-1 Mini Sport climbs at 1,400 feet per minute, cruises at 118 miles per hour, burns 1.8 gallons per hour, and has a 575-mile range. It comes loaded with standard features for a starting price under $55,000. Check them out at Expo Booth 701 or on the web at skycraftairplanes.com. Sennheiser Aviation invites you to stop at their booth and demo the best premium aviation from the lightweight passive HME 110 with its 10-year warranty to the full line of S1 products. You can find the Sennheiser stand in the hangar at booth H110 or visit sennheiserusa.com. Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Hi, John Leanhoutz here from Sun & Fun, and we are very pleased that you have chosen to be in Sebring for the 2014 Sport Aviation Expo. It's an exciting year for the Florida aviation community of over 22,000 licensed pilots with access to more than 800 airstrips and 22 air shows. You've picked a great place to come to celebrate aviation. And we welcome to our guests who fly in from out of town that make a significant impact on the stability of our economy. We thank you all. Have a great show, and be sure to stop by the Sun & Fun booth for information on the dates and times of the 40th Annual Sun & Fun International Expo in Lakeland Linder Airport.
Do you want to fly but thought it was too hard or cost too much? Do you want to own an airplane but thought it was too expensive? With Aviation Access Project, it's easier and less expensive than you think. With us, you get a low purchase price for a share of a new light sport airplane and a low monthly maintenance fee. Pilot training is included, and there are no hourly fees for the first 50 hours. We manage, you fly. Visit us at Expo today. Aviation Access Project. Own the passion of flying.
Thanks to premier aviation partner Hansen Aero. Hansen Air Group was formed by John Hansen as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hansen Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. For more information, check out www.hansenairgroup.com.
This is the 7th year that Flight Time Radio has come to Expo, and the 6th year that we have broadcast live. We would love to have you check out our website at flighttimeradio.com and also invite you to get a listen to one of our shows. We try to do two things. One would be to interest non-pilots that hear us on local radio in trying flight, and the other is having fun. I hope we do the first. I know we do the second. We are on Facebook, and check us out on Twitter at Flight Time Radio.
Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall-forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com.
Many thanks to premier aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. HansonAirGroup.com.
Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft USA offers factory-manufactured SLSA or a quick-build ELSA kit. Its unique design allows excellent cross-country, cross-wind, and performance quality. Is only available in heavier aircraft. At the same time, Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at www.breezeraircraftusa.com.
Expo is made possible by sponsorship from Renegade Light Sport. Doc Bailey and the good people at Renegade Light Sport offer many different types of aircraft, new engines, flight training, and even free training for wounded veterans. To see a little bit about the many things they do, go to RenegadeLightsport.com. That's RenegadeLightsport.com.
You're listening to Expo Radio, coming to you on www.liveatc.net/expo. Please stay tuned. Be sure to tune in January 16th through the 19th as we will go live from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. from the 10th Annual U.S. Sport Aviation Expo in beautiful Sebring, Florida.
Expo wishes to thank Jabiru USA for their sponsorship. Jabiru USA Sport Aircraft is the world's largest distributor of Jabiru brand aircraft and aircraft engines. They manufacture the turnkey Jabiru Special Light Sport aircraft and design, manufacture, and distribute firewall-forward kits and components for Jabiru engine installations in a variety of experimental amateur-built aircraft. They carry a large stock of Jabiru parts and employ licensed and qualified engine and aircraft repairmen. Find them here at the Expo or online at usjabiru.com. Thanks to premier aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. For more information, check out www.hansonairgroup.com.
Many thanks to premier aviation partner Hanson Aero. Hanson Air Group was formed by John Hanson as a distributor for light sport aircraft. John's goal was to make flying fun and affordable again. He recognized early on the enormous potential of the sport pilot and light sport aircraft initiatives to fulfill this goal. He has been on the ASTM committee for almost a decade, contributing to the standards for light sport aircraft. All of the senior staff at Hanson Air Group share a love of aviation, are active pilots and aircraft owners. HansonAirGroup.com. The Expo's Central Activities Tent Show Center is powered by Aviators Hotline. Aviators Hotline has been and continues to be the trusted monthly source the aviation industry relies upon to help in the buying and selling of single and twin-engine piston aircraft, plus parts and services. Published monthly in print and digital format, Aviators Hotline is distributed monthly to subscribers, qualifying FBOs, and aircraft owners worldwide. You can find them online at aviatorshotline.com. Sennheiser Aviation invites you to stop at their booth and demo the best premium aviation headsets, from the lightweight passive HME 110 with its 10-year warranty to the full line of S1 products. You can find the Sennheiser stand in the hangar at booth H110 or visit SennheiserUSA.com.
This is the 7th year that Flight Time Radio has come to Expo and the 6th year that we have broadcast live. We would love to have you check out our website at FlightTimeRadio.com and also invite you to get a listen to one of our shows. We try to do two things. One would be to interest non-pilots that hear us on local radio in trying flight, and the other is having fun. I hope we do the first. I know we do the second. We are on Facebook, and check us out on Twitter at Flight Time Radio.
Special thanks to Expo Premier Partner Sponsor Breezer Aircraft USA. Breezer Aircraft US qualities, otherwise only available in heavier airplanes. At the same time, the Breezer distinguishes itself by its very docile flight behavior, making it an outstanding aircraft for flight training purposes. Check them out here at the Expo or on the web at breezeraircraftusa.com. The U.S. Sport Aviation Expo is sponsored in part by Skycraft Airplanes, a brand new Czech LSA company with a focus on building quality, high-performance airplanes that are affordable to buy and affordable to fly. The ready-to-fly Skycraft SD-1 Mini Sport climbs at 1,400 feet per minute, cruises at 118 miles per hour, burns 1.8 gallons per hour, and has a 575-mile range. It comes loaded with standard features for a starting price under $55,000. Check them out at Expo Booth 701 or on the web at skycraftairplanes.com. Expo wishes to thank Premier Aviation Partner American Legend Aircraft Company for their support. American Legend Aircraft Company was founded expressly with a light sport certified version of the Piper Cub, and they succeeded. What was great about the Piper Cub for the past 75 years is still great today. The Legend Cub uses the same basic airframe design as the Piper Original with a few enhancements. 3 inches were added to the cabin width, and the wing spars were removed from the cabin headspace and replaced with X-bracing, like later model Cubs, for improved structural integrity and enlarged cockpit space. Check out the Legend Cub here at the Expo or on the web at legend.aero.
Expo is made possible by sponsorship from Renegade Light Sport. Doc Bailey and the good people at Renegade Light Sport offer many different types of aircraft, new engines, flight training, and even free training for wounded veterans. To see a little bit about the many things they do, go to RenegadeLightsport.com. That's RenegadeLightsport.com.
And we're back, and I haven't got my headphones on yet. I told them to go ahead and go, and I'm not ready yet. Welcome back to Expo Radio, broadcasting live from the 2014 10th Annual U.S. Sport Aviation Expo in Sebring, Florida. I'm Dave Shellbetter. You guys know me. Most of you know me as the host and chairman of Sun and Fun Radio. I am now the host of Expo Radio. I think I must have taken a crazy pill or two, actually an extra crazy pill one morning when I agreed to take on another radio station, but having fun with it, getting by with help from my friends David Allen, Michael Ladd, MILFORD, and Charlie. Had Eric Crump here earlier. We've been doing a banging up the job, one of the two, all day long here at the Expo. We are broadcasting live all 4 days. We're coming into the end of our... Well, we're about 10 minutes, 13 minutes from our official close, but we might run a little bit over because I can. So, one of the neat things that I like about coming to Expo and all these different events is hearing first-timers' opinions and thoughts on the event that they're at. You know, Sun and Fun, we grab people that have never been there before, and we try and we compare it to people that have been a lot. Well, social media has broadened our friendship and our family base, our fly-in family base. And I am joined on the air here at Expo Radio by a Twitter friend that we follow and we communicate back and forth quite often, but we had never met in person. And if you're on Twitter, he is at BenDRT.
Formerly at BenDRT,
Okay.
now at Rotating Bacon.
Oh, that's right, Rotating Bacon. That's right. You changed your handle. That's right.
Sort of a play on the Rotating Beacon thing.
Yeah, and that was great. And look at that, you're on the picture. Back to me, but you were on the monitor a minute ago.
It's probably better that they stay on you.
I don't know, man. It's kind of scary, you know. But anyhow, so this is your very first visit to the Sport Aviation Expo.
This is my first time at the Sport Aviation Expo, yes.
What do you think of our little soiree here? today that really impressed you?
It's a pretty cool little event. It's really neat to see an event that's focused specifically on the light sport aircraft market, which I think is going to grow in the years to come. And it's different. It's not quite Sun and Fun, not quite Oshkosh, but it's really cool on its own way. You know, to see all the LSAs and the unique products that are out there is really a fun experience.
And one particular caught your eye today, and you were giddy about it earlier when we were talking about it. Which one was that?
The Super Petrel LS is a really cool little light sport aircraft out there. It's an amphibious biplane. So I've never seen a biplane on floats or an amphibious biplane before. It's just a really neat idea, and it caught my eye. It's a fun looking airplane. It looks like the kind of thing you'd go out and have a blast in.
So you no longer want an Icon, now you want one of those, or what?
No, you know, I think it would give the Icon a run for its money. It certainly looks cooler than the Icon, in my personal opinion, and it's got a certain appeal to it, you know.
And it's actually flying.
And it actually is flying. That's correct.
More than one is flying. You know, all the respect in the world for the PR capabilities and the marketing capabilities of the folks with Icon. Everybody just thinks the Icon is sexy and it's so neat and it's going to go, but I have to laugh that they don't. They've got all these people putting money down. They don't have one. And that should be my tweet. Folks, the guys in production are being funny, and we've got a monitor that is right over there, which that doesn't really help. The camera's there and the monitor's next to it. My suggestion was to throw a monitor up so we could see who was on camera before we moved or picked our nose or put our headphones on. And they just... Ben had put a tweet out about, I'm going to be on Expo Radio. I hope I don't. Oh, there's the monitor. Yeah. Oh, look at the infinity movement. That's kind of cool. So there's our monitor. Okay, there we're back. And but David Allen is throwing tweets up on the monitor every once in a while. When we're off during our commercials, we're scrolling different tweets mentioning Expo across the monitor. David just threw Ben's tweet up there. It says, I hope I don't screw it up. Well, dude, if you do, don't feel bad. I've been doing it for 20 years, and I still screw it up.
Oh, that's good. That's good to know. It's good to know I won't be the first one to do it. So
we're volunteers. What are they going to fire me?
Well, that's true. That's true. They get what they pay for, right?
Yeah. Well, no, they get a heck of a lot more than they pay for. You look at all this gear across here. They're getting a whole lot more than they're paying for.
It's a pretty impressive setup. The fact that you guys are running live streaming TV and radio from a tent in an air show in the middle of nowhere in Florida is pretty awesome.
Right this morning about 9 o'clock, I was just going to be happy with internet, but we didn't actually have an internet connection until about 5 after 9. So for those of you that were listening at 9, not hearing anything, so the stream is down, that's why.
Well, I understand last year Dave was telling me the internet was just a debacle. But
the situation with last year was that Milford and Charlie came to me well before, 6-8 months before Expo. And they had already come here. They had met, Jacob Peed came down. They met with Expo. They talked about all the great stuff they can do. And then Milford reached out to me and asked me if I would help with it because, I give all the props in the world to Milford. He does a 1-hour radio show a week, live radio, 1 hour a week. But producing content for a 1-hour show can be daunting. But he didn't have any experience putting on a radio station for 4 days. And Where are you from?
It's a long story. Originally, I'm from Maine, but I lived here in Florida for 4 years and currently based out of Chicago.
You're based in Chicago. Okay. But you've never been to... You lived in Florida.
Lived in Florida.
But you've never been to Expo before.
Been to Sun and Fun a few times, but never actually made it down to the Expo. And it really is a cool little place to see the LSAs flying and some of the unique aircraft that are out there. They had a auto gyro on floats as well. I didn't get to see the one on floats flying, but they have another little auto gyro tooling around up there, and it just looks like a blast.
And it was, and I was watching them, and they're kind of... Our wind is a little gusty, or not gusty, but our wind is a little blowing today.
It's a little stiff out there.
And there's one of the STOLs were out there earlier, and he was pointed into the wind flaps and just pointed the nose up, and he just like levitated in one spot.
It's
and
amazing.
Then he climbed out on the top. I was that was cool.
It really
but the
is
auto
cool.
gyros are doing the same thing too. They were coming down crabbing across the runway.
It's been a lot of fun to watch the planes come and go all day, and especially the LSAs. It's something that's not focused on a lot in the aviation media at large, I feel like, and it's really got a lot of potential.
It is. There's a lot of really neat designs, and as with the ultralight community, the LSA community is a tight-knit community. It's family and friends that you get to know at the shows. You actually lived right in Lakeland, didn't you?
I did, actually. I didn't even know Sun and Fun was a thing. I've been an aviation enthusiast for a long time. Hadn't heard of Sun and Fun, and I lived right under the approach path to the airport for it. So I was on my porch one day, and I said, gosh, there's a whole lot of airplanes going over, and figured out what was going on, and I managed to make it to Sun and Fun for 4 years in a row,
Cool.
which was a lot of fun.
Because I my mind is tripping back to one of our initial contacts was right before you moved.
Moved to Chicago?
Moved away from Lakeland.
Moved away from Lakeland.
Wherever it was, you went from Lakeland. You're in Chicago now, but you were getting ready. You were about to move away from Lakeland. Because I was like, oh, we should get together. I'm going to be over, and you're like, oh, I'm moving. I'm like, week.
to go. And Sun and Fun really is a fantastic air show. This year they're going to have the Blue Angels again.
Yep.
Which will be a lot of fun to watch.
And just announced a Raptor demonstration team.
Oh, very cool. The F-22 is just an amazing airplane. So.
And they're doing something. My notes are not right in front of me here, but I know that we've got a lot of really neat stuff. Living Legends of Aviation. They're looking to have 10 Living Legends of Aviation there. We're going to have, it's the 100th anniversary of commercial flight and the birth of Sun. Building, but it's really not big enough, and it's also showing its age. I was at Sun and Fun last week, or a little over a week ago, and pulled all of our electronics off of the deck. All the snake cable and the boxes and everything. We pulled all the speaker wires from under it because they are going to be demolishing the deck at Sun and Fun Radio.
Oh no.
The deck at Sun and Fun Radio, as it sits, is going away.
That's unfortunate. That's a neat little feature on the building.
No, actually, it's not unfortunate. It's exciting because we are building brand new decks at Sun and Fun Radio. That's right, folks. I said decks. We are replacing our little 8x24 deck with an 16x24 front deck, 16x24 back deck, and a 5-foot walkway connecting them. So Sun and Fun Radio will have wraparound decks, and sponsorship packages are available. Go to the Sun and Fun website. It's not been officially press released yet, but very soon it will be. Sun and Fun will be issuing a press release about sponsorship opportunities for Sun and Fun Radio, and we are absolutely thrilled. And there is no way to get a camera pointed in. David, I'm going to have to get you this image so we can put it up on the image of the new deck, the artist rendering of the new deck. We're going to have to put that up. Or if you can pull up in your Twitter stuff there, if you can pull up Sun and Fun Radio's Twitter feed, we might be able to throw an image, the artist rendering. Other than Twitter and Facebook, it hasn't really gone public anywhere. Well, of course, obviously, Twitter and Facebook is very public. Yeah, right. But if you go, if you're on Facebook, you go go in the search bar and type in SNF Radio. It'll take you to the Sun and Fun Radio page, and we will show that there are images up there of, take a long last look at the old deck, because this is what the new decks are. And I actually, when I was in Lakeland, I took out my ladder and set my ladder up and climbed way the heck up to the very top of my ladder to try and get an image of the existing deck that matched the artist rendering of the new deck. And that's all right, guys. Go ahead. Blaring like that. We're on the radio here. It sounds good. We don't have hecklers, so I'll heckle the audience. So we are, as the monitor says, we're on location at the U.S. Sport Aviation Expo. We've run over our 5 o'clock quitting time, so we're going to go ahead and knock off for the night. Dave's trying to bring up the photograph of the Sun and Fun Radio deck so we can throw that in there, so we'll stretch it out. If you are interested in being a sponsor for Sun and Fun Radio, deck sponsorship packages are available. Your name will be reverse etched into the deck, so your sponsorship of the deck will be there in perpetuity. As long as the deck is there, your name is going to be on there to show people that you contributed to it, you sponsored it. Huge thank you to Aviators Hotline, who have actually picked up 2 of our 8 deck sponsorships. We've got the money is in play, things are going on, the plans have been drawn, building permits are being applied for. We are going ahead with this project. We need the sponsorship dollars to make it happen. There are lots of other sponsorship opportunities. Now, Ben, thank you for being a great last-minute guest. And no, you didn't screw it up. You're actually doing better than I am, because I'm the one that's screwing up this afternoon. I'm just a little tired today, but I will survive.
thanks
we have
for
a
having me
photograph
on.
to put up. Let's take a look at on our video feed. There we go. There is the image. If you're watching the video, it is our great pleasure to present our proposed new decks.
I think everybody will like the bigger decks, I have to tell you.
Yeah, it's going to be great. The existing deck is it's 24 wide at the top, but it cuts a big chunk of it out for the ramp. So we actually will have 16 by 24 usable deck space in the front, and in reality, with the 5-foot walkway, 16 by 29 foot deck on the back of the radio station. So hopefully our friends at IMC Radio are gonna get back with me and let me know, because IMC Radio broadcast live from our Blue Room last year, and they want to come back and do it again. And they might actually be doing their broadcast from the new back deck at the radio station. So we're excited about it. And so we saw the image. I guess we can go ahead and go to our recording. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you, please stay tuned. We're going to run about a little bit less than a 10-minute loop here for a while. Later on this evening, I hope to have a bunch more stuff dropped in. We'll re-air some best of and everything. So, and talking about air traffic controllers, one of our ATC guys there is walking past the front of the station. Everything goes smooth today? Great. We're going to get you guys down here and talk to us on the radio about private air traffic control. I think that's going to be a really neat thing. We got a air traffic controller in training right here, so we'll have to hook you two up so you can give them a job. Please hire me. I've got $40,000 in air traffic training student loans to pay off.
And I'm old.
So, folks, we will come back live tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. If you're out here at the expo, please come by Expo Radio and say hi. If you're not here at the expo, reach out on Twitter. You can use the hashtag Sebring14, #Sebring14. Email me, snfradio@gmail.com, snfradio@gmail.com. For myself, David Allen, Michael Ladd, Milford and Charlie, Jana Phillip, and the entire Expo volunteer staff and crew, y'all have a good evening. We got llama burgers to eat. We'll talk to you in the morning.
U.S. Sport Aviation Expo and the Seaplane Pilots Association invite you to the Sebring Seaplane Base on beautiful Lake Jackson, just 6 miles from Show Center. This crystal clear 2-mile diameter